lie and
It's okay. People are gonna come back after Derek got banned.
have the down from the rafters account.
The evil villain.
Me, I am down from the rafters.
Admit it.
Let's go, brother!
He admitted it.
No, brother!
This is him admitting it.
Like a weight has been lifted off his shoulder.
Get a good order.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah.
Not a good order.
Now what, duty?
And then we're gonna go to the final showdown. The moment of no return.
All right.
Please, get on the tower! Get on the
I'm
tower!
gonna ask you guys, have you ever had that happen?
Mark, this might be
Time we met the keys.
Yeah.
That's the
That
first
was
time
like
we saw
the
the
die.
keys in the
What the fuck?
Look at his wife. That's a gift. That's a gift. That's Mark's arrive. That's Mark's arrive right there.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck that 1 second clip was, but look at how old this sign is. That's why I took a picture.
This is for the record. What? 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 It did the sound. Oh my god, Sakurai. I am turning into dark.
Stop! Finish! Four Devas? So those guys are protecting Tokyo from the demon world?
I have it installed, but I haven't played it in a long time.
There's a reason the demon summoning program. We in the Shomonkai weakened the barrier between the human world and the demon world. I used Jezebel's power to defeat one of the Devas,
Oh shit.
thereby destabilizing Tokyo's spiritual condition.
You're talking about Jikoku and...
Doing something good.
Ah, my tinnitus. It looks complicated.
Kind of want to lick his foot. not, not gonna lie, I kind of want to lick his foot. Don't. Why would I? Why? I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're
Ready? Ready to party! We're ready to party, we're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Now, guys, I know I said no more Splatoon streams. I did say that. I remember saying it. I recall saying it. I said it not even a couple of weeks ago. It wasn't. It's probably not even been a full month. I did, in fact, say we're done with Splatoon. I was never booting up Splatoon again. It was like a 12-hour stream we spent on the DLC. We finally beat it. I was like, okay, I'm done. I've done everything I could possibly do in Splatoon. There's no way they could reel me back in. And then they announced the FrostyFest is coming back. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Splatoon 3! Big ups, welcome to another swollen __ dingus stream. Starring, unfortunately, me. Thank you for the Ethan Ralph update of the now. Yeah, I'll end up watching videos that involve Ethan Ralph one way or another. But since you want something right now, yeah, I know. Ralph says he's gonna quit. I don't know if he's still tweeting right now. I wasn't prepared to give an update immediately. You go ahead and load up the Twitter there. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones who are here, and the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones who will be arriving immediate and far from the future. Ryan MK, UNFW1, Lotion Me Up, Flippy _4man, and Commissar Authority. And anybody else coming in? Did he stop tweeting? Yeah, he stopped tweeting. He hasn't tweeted in 3 hours. Well, where do I even begin? Ralph is on another. He's on the sauce again. He's been spurting out all day. It started with him saying that he was quitting, but it's not actually. It's actually not that he's quitting. It's that he's going on the warpath because he wasn't able to get an intervention with Milo on Dick Masterson's show. Despite going all the way to California to go visit his son. His son, Xander! So he went to California. My presumption is that he expected to bump with Dick Masterson for free, like he always does when he goes to California. But something happened, and Dick said no. So now Ralph is Ralph seems to be implying that he will betray Dick Masterson. He's calling his co-host Vito the self-admitted PDF file. Despite the fact that he's been bumming it up with Dick and Vito prior to this for like years. So this may be the grand snakening that we've all been waiting for, or this may just be yet another work kayfabe, as it were, or perhaps it's reality, but then they'll patch things up behind the scenes, and then Ralph will go on to later claim in retrospect that this was a kayfabe work the whole time, despite the fact that it was just real, and then became a work later on once they patched the relationship. I don't know. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that Ralph said he wanted to have lunch with Vito, the confirmed self-admitted PDF file, tomorrow, and then hours later, decides that he now hates this guy. It doesn't make any sense. What does make sense, though, is this video. This is Ralph in the restroom on one. I don't know if this was before he went to California or after. I'm just gonna assume generously that this was before he went to California, because it is funnier for me to think that he was in a Mexican restroom spurging out, like in one of the stalls with the stall door wide open, defiantly taking a deuce in the open stall of the Mexican restroom. So let's go ahead and pull this up. Big ups Pim Pam. Yeah, he wanted to have dinner with Vito. This is the main video that he's posted. Everything else has just been Twitter spurging against Milo and now Dick Masterson. Both out. He does that Ralph thing where he's like so clearly talking about someone, but he doesn't like say specifically who he's talking about. But he drops hints as to who he's talking about. He's obviously talking about Dick, but he drops some sneak disses toward Ricada as well. So maybe he's just gonna go like full scorched earth and burn all the remaining bridges he has left. It wouldn't be the first time he's burned the bridge with Ricada, but it would be the first time he's burnt a bridge with Dick Masterson. This would be so unprecedented. It's so unprecedented to the point that none of our weather forecasters have even. There are not even models. There are not even models constructed to predict or show us what a timeline in which Ralph disavows Dick Masterson might even look like. It's crazy. Not even 10 days into 2025, by the way. But let's pull this up. It's just gonna be, yeah, here it is. This isn't that long, but this is what Ralph posted yesterday. Or was it earlier today? Regardless, this is him in the restroom in Mexico, yelling about Milo.
Milo, you son of a bitch. You take it up the ass, and you're proud of it.
So he's in the restroom talking about Milo taking it up the ass. And again, I remind you the perspective. It looks like he's in the stall with one of the stall like doors wide open. Now we can't say for sure. Maybe he's just outside one of the stalls, but I'm choosing to believe he is within the stall, taking a log, and the door is wide open so that any Mexican who wanders into the restroom is forced to gaze at his majesty.
And that in and of itself is just disgusting. And so you meet me in LA tomorrow and I will take care of business, you motherfucker. Hello, you son of a bitch.
Oh, that was it. I thought it was a bit longer than that. No, it was only 30 seconds. That's what we have. That's how this started. So Ralph yelled at the restroom in Mexico, and then he went to California, and then Dick Masterson denied a stay over at his Hollywood Barbie Dreamhouse mansion. So now he's going after Dick Masterson as well. He still hates Milo. And I feel like he always hated Vito, but he had to tolerate his presence to own the A-logs. He had one more video at an airport. Josh played it today, but I can't see it on his timeline anymore, so maybe he deleted it. Last thing I have besides that is a picture of him in California. I've already shared this elsewhere, but I'll go ahead and share it here for anyone that hasn't seen it already. This is among one of the first images Ralph took after landing in California. Now, most people want to get away from those forest fires. Ralph wants to get closer to them for some reason. He's trying to see his son, bish. Guess who's back in California, motherfuckers? Sulfa. There he is, right there.
That's not true!
Oh, that's the perfect notification. Thank you, DJ Filthy Rich, the 35 months at Tier 1, 35 months total. And he says, hello. Hello, DJ Filthy Rich. We're given the Rafa Mail update. He's back in Cali. They did, in fact, allow him back into California. He's got sores on his hand. I had some people asking about this. So Ralph sat on his hand in the airport for 12 hours, and this paralyzed it and damaged some of the nerves. Not to the point, to my knowledge, it wasn't like they weren't completely damaged, like not irreversible. It is reversible, but he had to wear like the Nintendo Power Glove. Not literally the Nintendo Power Glove. He had to wear a Nintendo Power Glove like device in order to repair his hand, and I guess it's fine now. But though that's the reason for why his hand looks like that. The sores, it could be from that, or it could be from drug use. Who's to say? He's been recently taking lots and lots of Ambien, while at the same time wondering why it makes him so sleepy. He wonders this because his name is Ethan Oliver Ralph. But yeah, that's what he's been up to. As I said earlier, he has not tweeted in quite some time, so we'll see what becomes of it. it wouldn't be the first time that Ralph played up like he was gonna betray someone or double cross someone, and then it turned out he was just pretending to be regarded. He did that with he did that with Pantsu at the airport. Like it looked like they were gonna split up and separate, and Pantsu took like Pantsu was gonna run away with the baby. So Ralph played it up as a work. Then we found out later that it was like a real fight, but then they decided to get back together. So they decided to play it off as a work. Well, it did happen. They just patched it up, and that was the cope. The cope was that they were like just pretending to be regarded the whole time. But then an individual, independent lady style, reported the encounter at the airport on Twitter, just like organically, just independent of the sector. Yeah, it's a radio silent round. All right, but yeah, Splatoon 3, Splatfest. Woo, woo! Time to lose. Oh, that's a nice little jingle there. Now, I did not participate in the sneak peek, so I don't know who's in the lead. We're gonna choose Team Money, because that's what streaming is all about. It's all about money. What would make you happiest? Money, experiences, or presents? How can it not be money? Come on. Let's see who won. Oh, fuck, we're losing. Well, we're in second place, which is pretty good, because we're usually in last place. Shiver always gets sabotaged now, ever since that 5-win streak. I bring it up every Splatfest. I think we won the last one, though. Yeah, we won. Yeah, we won the Grand Festival as Team Past. Well, actually, the Squid Sisters were repping that team. Shiver was on Team Future, so she actually lost that one. Well, never mind what I just said. I forgot she wasn't on Team Pass. Praise that soon. Alright, I am suffering an eel tail and museum. What if Ralph goes to a little, gives a little visit to Renton, Washington? This bitch couldn't even go to Medicare's driveway, and he like genuinely, for real hates Medicare. Whereas he only pretend hates Darkside Phil to razz the Kino Casino. It ain't, no. He's not going to waste his time going to Renton. Once again, gated community W. How you doing, Dingus, says Unif? I'm doing great. Unif, thank you for asking. Phil Labonte. That's how you know the hate isn't real. Whereas just the name, James O'Shaughnessy, lives in this motherfucker's head rent-free. James Patrick O'Shaughnessy! It's not Clan Blitz? Yeah, the ranked modes don't appear during Splatfest ever. 3 days of no rank? Yes, sirree. Pick up Pancake Mix a 7-stream streak. Let's get some G's! Where are the G's at? Oh, I got money effect already active. Oh, I gotta go pick the team. What am I doing? I hope everyone's having a wonderful evening. I hope your Friday evening has found you as well as it has found me. The ice has melted, along with what little snow we got again in the morning. Unfortunately, it's still cold as shit, so I mean the ice miz will effectively still be there. I'm not snowed in, but you're damn right when you think that I'm chilled in. I'm certainly chilled in. Yes, money would make me the happiest. Hint, hint, hint. I'm not hinting, I'm outright telling you. Alright, we got my tea. Rip tea. See, I care most about money, and I just got my tea. I wonder who I am. Oh, does it sound like anyone we know? Something from, I'm suffering with 100 degrees summer heat, dingus. It sucks living in South America. Ooh. I mean, at least you're not on fire. You can have, you can take some solace in knowing that. No Dingus Crash Arc? The Dingus Crash Arc is when I play Crash Bandicoot. We'll really be crashing out then. Alright, so now we gotta reroll. Ooh, it's pretty good. Well, I mean, for the one sub I got. The sub saver. Do I have any... We do. Big ups Ink Saver sub. The best ability in the game. At least when you're me. Let's do Ink Refill. Alright, we will roll with this. Let's keep up. Not get it's wildfire season here. Oh my god, we already won a 333 battle. 333? Of course, we gotta owe it to the Japanese. Team money is already in. Alright, we're queuing. Wanna get a Switch just to play Splatoon? Because you can't really emulate it. Oh, you can. You can play single player. But yeah, you ain't going online like that. Check out the glitter in the ink. They always do this when it's a special Splatfest. Pretty cool. Yeah, Japan, we're gonna get hard carried. Japan always votes for Shiver. They really don't like Fry for some reason. I have no idea why. It's a complete mystery. No way. Oh, fuck, bro, it's my first battle. It's my first, how? It's my first battle. It's 10 times, and I'm on a team with someone called NWO? You can't make this up, chat. I literally just clocked on. People are gonna be so sweaty. I'm gonna be seething so hard by the end of this. Are you kidding me? Why aren't you caning spawn? This is for all the marbles. What would have happened if Putz was on my team? Who's dying? Why do they have... Can we talk about the comp at the top, though? Why did they get 2 blasters? Where the fuck is my Gatling? The roller counters the Gatling? I gotta get my chumps out. Dude, he's hogging mid. I am very bad at this game. Can we get some chumps out? Where the fuck are the chumps at? No! Fuck you! I got him out. Is that all they did? Oh, why did I have to be followed? If you can get the full chumps out, it can change the name of the game. Don't you do it. Yeah, it could be Clamblitz, you're right. No, don't. I had him swimming up. All I had to do was beat him on the way there. We're actually in the lead somehow. But don't worry, I just jinxed it by saying that right now. If I can get 1 chump out, don't you splash. Sorry, I'm panic subbing. No! Who? The Gatling? It's done. Oh, we lost. We lost. Look at this. Look at the. Well, I hate this. I already can't stand it. What? Oh, when you want to get your chumps out. Oh, when you want to get your chumps out, though. Oh, nothing I can do. Great game. How was that even... I don't even think the Gatling died once. What was with the comp there? I couldn't even get past mid. Alright, well, I do have to update the counter. So what were the stats on that? I killed 2 people. We're off to a good start. And I died the most. Our roller never died. I was right, the Gatling never died, and he was hard carrying. Yeah, I'd say I was the weakest link. I love how my teammate's a money fiend, whereas I'm just a money fan. Oh, look at that. Check that out. On the other side, watch. Look at that comp. They're all on Discord. When you see that shit in their names, you know they're playing with friends.
Hey, Carl.
Hey, Carl.
I love you too.
Carl, we're already losing. This shit's fucking... Why? I opened the first match. It's a 10 times battle right away for 10 times the points for my team if we win. We fucking lose because they get a Gatling on their side and he doesn't eat a single death for the whole game. So it's like, sorry you lose because we didn't give you a Gatling for your side, and he controls mid the whole game. We gave you me, who's terrible, another NZAP, which is already bad. You got a team with 2 NZAPs. And a roller who didn't die, but he couldn't carry the rest of us losers. It really do be like that sometimes. Hold up. Good start. Someone's up here. Don't you do it. Hey, I got him. Sniper's back there. Did he come back? They're in danger, but they're gonna push back now. Gooey ups Mr. Pun, 225 straight. I should have just installed Marvel Rivals. So I'd be like the only person playing from a fucking PS5. Who's chumping? Oh, of course they have an NZAP. They have 2 NZAPs. Can we quit with the NZAPs? I should be the only NZAP. Because I can't use any other weapon effectively. And that's my L to take. They're pushing back. Discord winning. He came right out of ink. He came right out of ink and committed the no sweat snipe. It's done. I don't know what was going on with that first push, but it's over. That's why I literally jinxed it. What was the Dingus Switch recap? Yeah, you were there. Dude. Doesn't matter. Hey, Krusty Punky. I make the top 3. You made the top 9. You know, it always shows the same 9 people. It just randomizes their position every time you load up the recap. I can confirm you were in the top 9. I can't even get my first one of the day. Alright, let me watch something. Big ups, Kazugana Sakura. I enjoy this. Let's learn about how Punch-Out is dead because racism. But also, this story may not even be true to begin with. I like how my teammate left.
I don't like this story. I don't like this. Isn't fun. I just recorded the one on Googly Eyes. That's the kind of story I want to cover. That's fun. It had Googly Eyes in it. This one is not fun. It was not fun at all. The word on the street, latest rumor, is that it is possible that the Punch-Out series is just kind of dead. Is like purposefully not being developed. And the idea is that it could have something to do with the backlash that Nintendo received.
They're busy with
regarding stereotypes in the last game, which was on the Wii. This information comes via Imran Khan from Kinda Funny Games, and I will just read the quote. I got someone from, let's say, a studio close to Punch-Out, drunk at a bar once, and asked about a new one.
Did you now?
Classiest way to get
and they said no because woke.
An effective one. Anyway, the story I was told, and bear in mind, this could just be the perspective of one person and no one else, was that there was significantly more backlash against the characters of the Wii game than they expected. And this team spent a lot of time assuring Nintendo
it was like
that they weren't
2009.
leaning into bad stereotypes that would get called out this time, so everyone just kind of furrowed their brow and called it done, especially since other games from that team had much higher sales potential.
Does
so
Team Present have come for their ink color?
He's talking about here is Next Level Games.
They're gonna win just because of that.
Punch-Out game, of course. And yeah, it seems that at least according to this unnamed individual, Nintendo was a little bit surprised by how much backlash they received regarding the characters in the game. And this is, I mean, it's an interesting story. I wasn't
every time there's cum color, the cum team
news
wins.
Media at the time this game came
People
out
want to be
way
jokesters.
back on the Wii.
Maybe you're a joke.
I don't remember any particularly big backlash against the. I really don't.
Yeah, because it was 2009, Arlo.
And,
what backlash?
The thing is, it is very possible that there wasn't
things were terrible, but they were less so in 2009.
It could have been just a few articles or something. Because we know that Nintendo seems to be particularly sensitive to this kind of stuff. They seem to really not want to get involved. They don't want to drum up this kind of controversy.
Sensitive's not the right word. They just don't want
it. It is not their
They just
style.
don't care for it.
So it could be
it's not
that
their place.
They're just a little bit extra sensitive, and they don't
tell
want
you what to think.
You know, they don't want to make any more Punch-Out games because they don't want to risk it. That is possible. But it is kind of weird.
Someone will try to cry about it if they made a new
because,
Punch-Out game now.
Come on. Like, yeah, one, if there wasn't actually really that big
they tried
of a
to say
deal,
Cuphead was
then you don't need
racist.
to worry about it. There's always going to be
That was
someone
2017.
somewhere who feels something about a thing. That doesn't always necessarily mean that you have to make any major changes. But really, the biggest thing is just you can make a new one any way you want. You know what I mean? Like, you can make any characters that
you can make it
If
bad.
you
I agree.
You feel like you need to be a little bit more sensitive about this kind of thing going forward.
I mean, Street Fighter gets to exist. Like, I don't think this excuse even flies.
Some stuff a little differently. You can. You just do it kind of.
How the fuck does an E-Honda trigger
time,
people?
You know what
I
I
mean?
mean? It seems like a pretty silly reason to just like cancel the series forever.
Fuck.
And I have to wonder, pure speculation here, I have to wonder if that's why ARMS was ARMS, when I really do. I mean, I could be, maybe the lore of ARMS is like important enough, but like, it really did feel like that could have just been Punch-Out. That could have just been a new Punch-Out game, except a Punch-Out where
ARMS was completely
your arms
different.
get all big and stretchy. It was still about like
If they made ARMS a Punch-Out, like, if they put ARMS in a Punch-Out universe, people would have cried about it. Oh, it's not Punch-Out. You just fucking stuck unique original gameplay to Punch-Out as, like, you stuck it to the Punch-Out IP for it to get more sales.
That very concept
Arlo
of boxing
Dentite.
and the left and the right and the directions and all that stuff. It really could have been. So I have to wonder if that was why ARMS wasn't a Punch-Out game. I really don't know. It is very, very much worth noting, however, that this might not just be Nintendo being way too overly sensitive about this. And they might not even have necessarily canceled the series forever. They might not have just, like, definitively said, we're never...
I think the real reason there's not a new Punch-Out is the same explanation they gave for the F-Zero series, is that they just don't have a new gimmick for it. Literally, Miyamoto said, there's not a new F-Zero because we just can't think of a new gameplay gimmick. Now, whether you accept that excuse or not, is like DSP said, it was a lie, but it was an answer. I gave you an answer.
We're gonna do Punch-Out ever again. This could literally mostly come down to the fact that, well, you know what game didn't sell super well? It was Punch-Out on the Wii. Really?
Did it not?
It didn't sell. It sold like a little over 1 million units on the Wii. But you know what does seem to sell pretty well? It's Luigi's Mansion, which is another game series by Next Level Games. Those games tend to sell very
Razor in that case,
well.
Luigi's Mansion sells more.
Thing where Nintendo just like,
and I can't think of a new gameplay gimmick for Punch-Out.
IP in the trash
they just don't want to do Punch-Out again and better graphics.
Or is this really like, that didn't go the way that we wanted, and it didn't really sell the way that we wanted, so let's just not, let's just not, at least for like the foreseeable future. They don't have to have like made a decision that will last until the end of time. It could just be that like it meant that they just don't really want to try for a while, especially considering Nintendo. What do? They hold on to their IPs. Their IPs stay in the vault. They don't forget about anything. We got a brand new Famicom Detective Club.
It's like when Disney takes a new movie out of the vault.
Is always going to be a part of Nintendo's history.
The Platinum
IP
Edition
will always exist. So I think it would be silly to imagine that we'll never get one ever again, especially just because of something like this. But it is possible that this was a pretty okay factor in them. They haven't made a Punch-Out game since the Wii, so like what's that been, like almost 20 years now or something? Let's see, 2009, so yeah, 16 years, yeah.
Arlo trying to ramble for as much as he can to get more ad revenue.
Because Next Level Games could just be working on a Luigi's Mansion game.
They probably
instead. I like Luigi's Mansion an awful lot, so that's not the worst outcome from my perspective. However, I do know multiple people who are passionate Punch-Out fans, particularly the one on the Wii.
Mike Tyson?
They absolutely love. Apparently, it was a really great game. Like
he couldn't even beat it.
Really amazing things about the game. It's not my kind of game, but if you are into that kind of game, apparently it's really great. So yeah, it's got a lot of passionate fans. So it is a little bit of a bummer. It's especially
I love when
a bummer
Arlo's like this dude.
If it is true that
he
Nintendo
speaks on these
really
Nintendo IP like he claims to be a passionate Nintendo fan. He don't know shit about Punch-Out.
This probably
he big fans more than me.
Also, all but a guarantee that we're not going to get a Punch-Out remaster either. I don't
contracted
think
to another studio.
If they didn't like, they thought there was some sort of backlash that they didn't like back then. I really don't think that they're going to be opening that whole thing up again anytime soon and giving us any kind of re-release of this game. Again,
I feel
Nintendo,
like there's always two on me at any given time.
They don't want to alienate anybody anywhere. They want their games to be the most like friendly, broadly accessible and approachable games that you have ever played in the entire gaming universe. And so yeah, it's a shame if this is true. If this person who got drunk at a bar spilled the beans, if their perspective is correct, then yeah, it is a bummer. But yeah. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna upload this video and turn off the comments preemptively. Wait, halt, do not end the video past Arlo. Future Arlo here with some new information. It seems that when this story went out, time extension contacted a few Next Level Games employees to ask them their opinion on this whole thing.
The story's
And
all
according to some of
bullshit.
these
The video
sources,
didn't need
it
to
seems
exist.
possible that this whole take was potentially just incorrect. They said that in a case like this, it's it's just like what we just talked about. It really just comes down to, do you have a new and original idea for a new game? Does it really feel like there's a reason for a new game? It seems that's probably more of a reason than anything that we haven't gotten a new Punch-Out. And on the subject of the whole racial stereotypes thing, someone said this: we faced quite a few challenges on the Wii version in regards to avoiding or perpetuating cultural stereotypes. Things like Great Tiger's mysticism or Aran Ryan's brusque Irish mannerisms just made the cut after a lengthy debate. Previous characters like Kid Quick were cut due to their dated representation and instead replaced with more modern, original characters like Disco Kid. Some stereotypes we actually leaned into, like Bear Hugger, since we were a Canadian developer and felt comfortable with doing so. But according to these people, they don't recall receiving any sort of backlash.
Bear Hugger was white. They were comfortable with mocking themselves, and the character was white.
Or notification about some sort of backlash, and so they believe that this was a non-issue. And so there you go. It is possible that it was a non-issue. Of course, at the same time, we don't know these people. Literally everyone related to this story has been completely anonymous, all of the actual developers, and so I just...
Well, yeah, they would get cooked by Nintendo if they spoke on it.
Right in the middle of my words. Yep, there it is. Sorry, somebody just suck a hair right into your throat. What was I saying? It is possible that different people at a company are going to be
why did we
privy
keep
to
that in the
different
final recording,
knowledge
Arlo?
of these things. But I don't know if you had.
The comments
to
were
pick a
roasting
side,
him for this video
it
too.
seems
Like, why the fuck did you even make
possibly
it?
More likely that these people are correct.
Like,
that
you're
there
reporting
wasn't
on
much of a
unconfirmed
backlash
rumors,
because, again,
Arlo?
I don't remember.
Why am I A-logging him
anything
so
like
much? I
that
don't even think he's that
happening, but
bad.
Also, again, it was such a
'cause I'm
very long
playing
time ago.
Splatoon.
So ultimately, you just have a few different sources, both saying kind of different things. Don't necessarily know which perspective is correct, but I do absolutely believe the idea that, again,
This is his secondary channel where he just talks about whatever.
Make a new entry in a
He only
series
just recently made it.
As much as
he said it wasn't going to replace the main channel or make it so production on the main channel would be slowed down. Surprise, surprise! The secondary channel gets more videos than the main channel nowadays.
This series should happen, and if nobody has come up with
the main channel is the high effort, high production value stuff.
Then
for our low
there you go.
standards.
And we still could.
This secondary channel is just him rambling without a script.
Figure out a new and inventive way to punch people in the face, I guess.
And that's the video. Thank you, Arlo. So Punch-Out may or may not be coming back ever for never ever because racism, but also the story might not even be real to begin with. Might just be more bullshit from Imran Khan, who's another one of those fake-ass insiders who's like an industry person, but he's also unreliable and nothing he's predicted has ever come true. Oh my god, don't. Okay, he ran. Okay, he was scared of me. I don't know why. Why did you run? Oh, maybe that's why. But put down the jumps. He's a coward. Jumps over here. Put on the next video when I die. Next one, he's reporting on more Switch 2 rumors. Apparently, Nintendo finally spoke on those rumors today and said they were all not true. That could just mean anything, but maybe they're coping.
I am genuinely proud of myself.
How? Why?
I really
what did
am.
you do?
I
Such a
have
brave
gotten
stance
so
you
much
took,
better
Arlo.
when it comes to work-life balance.
Oh, fuck. Who are you, the guy?
Work-related anxiety.
You want to talk about your wife
whatever you want to
next?
call it. Because Christmas came, I was like, I'm doing the Christmas thing. I'm spending time with family. I'm taking some time off. I do not care what happens in the news.
D-Cypher, right. He essentially said as much during his end of the year video.
I'm just gonna do it. And I did it. I did even better than that. I didn't even take just my usual, couple days around Christmas. No, I have been really taking it easy for almost 2 weeks now. And during that time, sometimes I'd pick up my phone and I'd be like, oh, hey, I think there's like a Switch 2 leak thing or something. Didn't care. just did not even pay attention. And I'm really, really proud of myself. A lot of my time
he had leak
doing
fatigue.
this job has been spent...
This probably resulted in maybe one less Switch 2 rumor video for Arlo to make.
Really worrying about work, and anytime there was
that he would have
something that I
otherwise
should be
surely have
covering, but I,
made
like,
if he did not have such
even
leak
if
fatigue.
I decided, okay, I'm not going to cover it, I would still like
talk about my
hurt myself with the anxiety. You know what I mean? Like, even if I decided, okay, I'm going to spend time with the family instead of doing this.
Yeah, I hate leak culture.
Leak
culture, rumor culture.
I'm gonna like.
I just want shit to be out already.
Into my brain or whatever.
Just drop
and
the
just
announcement.
Feel stress that it's not happening. I didn't do that here.
They say it's next week. It'll happen next week. I doubt it. But what if it did?
I just didn't want it for a while. I didn't want to do work stuff, and so I didn't. And I had a really great time, and I'm feeling much more rested and rejuvenated and ready to start this year covering more Nintendo Switch 2 rumors and stuff. And it is also funny because this was a relatively short amount of time. Like, what did I clocked out for the last time, like Christmas Eve night. And then now I'm recording this on the 7th. So yeah, like, not very
Dude, we
long
had like
at
a
all. And I
whole
thought, well,
week without
things will slow
Arlo.
down in
I didn't
the
even
rumor
notice.
department. Maybe there won't be as many
it was so peaceful
leaks and whatnot. No, not true. So, not true. So, this is a video kind of just summarizing all of the recent stuff from Christmas to now.
Oh, so you are making a video on all the leaks that you missed out on.
Do it.
Ah, okay. I thought you had leak fatigue. Okay.
So we should get started. The biggest piece of news was that images of the Switch 2's motherboard seem to have leaked online.
I saw that.
And as has been the case a lot recently, it seems pretty
those pictures
darn
are low.
legit. It matches up with like motherboard images that we had before, I believe. Everyone's just been looking at it, and yeah, everyone seems to be kind of like 99% that this is real.
It's real.
And so, the motherboard, you know, it's the thingy in the thing, in the device, the computer, whatever, that all of the actual components that make the thingy go plug into. And so we can't see the components themselves, but we can see what could plug into it and therefore kind of glean what kind of hardware infrastructure, what have you, we can
I believe it all. It's all real.
Too. I am not privy to much technological knowledge.
The Chinese
so
can't
I really
keep any secrets.
Don't know most of what this means, but there are a couple little like key points that are simple enough for my smooth brain to wrap around. Info is coming in from, you know, everybody's looking at the motherboard and they're all trying to figure it out, but then like Digital Foundry, they did their own kind of analysis on it, and yeah, just like some really basic key points. It seems at this time that the Nintendo Switch 2 may be roughly as powerful as a PS4, or like maybe not.
That's pretty good. That's all. That was my only request.
As high resolutions, but that won't matter as much because of all
a portable
the upscaling and all that
PS4.
stuff.
Fine.
I feel like we've been jerked around a lot.
I'm all right with that.
When it comes to like how powerful it might be, what kind of PlayStation product it might be equal
Yeah, I
to.
had you specifically in mind. I thought, well, let me just get the Arlo segment out of the way before JC shows up.
In power, since Nintendo loves to be a generation or two behind in terms of graphical capabilities and all that, I always imagined PS4 made a lot of sense, and I was kind of set on that. But then everyone was like, no, because mobile chip tech has gotten so good, we could probably expect it to be more like PS4 Pro. And then I was like, I'm pretty skeptical. That seems, I mean, the PS4 Pro came out so recently. It's hard for me to believe you can cram that into one little thing. But then they had me convinced, and now they're over here being like, maybe it's gonna be more like a PS4 after all. I don't know what to believe anymore. PS4 still makes more sense to me, but whatever seems to be the case. Probably something around there. Here's the thing, though.
With losses like this, I don't even know if I want to be on for another 2 hours to listen to that.
Powerful, or you can't even just say powerful. You can say capable.
Maybe.
We don't know how capable this thing will be until we get the full specs and until we see how it can be utilized, because it's not just all about...
He's going to betray Dick Masterson and Ricator or something, or it might just all be a work. And he was shouting in the restroom.
Raw power, and people are pointing out that the original, the processor on the original Switch was not a custom processor. That was one, I was just like a mobile chip, and Nintendo found it to be good and used it in their thing, and the Switch. But now the Switch 2 processor is going to be custom built for the Switch 2, and we already really got great performance out of the original Switch. It really punched above its class, I would say. So whatever the power of this thing ends up being, there's a really fine chance that people will still be able to use it very, very well, especially because of DLSS upscaling, which has been rumored forever. Upscaling tech has just gotten really, really good. And so, you know, oh, and then there's another rumor. See, yeah, there's a whole bunch. I got a bunch of tabs open. There's another rumor over here where Nintendo
He really
has
is,
filed
Phil.
a
I got all the
patent
tabs open,
that,
guys.
You know, technically, whenever they file a patent, you don't know for sure if they're going to use it, but it's a patent for 4K upscaling so that they can, you know, essentially they can save a lot of like data. They can save a lot of storage space by giving their games lower resolution textures and then in-game using an upscaler rather than just giving them the high resolution textures, which make the game much
Yeah, I heard
bigger,
that,
and
JC.
you need a lot more.
Well, I heard
space.
April
So,
for
yeah,
the release
Nintendo
date. I
essentially,
can't believe that
made a
shit.
patent for
There
that.
has
I
to
don't
be a
know why
catch.
They would need a patent for that. I don't know how any of that works.
Next week makes
but
sense.
that's
It'll
part of
probably be
this
right
too.
after Donkey
And
Kong
it
releases.
all makes sense. It all goes together. Even if the Switch
I could see
2
him
does end
release
up being
Donkey
roughly
Kong
as
and then
powerful
like
as
days
PS4,
later, okay, here it is.
could potentially look even better because of the upscaling tech. I don't know. I see people
It's got to be
saying
between
really
now
good
and the end of
things
February.
about
It's going to
their
happen.
DLSS,
I don't know why people can't just shut up and
how
wait.
far it's come and how good of a job that it does. Some people are like, you can't even tell.
I just want it
So,
to happen already
I
so we
don't
can
know.
get these
I love
fucking
the idea
leakers
of
to shut
Switch
up.
2 games actually having decently high resolution. It is a dream.
No, I agree.
of
That's
mine.
too
We've
soon.
got more stuff to
I don't
talk
know if I
about,
can believe
though.
that. I feel like I don't
seems
want
that
to.
it is possible that the new chip in the Switch 2, even if it, you know, does a good job, it might not be incredibly power efficient. And it seems that the Switch 2 has a surprisingly small battery. So it could mean that the Switch 2 won't have the best battery life, but that is also a little bit hard to believe that Nintendo would do that. I feel like they know that if they're making a handheld device, it needs to kind of live up to a certain standard. People need to be able to actually take it places, so I don't really know.
And they're not
and it is
dented.
yet another one of those things that we're not really going to know how
They know it's
the
gonna need a good
power
battery life.
draw or whatever works until we actually have the thing, until we have the real specs. But that is another thing to kind of, I don't know, look at. There's other stuff too that I'm not gonna touch because it's scary. But here's another one though. We now have reason to believe that the Switch 2 will use a 60-watt charger, where the original Switch used a 39-watt charger. This could mean
Yeah,
that
we
the
won't even
Switch
last
2,
a year before
will
they
draw
start
a
talking about Switch
considerable
2.
amount of extra power, and we do.
That's why I'm
you know,
glad we
we're
never got the
basically
Switch
sure
Pro.
that the next system is going to be
Exposed
a
so
little bit
many
bigger,
people.
a little bit beefier. So obviously it is going to need more power.
No,
but
I
again,
swear,
the whole, like,
it was gonna
power and
happen, then
battery
COVID canceled
capacity
it.
Thing comes in.
Yeah, sure.
The knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, if it's like more powerful, you know, especially like when you're plugging it into the dock, does that just mean more? Does that mean that much more powerful of a system? It just needs that much more electricity or something? But people have pointed out that it could potentially just be really just in service of the dock itself, because if you're able to plug accessories into it, you know, if Nintendo starts to focus a little bit more on accessories that plug directly into the dock, then those themselves could need more power. You know, because if the Switch is docked, then it's going to be pulling a lot of that power. It might need extra, so maybe that extra power goes to other accessories. I don't know, it's a possibility. So that's another thing, and we got more things. Some images have surfaced that appear to be very clear images of a Joy-Con.
Needs to get new Joy-Cons.
And it's another one
I
of
don't
those
even get
ones
new
that really just
Joy-Cons at this point.
looks pretty
Just
darn
wait for the
real
new
to
console.
me. So
Because it's all going to be backwards compatible. There's no point to getting new controllers right now. You got the right idea.
probably is, I don't know. But then people are seeing on these images that there is something that looks like it could be an optical sensor on the side of the left Joy-Con, which could be used for any number of things. Any kind of motion sensing thing. People are speculating that this could potentially mean that you can use the Joy-Con as a mouse, because there's a similar feature on the Lenovo Legion Go, which does let people move one of the detachable controllers, kind of just like stick it on a surface and move it around like a mouse. That could be cool, but it's on the left Joy-Con instead of the right one, so that's a little bit weird. We also have to remember that one of the Joy-Cons of the original Switch had an infrared sensor on it that no one ever used. That was essentially used for the Labo stuff, and just like never again. So I don't know if that's true, and if it can be used for other motion sensing stuff, that would be cool. I am definitely... One wish that I keep forgetting to include in all of this like Switch 2 wishes and speculation and stuff, I keep forgetting to mention a better gyro sensor, just like a better ability to track motion controls and move like a cursor on the screen.
Yeah, for some reason, Wii Motion Plus is more accurate than the Switch Joy-Cons.
Crazy, so I don't know.
That should not be the case. But it
better serve as some sort of... But if the optical sensor's on the Joy-Con, then that means it won't work if it's plugged in or if you're using the Pro Controller. So I don't know. But that's another thingy right there. There's possibly an optical sensor on the side of the Joy-Con, which now has a very, very clear picture. There's only one more rumor to talk about at the time of this recording, so by the time I post the thing, there'll be 3 more, but at least right now, there's only one more. There was someone who teased that they had a Switch 2, and they said they would reveal it on Christmas, and then on Christmas, they ended up posting an image of a thing that might be the system of the Switch 2. There are many elements of it that seem to be accurate, you know, like, oh, the leaked images of the Joy-Cons really do look like they could fit in there. The little connectors seem to be right, but at the same time, everybody in the replies has plugged this image into the thing that you can give it an image and it tells you the probability that it's an AI image, and everyone got 99%. And when you look closely,
those aren't actually as accurate
picture,
as you might
you
think.
see a whole lot of things in the background that, like, none of which seem to serve any noticeable, discernible purpose. It all just kind of seems like a bunch of vague hardware stuff in the background. So it's probably just AI. Even though it does seem to, like, a lot of the features seem to match up with other stuff we've seen. This, like, U-shaped kickstand thing is going around everywhere. I've seen that in other stuff, but this probably is just a fake version of that. So, I don't know. On the subject of the kickstand
Let's learn how bad the sensor was with the House of the Dead remake. They actually announced House of the Dead 2 remake, I believe today, or at least today was the first time I had seen the trailer for it. But yeah, that's the one that people actually like, right? House of the Dead 2? I played it once at an arcade.
I can't show any of it here, but somebody made a very high quality.
Yeah, I guess it's by the same studio that did the first remake.
Little, like, teaser video, kind of like showing off the Switch 2, and it's all like CG. Then the camera goes around and shows the different features. Like, it's the kind of thing that Nintendo, you know, would make. It's very similar to the ones that we got for, you know, their last several pieces of hardware they've produced. But this video contains a few elements that, you know, kind of make you raise your eyebrow and be like, I don't think Nintendo would put that in one of these videos. And then by the end, it devolves entirely into so that's it for this. That's it for this roundup of rumors. There was a lot of them. There's a lot of rumors, and yeah, there will probably be more very soon. I really do hope Nintendo reveals the
Speaking of
Switch
Frosty,
soon,
welcome to the FrostyFest.
The internet is going absolutely crazy. It's not even been 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, they did do 2 and 3 on the Wii, didn't they?
I wasn't looking at the rumors.
Did they also do Typing of the Dead?
It's literally like every day or two now. It's getting nuts. Please, just show us the darn system already. End our suffering.
Give it a week, Arlo.
This long and grueling ordeal.
Look at this L stream.
It was cool before.
This
it was
game is
fun
crazy.
for a while. It was. I liked it. I liked all the rumor mongering and the leaks, but I think I'm tired. I think I'm full. I think I'm full of this amusement park, and I want to go home now.
Well, there you go. Those are all the recent leaks. Next one is... I actually saw this story get reported on by, I think, Nintendo Everything. Are Nintendo fans in danger of being googly-eyed?
Here's a fun one. I like this one. I like this story. This is fun. It seems it has been claimed.
He's begging for a reveal so he can make 10 videos on it.
Allegedly, people are opening up brand new Nintendo Switch games, seemingly anywhere and everywhere. This seems to be a bit of a widespread thing at the moment. Some people have opened up game cases and found not game cartridges on the inside, but instead a googly eye, or possibly googly eyes in the
I think it's one
case
googly eye
where a Switch cartridge should be. You heard me right. There are many people on the internet right now claiming that they have opened up a case and found.
Yeah, I just want to see it too, Toast, man. It's supposed to be between now and the end of February, so like we're almost there.
Game case kind of rattles around like a little.
That's the only official word they've given on it.
Cartridge kind of rattles
before the end of February.
And the idea is that the googly eye rattles about the same way, so when you pick it up, it seems like there's a game in there. But you know, the game cards are so small, they're so light, you can't even really tell that it has been replaced by an eye of Googlic nature. As I said, this has been reported by a good number of people. It seems that this includes games purchased kind of all over, purchased online, Best Buy, Target, Walmart, your major retailers. So this is clearly not an isolated incident, something that happened on the local level in one place, one set of games that was distributed.
Probably some warehouse shenanigans, I bet.
Of games.
If it's even happened, like this isn't a prank.
That's the claim right there. And I think that if you did just like believe this, take it to face value, the idea would obviously be that this is just a new and clever, I think, way of stealing Switch games. You know, you intercept some games, you rip them open, take the game card, stick a googly eye in there out of your stash of googly eyes, which I assume you already had. I've got mine in a drawer right here.
Yeah, I got my little googly eye collection, my little googly eye drawer.
And you send it off to be sold or whatever.
I put them on whenever I play this game.
Laugh and laugh and laugh and sell your caseless game card.
Well, my aim is so bad.
For like $30 or something, and laugh at the sad person who's gonna open up that case on Christmas morning and see this little eye just kind of looking up at him and cry hot tears of sadness. And you know what? It is technically possible. It is. It is technically possible that someone somewhere...
From the pictures I've seen, Knock, it seems to be all first-party games that released this year on Switch that's getting affected by this. If it's real and not just some large-scale prank.
Got this idea. Maybe they even kind of spread this idea around, and that's why it's suddenly happening. This could, I suppose, be a way of stealing and selling Switch games illegally. It is possible. It doesn't seem super likely in this case. I don't know why it would be quite so widespread is the thing. I feel like you would be able to localize it in some sort of way. There would be some sort of point of origin. It is slightly suspect that all of a sudden a bunch of people online have started to post this stuff, post pictures of them opening up a...
I've seen multiple pics of the people getting the googly eyes, but the people who like post the pics don't say where they are. So I do agree that something of this scale would have to be like, because they got different regions and shit, right? So the, I don't know if region would refer to the like region 1, the country. I'm just saying, like within the country itself, like different institutions take care of like the states and like all that. So when I say region, I like region 1, region 2, region 3, region 4, region 5, and so on. So it would be like localized to a well, let's just say like a tri-state area or something, right? Only a specific part of the country would be getting affected by it, you would think, right? but I haven't seen these people who say that they got the googly eye report, where they live.
A case and seeing a little googly eye there or something, and as far
But
as
James
I
Frosty's
know,
right.
it
This
could be
stuff has
different
happened
now. This
legit
could be a
before.
developing story. As far as I know, we've not really gotten like video of anybody actually
Especially around
taking
Christmas.
off the shrink wrap and finding this at the same time. I mean, like, who is recording themselves open up all of their Switch games? So maybe the opportunity just hasn't arisen. Do we all need to start like recording our unboxings of every Switch game? Is that a thing we need to do now? And it is also interesting because like the shrink wrap that you find on a game,
I zoned out. What's the googly eye bit? That tends to happen with Arlo videos. Basically, people are buying Switch games, and instead of the cartridge being in the case, it's a googly eye. It's a googly eye because when you shake the box, it makes the same kind of jiggle that when you shake a Switch box with the game in it, the cartridge kind of jiggles around in the slot that it's in. So they replace it with the googly eye and like a little piece of plastic to hold it together in the little slot where the cartridge goes. And they're like re-shrink wrapping it too, and people are getting these games. Apparently, multiple people have taken pictures, and I've seen these pictures too because there was an article written about it where multiple pictures were posted, all by different users on like Reddit and shit and Twitter. So this seems to be a thing, but there's not enough corroborating evidence. Like I didn't see any of these people say where they live at or like what stores they went to. Arlo says it's at all major retailers. My thing would be, okay, if they're re-shrink wrapping the game, Nintendo games are shrink wrapped in such a way that, like, I don't know, like, how easy it is to shrink wrap something and for you to do it in the way that Nintendo does it, because it's kind of like the corners are all folded. If you bought a Switch game physically, you know what I'm talking about. Like, the corners are like shrink wrapped and folded like neatly and shit. It's got a very specific thing to it. I feel like if you were to shrink wrap yourself, you wouldn't be able to easily replicate that. I don't know, unless you had their settings. Maybe they got it custom shrink wrap with their neat little folding techniques. I feel like if you were to shrink wrap it yourself, there would be some wiggle room to work with. Like it wouldn't be a perfect, accurate shrink wrap. There would be some extra space, be kind of loose. The corners wouldn't be folded because I've done a little bit of shrink wrapping, not to power level too much, but in high school I did fuck around with the shrink wrap machine for the program that I was in high school. So I kind of know how it works. I certainly wouldn't be able to work one now if you asked me to, but I have like vague memories of fiddling around with it. And whenever we shrink wrapped something, the corners were not folded. It was just like it was just fucking shrink wrapped. Yeah, most retailers don't have shrink wrap machines in the back. They just hold the product. When they receive the product from the warehouse, from the truck, the shit's already shrink wrapped. So if it was an employee doing it at the retail store at that level, they wouldn't be able to re-shrink wrap the game. So it makes me think maybe it's above that. Maybe it's before it even gets to the stores. So it would have to be at a warehouse level. But if it's at a warehouse level, these warehouses only serve so many stores. So it goes back to my region argument where there are different warehouses and stuff like that and different regions to oversee. So like when I was working retail, we would have region 1, 2, 3, and 4. Region 1 would be, the southern United States. Region 2 would be eastern. Region 3 would be the west, so on and so forth. So it makes me think, okay, if this is real and it's legit happening, it's probably only affecting a certain region, right? Unless there's like, again, this is a large scale gay op. And there's like multiple employees in on it at the warehouse level across multiple warehouses in multiple regions, taking Switch cartridges to sell them on eBay or something and replacing them with googly. And where are they getting the googly eyes? Where are they getting the googly eyes? And how are the googly eyes all identical across all the images I've seen? Like I'm seeing the images and they're all coming from different accounts, but they don't say, the accounts aren't saying where they are. And the googly eyes all look identical. So let's assume any two given accounts are from different states. So you get one state that's from California and one state that's from Louisiana. They according to them, they say they're from these two states. And then they present their like stolen game. They open the box and then they take a picture with the googly eye. How does the googly eye look identical between both pictures when they say they're from different states? This would mean it would have to be a large-scale gay op across multiple warehouses, and everyone has the same brand of googly eyes. Not all googly eyes are alike. but they just happen to have the same googly eye, and it's the same dimensions to fit within the Switch cartridge game slot in the case. Like, excuse me if I'm a little skeptical here. Well, like I said, it could just be like a grand operation. Maybe it really is happening. A little sus if you ask me. It's like something that seems like, oh, this probably is something happening. Oh, I gotta be more careful when I buy my Switch games. Oh, now I gotta open my Switch games at the store, because if I go home and open it and there's a googly eye in there, and if I go back and tell GameStop or Best Buy or Target about it, they're not gonna let me return it, because at that point I won't be able to prove that I didn't just take the game myself and put a googly eye there myself. So now I gotta buy the game and then open it at the store in front of them so that they know the googly eye was there, or that the game was there. It's gonna feel that anxiety, right? At least for the next couple of weeks or something, whenever you buy a Switch game. But if you parse it and you think about it for like a couple of seconds, like the logistics of this don't make sense for this to be something that's actually happening. We found Dick-kun Wolf's next case, right?
It's very particularly shrink wrapped. Like if you have a shrink wrap machine and you...
Yeah, they do keep the cases locked up now, Knock. I don't think this is like an employee doing it, or like someone, but you got the right idea. So like in the case, who doesn't have their cases locked up like that? Best Buy. If you go to Best Buy and you're a customer, and they got them in the cases, right? At Best Buy, I haven't been to Best Buy in a minute, but when I last went to Best Buy, they had them not in the giant glass case like Target and Walmart do. The games are out, but they're in the individual plastic boxes that you still have to take to an employee to get them open. So imagine, if you will, customer steals the plastic box. They open the plastic box, then open the game case, and then put the googly eye in, and then return the game to Best Buy. They still wouldn't be able to do that because the Best Buy employee would open the game case to verify the game cartridge was still in there, and they would still see the googly eye. So it can't be customers doing it. And just because of the logistics I've already talked about, it can't be employees doing it either. It's happening at the warehouse, if it's even happening at all.
Throw something in there, you're gonna get a much more like rough shrink wrap, but these are always like really like nice and smooth and tightly folded. I don't know where consumer level shrink wrap technology is these days. I don't know if it's easy to shrink wrap something exactly in the same way that Nintendo does.
I wouldn't say it's accessible.
Really not sure, but yeah,
you can't go to like Office Max and shrink wrap shit, I don't think, at a consumer level.
People from all over just started opening up cases and finding googly eyes. And you know what, I think the real reason I don't believe it is because it's too good of a joke. It's funny. I like that. It's great.
Yeah, it's pretty silly.
People get together and they're all like, hey, let's do this thing. Let's just all kind of, someone's got to be able to find it somewhere. There's got to be some Discord server or forum or something somewhere where people planned this out. We just gotta find it. But you know, you collaborate with your friends and suddenly people across the country are all reporting this funny googly eye thing all at the same time.
It's too good to be true. I don't believe it.
It all happens all at once, and so now there's like
yeah,
news
Flippy,
stories
they're putting
and
googly
stuff.
eyes in the Switch game cases apparently.
I can see that. I think it makes sense. And you know, I like it a lot because even if it is a silly prank, it is a victimless one.
No,
it's
not.
just funny. You know, it's not. Nobody's like worried.
What if you get the game, you get the googly eye, and you can't return it because they think you're the one who took the game and you're trying to get a free refund?
About this, it
literally isn't a victimless crime.
You know,
I spent money.
There's the
I spent $60 for Mario Odyssey and got a googly eye. Where's my fucking game, Arlo?
Like, oh, I hope there's no googly eye in here. That moment when they're like opening it up, they're like shaking and sweating. I suppose you could say that is potential harm to be done to a person, but for the most part, it's just a funny story about people possibly finding googly eyes, of all things, in their Switch game cases. Do you think this could be real? Has this happened to you? Or is it perhaps just another big Reddit karma farming stunt? Let me know. Actually, no, I will say there is one damaging thing to come from all of this, and it is me simply being exposed to the idea, the concept of googly eyes, which never fails to get googly eyes by Casper Baby Pants stuck in my head. Stuck in my head.
Casper Baby what?
I
Cobra?
predict it'll probably be at least for the rest of today. Casper Baby Pants is well, it's
Yeah, I just said that. Now you're gonna have to open up games for the
President of the
cashier.
United States of America.
Guy who just
has
wants to clock
a
out and go home.
Focused musical project called Casper Baby Pants. Really good stuff. If you have any kids,
Arlo,
in your
what
life,
are you? Arlo,
like,
end the video.
get Casper Baby Pants on the old smart
Arlo,
device,
end the
on
video.
old music player
End
or
the-
something. It's really, really good stuff.
I feel like it's
Even if you will
2012
be
YouTube. We gotta
doomed
talk as
to
long as possible to
eternally
hit 10
associate googly
minutes.
eyes with this song and like just kind of sing it to yourself on loop for hours and hours.
Yes, Arlo, you are
Like
looping.
I anticipate I will be doing. Oh, googly eyes, don't look so surprised. I will put you on.
It's like it's a pre-stream. What's with the singing? Thank you, Arlo. All right, this is the last Arlo for today, I promise. This one is pretty interesting. This is Sticker Star Paper Mario beta footage. He put this out a while ago. But people unearthed a beta trailer for Paper Mario Sticker Star, the 3DS one that nobody likes. They unearthed a beta trailer from 2010 that was thought to be lost media, but people found it, and they were sucking its cock for like a day. I wasn't impressed by it, but I'll probably speak as to why I wasn't impressed by it as we play that video. Just give me a second. Next time I die. Right there. Googly eye insurance. That would actually make the GameStop insurance viable. You know, they raised it up to like
Paper
$7.
Mario 3DS. No, not Sticker Star, but the version of the game that we almost got. This project has been only growing in our minds, especially with all the Paper
So that's the
Mario
footage right there that
related
he's
drama
playing.
over the years. It
The lost
has
trailer.
grown into this mythical thing. It's, you know, legend tells that originally Paper Mario on the 3DS was going to be the best Paper Mario game ever. It was going to be
He's exaggerating a
Thousand
little
Year
bit
Door
here.
2. It was going to be everything we could possibly ever want from a Paper Mario, perfect in every way. But then, one day, Miyamoto came in and said, no, take out all the cool stuff, make it not fun. You know how the story goes.
Specifically, he said, the build that we are watching in the footage right now was too much like Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door, which is the one I played last year on the Switch. He said it was too much like that game, and then said, if the game is good without a story, do we really need one? So that's why Sticker Star, the final product on 3DS, has almost no story to speak of. It has dialogue and funny characters, but not really much in a way of a narrative like 1,000-Year Door did. To summarize that, because Arlo assumes that only Paper Mario fans are going to watch this video, which is an accurate assumption, I suppose.
It's obviously one day, Miyamoto came in and said, no, take out all the cool stuff, make it not fun. You know how the story goes. It's obviously not as simple as that. But there's always just been this idea, this original version of the game that he said looked...
I'll be honest, it looks okay, but it just looks like basic bitch Mario. Not to say Sticker Star final product wasn't basic bitch Mario, but people were hailing this like the second coming of Jesus. Like, this is so much better than the final product that we never got. It looks to me like a proof of concept that a Paper Mario could work on a 3DS. There's absolutely nothing really of substance to the areas that are being shown. It's just Paper Mario. It's Mario walking around in environments that are very empty, devoid of almost anything, to prove that if they wanted to do Paper Mario on a 3DS, it was feasible, and it could possibly look like this.
Too much like 1,000-Year Door or whatever, before they essentially, like, scrapped it or just, you know,
This Chain Chomp partner is cool.
Before they...
But he looks generic.
Essentially, like, scrapped it or just, you know...
And as you can see, even in the earliest builds, this is like the earliest build we know about, the stickers were still there.
Drastically shifted development into what eventually became Sticker Star. So we really don't know much about this original version, but we have had, like, images, little tiny bits. You know, there was a... You could call it a demo because it was on a 3DS system, but it wasn't playable. It was just like a video that was on 3DS.
Yeah, it was at E3 2010.
I believe it was E3 2010. And all we've had up until now from this, you know, quote-unquote demo, this little video, the trailer basically, was like a few screenshots and like blurry over the shoulder, like just pointing the camera at a 3DS, and then the video itself is also the super low
DSP
resolution
style.
It's all been really rough. Essentially, this was Nintendo first showing off the game, and not even like officially, not even like in a Nintendo Direct or whatever. This was
Yeah,
just,
it wasn't
like,
even
the first
named yet at
glimpse
E3
of this
2010.
game, and then after that, they changed it.
Final release was 2012.
It seems
so 2 years.
This is
they revealed
crazy.
it 2 years early.
But for the first time ever, we have the entire unbroken video. Not just screenshots, not over the shoulder. I'm not 100% sure who got their hands on this or how. I believe that they got their hands on an actual, like, one of those 3DS demo units. And
I think that's what happened. That was the story.
This is
they were able to purchase one.
Super high quality. It's a 2-minute long trailer. It's the whole thing. We have it. We have the entirety of this alpha or beta or whatever you call it footage from the original version of Paper Mario 3DS. This is truly an historic day, a historic discovery for Paper Mario fans. We have the best
Check out this
look
Monty
that
Mole.
we have ever had at this original version of the game. And it is, I mean, it's
He
fascinating.
got cut from the final game.
It's really fascinating because we've had all these questions because, you know, the original version.
It's
the biggest
fascinating,
thing,
but I'd be hard-pressed to
the
say it looks
absolute
better
biggest thing
than the final
is that
version.
we could see that there was a
Like, let's
chain chomp
define
partner.
better.
That was always like, we were gonna have a chain chomp partner because partners. It always comes down to partners. You know, modern Paper Mario, they did away with partners. It's one of the worst things because having partners was always so cool. Just like Mushroom Kingdom denizens, just, I don't know. The concept of a partner in Paper Mario is just too cool. So like the chain chomp was always this big thing where it's like, oh, look, we were gonna get a chain chomp and they removed it. So we do get more footage of that. Before we go into specifics though, I suppose I will say, like, overall, I think it is fascinating how much this looks like Sticker Star.
Right? That was my first takeaway.
Like,
wow.
You know, Legend
it still
says
kind of looks
that
like Sticker
it was
Star.
completely scrapped and completely redone. But like,
yeah, right.
I don't think it was.
No,
I really don't think
no,
it was. I think
it
that
was
they
not.
shifted development. You know, they probably scrapped a lot of like ideas.
Focus either shifted after Miyamoto took a look at it, or they just went in a new direction. But they ain't scrapped everything. This is ridiculous.
Clearly they scrapped the partner idea, but like the bones of Sticker Star are still absolutely here, including stickers.
Yeah, the foundation's present.
Like just straight up stickers. It seems that even from way back then,
This is the most unique area in the trailer, and it's just a pink empty cave.
This
is cool though, the fishbone. He looks different than he does in the final game, and he's got this weird attack where he clones himself as you jump on him.
Straight up stickers. It seems that even from way back then, even when this was supposedly
He's
gonna
multiplying.
be Thousand Year Door 2 or whatever, no, it was still going to use a sticker system. It seems they were always going to do that, and the overall like look of the game is still very similar. It's still very kind of basic Mario visuals, and you know, this could have just been because this was like an alpha build, because this was just like the first thing that they did and wanted to show off. Maybe this was more of a prototype. Maybe it would have ended up looking more interesting if they had continued down this path. But at least what we see here, it really does just kind of look like Sticker Star. Just sort of basic Mario environments. It doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. But like, yeah, just kind of basic, fighting basic enemies. You even see some environments that look like the ones that ended up in the game. You get a poison swamp with a big wiggler. That was like an entire chapter of Sticker Star, so like that stayed in there. And yeah, I don't know, for the most part, it really does just look like Sticker Star. The main thing that they got rid of is like original kind of looking enemies. There's a part in the trailer where he fights like a cool, like Monty Mole King looking dude with like a beard. That's really cool. That's one of the standout bits in the trailer here. Some cool, like,
well, the concept
bonefish,
of Mario
like,
fighting
jumps on it
big
and it
Mario
kinda, like,
enemies with a
explodes
crown on
everywhere.
their
That's
head
really
did
cool.
make it into the
There's
final
little bits.
game.
Little bits here and there.
He's not that
And then,
original. He's
yeah,
just
of
a
course, the
purple
chain
big
jump.
Monty
Let's
Mole.
get to the chain jump.
If he made it into the final game, the only thing that would have been different is that he would not have been purple.
If they had gone down this path, maybe they would have made it look more unique. It would have been a unique chain chomp, or maybe not. Maybe even at this point in the process, even when the game allegedly was going to be the most perfect, beautiful thing ever, maybe even then they were starting to lean away from original designs, because there's really not a lot of original designs here in this trailer, and we can't
why
know
can't
if
trolls
it really
make
was
you can't
always just gonna be a
troll at
regular
DSPs, but you can't make one of
chain chomp.
simulcasts.
Who knows? But the idea is really cool, though. Like, chain chomps are
Defiance.
just awesome. The idea of Mario kind of having control over one is great. We can see. It's amazing. I really didn't expect this many details, but like out on the overworld, you can see that its ability is like shooting forward, and it like crashes through a bunch of blocks, and then in battle, it smashes into enemies. So we get to see the overworld ability and the in-battle attack, which is so cool. Like, we really just get the one partner, but it's, I don't know. It's so cool seeing that. It's really, really awesome seeing this little chain chomp. I've been in love with this little chain chomp forever, ever since I saw these screenshots. I've always wanted to know what that little chain chomp was about. We don't have a name or anything, but we see it in action. And I like that. And I like to hope that someday we do get a cool chain chomp.
Is there someone over
partner.
here?
I really do. But yeah, like most of the trailer, it is pretty
Whenever
basic
when I
stuff.
want to go
It's
on their side, though,
Mario,
not
he's
allowed.
using the sticker system. He's jumping on enemies. He's using his hammer on enemies. He's running around. He's hitting question mark blocks and getting items and stuff. Pretty basic environments. You do get like a little playing card environment. I suppose that's a unique one.
It looks
It's a little
pretty
bit-
boring
little
to
bit,
me.
like,
The playing
the kind
card,
of thing that
it's
you would
pretty
see in
uninspired.
the original Paper Mario kind of.
But it's some people's favorite part of the trailer. Like, what the fuck?
The use of
It's not really much going
giant
on in that
thwomp
part of the trailer.
In this this one shot here, we mostly get thwomps. Thwomps, I feel like they don't come up nearly as much. I think, but like it's huge, but it's in a
Mostly
Paper
in Mario
game,
Party.
so when it slams down, it's like completely paper thin. I think that's very funny. I think that's very clever, and it's even got the crack on the back, just like in 64. Super cool. Another standout little chunk is this bit right here, where the background, like the wall, kind of like scoots out, and it's funny because this is not really that interesting or unique as an idea. I mean, this is the kind
Why
of
did
thing
they not paint Spawn?
Paper Mario and regular Mario, like we've just seen it a bunch of times. We're like, oh, and now the background. I don't know. It seems like a very like standard Nintendo-y thing. But watching this trailer, I just think they really pulled it off well.
I think we've seen effects like that before in Paper Mario 64, where you hit like a switch and then I don't know, like for example, the castle wall shifts back, or the doors, the doorways jump up or something. That happened in like the Koopa Brothers Fortress.
Effect where it looks like the image is
thank
stretching.
God the maps have changed.
But then it immediately becomes a 3D space. I don't know. Just wanted to point that out. I just think it looks really good. Like, I guess it's the way that like it moves back, but then the floor texture itself kind of shifts. I don't know. Whatever. Just thought it was cool. And that's basically it. Yeah, most of it. It's it looks like Paper Mario. It looks like Sticker Star did end up being. And I think
right here, this is what he's talking about. This is the effect he's talking about. I think they did this to showcase the 3DS's effects. This probably looked cool on a demo unit itself.
Looks like Paper Mario. It looks like Sticker Star did.
So you hit the switch, and then the wall shifts backward.
End up being, and I think it's safe to say, I think it was always safe to say that like we really could not guess what the game was going to be, and it was a little silly to imagine that it was going to be the most perfect project ever. And I feel like watching the whole thing now, it kind of confirms that this legendary canceled project that got like slapped down by Miyamoto, like maybe we've let our imaginations run a little wild. I do think that.
Well, they only shifted direction because Miyamoto looked at it and said it was too much like Thousand Year Door. That doesn't mean the original concept and direction was that they were going to make it exactly like Thousand Year Door, a sequel to Thousand Year Door. Miyamoto, who looked at it later on, was the first person to draw connections to Thousand Year Door. That doesn't mean it was their original intent. He said it looked too much like Thousand Year Door, so that caused the shift in direction to focus more on stickers, even though it was already focused on stickers at this point, even at this early build.
This had not been interfered with, it probably still would have ended up being pretty darn similar. And I mean, at the same time, you could argue that even a Paper Mario with relatively basic elements with, you know, environments that are a little like standard Mario. A lot of like really standard Mario enemies.
Absolutely
like,
standard Mario environments in this trailer.
Have made for a much better game than the one that we got. You know, if it had partners, if it had literally any unique enemies or ideas at all. Or like, you know, a story, dialogue, characters, that kind of stuff. More than just like
Sticker Star did have
basic,
dialogue.
I don't know, whatever. Don't just try to trash Sticker Star.
Okay, like I'm gonna act like everyone was as silent as Bowser in that game, I guess.
Even if it was Sticker Star, even if it did have this sticker system, the fact that it had stickers wasn't like the entirety of the problem by any means. It was how
Absolutely
it was implemented.
Not.
They really screwed up a lot of stuff with that, and yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of...
He's right when he says that.
We really don't know what the project would have been. We can only guess. We can only, like, insert our own desires into it.
People would have sucked.
Like,
oh, look, I caused my belt.
Really
people would have sucked
really
stickers off if it came with a good story.
Of Sticker Star, a prototype version that we never really got to play. They never really got to finish. Who knows how it would have turned out? We will never know. But golly, look at this. Look at this. It's a real thing. After all this time, we got this like a clean version of the entire unbroken demo reel. I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. I mean, it really is. It's a big
It's good to see.
It is a big moment.
I really did think it was
Super
lost
Mario
media for the longest time.
I'm sure
I didn't think we would ever get this
Nintendo
trailer.
It's
not. It's a W for
happy.
preservation.
Sure, they've heard about this already. I'm sure they are incredibly displeased that we get to see this. I mean, technically, it was public. Technically, this is something that they showed to people. It's not like
it was public at a point in time.
Internal documents or whatever. Like it was supposed to be public, but I don't know. I bet they still don't like that it got out. Whatever though, we got to see this little chain chomp in action, and I am pleased. I don't know. I feel like a 14-year itch on my back that I couldn't reach has finally been scratched, and it feels good.
All right, that's the video. Oh, yeah, the trailer looked all right to me, but I maintain what I said. It doesn't look like 1,000-Year Door 2 or anything. It looked like a proof of concept that a Paper Mario game could work on 3DS if they wanted to. And they did end up deciding to make a Paper Mario on 3DS. And it was terrible, and nobody liked it. I thought it was all right. But I'm easy to impress. Oh yeah, these videos can absolutely be half the length. This is a shitpost channel. If you didn't, because I don't know if you were here when I said that. He uploads the Ramble videos here, and then his main channel is for the videos that he actually does editing on, or the videos his editor does editing on with the script. Okay, like I said, that was the last Arlo video. Coco Melon gave me brain damage by harmful opinions. Thankfully, none of my nieces growing up ever watched Coco Melon. And it didn't exist when I was growing up.
Heard of Coco Melon?
Neither did smartphones.
We might learn about it today. I have heard streamers who are parents decry it. Ban this sick filth.
We're gonna react to a react to a react.
Coco Melon.
We've
the most
this
evil
low.
channel on YouTube. Years ago, I heard content creators and streamers who had kids talk about how they'd let their kid watch all sorts of stuff. They would not let their kid look at Coco Melon.
My son is almost 2 and I've been letting him watch Coco Melon, but now I had to get him speech therapy so I could get him to talk. There are hundreds and hundreds of anecdotes in which parents mention
parental issue. No, I cannot blame the channel. How much of this show was your kid watching? How much?
In the exact same problem. The Coco...
My 2-year-old is speech delayed and addicted to Coco Melon. Ma'am, your baby was born addicted to Coco Melon. Actual internet crack baby. Just turn off the TV, right? Just be parent.
So insanely addictive, it's being compared to nicotine.
Yeah, Sticker Star is an adventure game, not an RPG.
Stop watching.
It has RPG elements.
The kids who can't stop watching. The kids
Blue's
who are not stopped from watching.
I was
by
watching
their
Barney
parents.
and Kipper and
Why
Bob the Builder.
Why are we talking about the self-control of literal
I like every
2-year-olds?
Barney VHS.
Why are we talking about the self-discipline of 2-year-olds? Not stopped by their parents, not the babies.
But the
who
whole
can't
VHS cabinet was nothing but
these
Barney.
6-month-olds can't stop themselves from touching Cocomelon on their little baby tablet. Shut the f up.
TV expert Jerica Sands calls it the most damaging show a child can watch.
I don't know. There are probably worse ones. Maybe certainly the worst. I presume it's assumed that you should only include other children's shows in that list. I think there are some other ones that would do some permanent damage.
Explaining the sneaky ways in which they make the show addictive. Firstly, there's the colors.
Firstly, there is an algorithm that is injected into...
Just inherently, I feel it's a bit depressing that kids tend to be raised on tablets nowadays. It's not my place to speak because I'm not a parent, but that's just that's the gut feeling I get. But is it really any different than, as I just said, me being raised on like TV and like fucking Barney and shit? But I wasn't watching it like all the time, every day. I went outside. I played games outside and games inside, video games. I did other stuff, you guys. I went to school. I had friends, you guys. It just feels like everyone's all cooped up inside nowadays. It's the absolute state of society, because now going outside is super dangerous because you go outside and then, like, it's not safe anymore because we're a low-trust society. Mustafa! Flippy says, work at a daycare, and every kid has a phone or tablet. It's just terrible. Like, my niece has got tablets. They even talk about wanting to get my little niece tablets. Like, she's not even so-and-so years old yet. What? No, she's not getting a tablet. What are you talking about? Brother Dingus, you're crazy.
To your computer by the show itself that causes it to produce fentanyl particles that are released into the air, making the baby literally physically dependent.
For example, the wheels on the bus.
Please. Stop. Is this real?
The three main colors, blue, green, and yellow,
is wheels on the bus like brainwashing our kids now?
They cannot be made any brighter, no matter how hard you try. Extreme saturation is normally used.
In the future, the only people who will be able to function are those with color blindness. Only they are immune to Cocomelon.
For alerts and notifications, as its exciting dynamic.
It's real psychology. Babies are not getting a nicotine-like addiction from saturated colors, though. No way.
It tracks attention, which is why it's also used in slot machines. Cocomelon.
Oh, okay, now I get it. Yeah, because of the slot. Okay, see, I was kind of confused. I didn't get how I didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he brought up slot machines. Now I get it.
This is why it's also used in slot machines. Cocomelon puts these colors in perfect contrast, making them appear even more vibrant, which is different to, for example, Bluey, in which the colors instead blend together.
Ethical.
My niece is like Bluey, thankfully. Well, Bluey's alright.
Color palettes.
It doesn't treat you like a fucking child.
Cocomelon's also different because it's highly repetitive. There's a reason they have 38 videos with over 1 billion views. A child's brain is wired to learn through repetition.
Right. Two things are being mashed together here. He's saying the show is very repetitive, and then he's saying there's a reason they have so many views. The reason it has so many views presumably will be the video is being repeated over and over again, shown to the child over and over again, which is different from the show itself being very repetitive, which I presume it is, but he's sort of mashed two things together. How many times the video itself is played, and the content of the video.
So it feels right to them to watch the same thing over and over again. Cocomelon abuses this in almost every video. For example, in the Yes Yes Playground song, they pick a word to repeat 3 times in every sentence.
The evil Yes Yes Playground song.
Background lullaby, keeping children hooked. Literally no show or movie puts my son in.
This is why Skibidi Toilet is an ethical show for your kids as well. Okay? Think about it. Brr, Skibidi Dop, dop, dop. That's the same word 3 times, but yes,
I saw blind boxes for Skibidi Toilet at Walmart. How do they have the rights to make? Who has the rights to Skibidi Toilet?
They take the edge off by only repeating another word twice. Brr, Skibidi dop, dop, dop. Yes, yes.
I thought that was just footage from Gary's mod.
Cocomelon does.
Why are you sissy hypnoing your 1-year-old? Man, this show, like, makes it seem like my son's had a heroin overdose and he just starts frothing at the mouth. Stop showing it to your kids. What is wrong with you? It's really up, but I just keep doing it over and over again.
And it's on the TV, he turns into a toddler zombie who doesn't see or hear anything else that's going on in the room.
If I had a child and there was a show that did that, that show would be banned from my house, and I would do everything I could to stop it from appearing.
So I could make my own skibbity toilet blind boxes if I wanted to. If I wanted to.
Which have also been a heavy point of criticism. The letters are not educational. I can barely read them fast enough. It's simply another interesting element to capture your little one's attention.
Just too slow for the next generation, all right?
Oh, it's in Fortnite. I didn't even know it was in Fortnite.
Cocomelon explains in
Who do you, like, I just want to know who gets paid. Who gets paid whenever they do skibbity toilet anything?
Kids, giving you the peace of mind that your children.
If it's public domain, then, or just something that you can get away with, as long as you don't reference anything that Valve ever made, probably just Epic themselves, so they don't have to pay anybody.
Receiving quality education.
Imagine if you were the uploader of the video, like what the fuck?
That they're teaching exactly what children shouldn't. For example, in the No Bedtime song, the baby refuses to brush his teeth, have a bath, put on pajamas, or get in bed.
It's a Chinese psyop.
Education is that he eventually agrees to do so, yet a TikTok user was critical, stating, anytime I'd ask my son to do a simple task, he'd say no.
How old's your son? Is he going to tell us how old the son is? Is your son perhaps 2 years
old?
The
son's 16.
I have psychic powers. Is her son perhaps 2 years old?
Sitting there watching Coco.
He's 18 years old and he still won't brush his teeth after watching Cocomelon all day.
Which taught him no, and just say no
stinky.
to me. On the topic of education, Jerica San stated, these people don't...
Women losing to a YouTube short?
Give a shit about our children. They care about money. Yeah. That's it.
How much do you care about your child that you've sat them in front of that show for hours, though? Do you think you care more or less about your child than they do? Because you don't even get money out of your kids, so why do you give a
That's a good point to make.
In front of that, I can only come to...
It feels like blaming Cocomelon for your own failures as a parent. If your kid is addicted to Cocomelon, is that Cocomelon's fault, or is it your fault for putting them in front of Cocomelon as a substitute for a babysitter? Like, of course Cocomelon's like prime operative is to make as much money as possible. That's why the videos are so evil. But you're the one who elected to put your child in front of Cocomelon.
Conclusion that you're not that bothered.
Yeah, it could be a column A and column B. It's so evil that they're manipulating children and getting them addicted to the alphabet song.
Cocomelon has a dedicated Distractotron room in which once a month children are brought here one at a time and shown a handful of episodes to figure out exactly which parts of the shows are engaging.
Yeah, but they can turn this around and say, hey, it's actually an accessibility feature. It helps the children who have ADHD to focus.
Which are tuned out. Next to the TV playing Cocomelon, there's a second screen which plays a continuous loop of banal real-world scene. We can see what they're looking at and the exact moment when they got distracted. Therefore, education clearly isn't the primary goal. Keeping kids' attention is, and this is proven by Cocomelon's most addictive element, rapid camera cutting. It's crazy how many times the frame changes on Cocomelon. It's the same type of addicting behavior that we experience on it.
What I'd want to see is that there's no educational outcome. The thing I have the greatest interest in, so of course they want the kids' attention, but educational content has baked in a reason to capture attention, because they're not going to learn if they're distracted. The thing that would condemn it would be that it does not have a, I'm orange,
TikTok binge. It's the quick change of frame that releases that dopamine and makes the videos addicting to watch. Count the seconds between
dopamine
a change of frame.
for babies.
Well, TikToker the Circus Brain did exactly this. He firstly counts the changes on My Little Pony, concluding there's about 6 seconds between each cut. He then compares it to Cocomelon.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
In her video,
you should take that footage and say sick footage of Cocomelon.
Yes.
It destroyed my child's brain. He can't even count to 10.
night.
Watch as he tries, but Cocomelon foils him every time.
Dr. Kristen Summer explained that when showing an infant normal video content, they'll focus on the screen
Who's Dr. Kristen Summer?
just 11% of the time. However, when the video is instead switched to Cocomelon, their screen engagement skyrockets to a whopping 74%.
What is the reason to not do that? Presumably, if they're being shown something valuable, that's good. If it is educational, then that's not necessarily bad.
This therefore produces stories such as this. I used to volunteer for a preschool and they had song time. A Cocomelon video came on and all of the tots stopped what they were doing, put down their cheese crackers and remained fixated on the screen for the duration of the video. It was honestly kind of terrifying.
They
were being mind controlled.
Put on Dragon Ball Z when I was 6 years old in the classroom. See what happens.
YouTuber Saberspark
You watch Dragon Ball Z at school? What kind of school you go to?
That anecdote is not worth much consideration in my opinion. Hey, at school we put on the thing they all like to watch, and they stopped paying attention to anything but the thing.
Movie with his two younger cousins, who both completely refused and instead spent all day glued to an iPad playing the addictive show. In Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, a mother talks about her son. It would be in the face while watching it.
Comedians become a member.
Right in front of his
Cocomelon
face,
is
and he
simply
wouldn't
trying
move.
to weed out the epileptics with their constant jump cuts. It's survival of the fittest.
True, Cocomelon caused my
Yeah, it's okay
son
to show your
have
child
many
Dragon Ball, I agree.
Stroke-like episodes. Stop showing it to him then. I just waved my hand in front of his face and he wouldn't move. It was scary. Don't show it to your kid. You sick freak. You up bitch. Don't show that shit
Yeah,
to your
Trump
kid
is
if it does
saving
it to them.
America
Maybe
by
he's actually
banning
having some
TikTok
sort of
at last.
medical episode. What are you doing?
It was almost scary. This was also discovered by Sarah Mills 98, who explained when the Cocomelon addiction is so real that my 1-year-old can navigate the TV to turn it on by himself. However, nothing.
Yeah,
Cocomelon
that's
did
again. That seems like
No
a
element
failure of the
his life
parents.
did that. Just Cocomelon. Cocomelon MK Ultras your baby into understanding a controller. True, you're not wrong, Hex. Educational.
Shows the addiction better than the Cocomelon TikTok trend. Parents will play the show's intro loudly and video their kids sprinting toward the television, where you can witness their mood change instantly. The New York Times journalist found.
Does that not happen with other shows? I distinctly remember my younger sibling getting going fucking crazy for stuff. There was like this dinosaur movie she'd watch 1,000,000 times. Lose her mind for.
Land
Shut
Before
out
Time?
everything else come running if she heard it. That doesn't sound special to Cocomelon.
Something
I don't think my
The
nieces
kid
ever
in the
did something like
Destructitron
that.
had shown up in the midst of a
Come running
There
when they
could be
hear a theme
problems
song.
with Cocomelon without it being, Satan's psyop.
which ended the second he heard the Cocomelon theme song. It was no surprise to Wheeler, the head of research.
You ever see that
99%
cat
of
dog
kids,
response?
he said,
Cat
if they're having
dog.
issues when they get
Cat
here, once that Cocomelon song
dog.
comes on, they're like, life is okay. All is good with the world. Obviously, there's a reason for this. Cocomelon is so hyperstimulating that it actually acts as a drug. And what happens when you take...
What are you quoting here? What is this source?
Is okay. All is good with the world. Obviously, there's a reason for this. Cocomelon is so hyperstimulating that it actually acts as a drug, and what happens...
A stimulant. What did you just cite? Cocomelon, the video file itself, a Cocomelon.mp4, is itself a drug.
When you take the drug away. Young children experiencing symptoms of addiction and withdrawal, obviously leaving them completely dysregulated. TikTok user ThePop1 filmed what happens when you take the show away, explaining he'll be inconsolable for at least 10 to 15 minutes.
I want to see a baby die because of due to sudden Cocomelon.
That's fucked out of context.
After,
I want to
and
see
in
a
the
baby
description,
die.
Cocomelon Meltdown is legit.
My baby was born addicted to Cocomelon. I was babysitting while pregnant and Cocomelon was on for the babies I was babysitting and my baby got addicted through my consumption.
it. Once you have a taste of the cocoa, it's hard to break the addiction, which this Reddit user had experienced even worse. My husband and I have been worried
Yeah, we don't even get good theme songs anymore because my ads.
About our child. I can slowly see how she'd throw violent tantrums at home and in church whenever she'd get bored and would want to watch the show.
17-month-old? We're not quite up to that 2-year-old mark, the terrible 2s, but yeah.
The more they watch the show, the more their brain begins to expect this intense level of stimulation.
Nice. They're the new breed. Not slow boomers.
Basically, Cocomelon overstimulates their brains so much that everything else just...
Why are you showing me Lego Star Wars?
To stimulate your brain. It's to stimulate your brain and capture your attention like Cocomelon.
slow and boring in comparison.
However, the potential consequences get much worse than this. As mentioned at the start...
Why the f did you just show me Lego Star Wars?
Maybe because Lego Star Wars is a slow-paced game.
It was the cause of a child's speaking problems, with a notable reply reading, "Same thing happened with my daughter too. She's 4 but can't speak properly. She knows the words, but she does not like to frame the sentence or speech. She's..."
Right.
I feel like there's it's like what Jay Frosty said earlier. It's a multifaceted issue. Like it's not like Cocomelon is not solely responsible for your kid being addicted to Cocomelon.
I want to check something. Parent check. Live doxing on stream. You ready? I want to see how these people talk.
I guess I'm doxing now. We're doxing.
We can't see how they talk, but there's their only playlist. They've got a nice bull ring in their nose. RuPaul's Drag Race is what they watch.
With a notable reply reading, "Same thing happened with my daughter."
Sounds like a
too.
AAA
Triple
parent to me.
Words, but she does not like to frame the sentence or speech. She has been watching these Cocomelons or such other stuffs for 2 or 3 years.
She has been watching these Cocomelons or such other stuffs. Methinks there is an alternative explanation. Hope we are not too late and everything sorts out. You're not going to mention that this parent is all jacked up in the way they speak?
Hope we're not too late. Over on Reddit, a speech-language pathologist explained, "Screen time in general is..."
We gotta get kids addicted to Warframe.
That is what they are, or are they just
send them to a broken
saying
mainstream.
they are?
Speech delays
We'll become fans
for a variety
real
of
quick.
reasons, but Cocomelon is excessively bad. Firstly, unlike other TV shows or movies, it doesn't have a story.
Doesn't have a story, so it can't teach your kid how to be gay. Hang on.
Yes! Maybe Cocomelon is good after
The
all.
speech pathologist is the Vegas Girls. Looks like all they talk about is, well, they talk about 2 things. They talk about speech and language
Cocomelon made
pathology,
my kid gay!
and they talk about Andrew Tate and feminism.
It's just very short clips with poorly written songs. The kids aren't able to follow the plot, learn vocabulary, and see the resolution of a conflict, supported by infant specialist Meg Fora.
And the problem with fast-paced TV programs is we find that little one's language development is slower.
On the Agents of Speech YouTube channel, this is again confirmed.
The main problem with watching videos on the internet is that they don't know how to use the language that they learn.
But he adds that 4 to 5 hours of screen time per day can make a toddler completely non-verbal.
I would suggest that for sure. The
And they don't want to talk because they're watching the video.
I think
they don't want to
regardless
talk
of
over
their-
Cocomelon,
they're gonna
obviously.
get a bit jacked up. Yeah.
4 to 5 hours is obviously a lot of time, but in Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, researchers discovered that 5-year-olds who watch more than 2 hours of TV a day tended to have lower attention spans and were 7.7 times more likely to show symptoms of ADHD.
Can we please go for 5-year-olds who watched more than? How about
Like if
5-year-olds who were allowed to watch more than?
Yeah,
Can we
like
stop,
if you're, why are you letting your kid
letting
watch
the
5
parents
hours
off
of
the hook on this,
Cocomelon?
please?
These
And then you're like,
screen
why
times
did he
might be
become
even
a
lower for
zombie?
Cocomelon specifically, because as explained by Jerica Sands, not all screen time is created equal. A child who just watched 30 minutes of Cocomelon and a child who just watched 30 minutes of Trash Truck will look like a very, very different child.
Wait, literally 30 minutes ever? I don't know, man.
Thankfully, here lies a simple solution. Sierra Renee explained
Not
that
having them
2-year-old is
watch
speech
5 hours of
delayed and
Cocomelon a
addicted
day?
to Cocomelon. Switched to Miss Rachel 2 days ago, and he's already saying more words and hasn't had any tantrums. Kim.it shared an almost identical anecdote. My 8-month-old was obsessed with Cocomelon and
So it's not really addictive, is it? If you can instantly sub something else in and they're fine. How addictive is it? You just set this up to be like...
Wait a minute, that is a good argument. They just showed the kids something else that wasn't Cocomelon. They paid attention and showed improvement because they were actually, you know, they were watching a better show. Just change the YouTube channel. Let me rewind that.
Had any tantrums. Kim.it shared an almost identical anecdote. My 8-month-old was obsessed with Cocomelon and
So it's not really addictive, is it? If you can instantly sub something else in and they're fine. How addictive is it? You just set this up to be like some sort of drug they have heroin withdrawals from. Just show them Miss Rachel. Is this sponsored?
having bad tantrums, so I cancelled Cocomelon and only let her watch Miss Rachel, and she said her first word within the first 3 days of watching. Clearly parents are able to simply change the channel, but not before leaving Cocomelon a massive amount of dislikes. And
Fuck
as with
you,
food,
Cocomelon.
exercise, etc., it comes down to each parent.
Chocolate made my 2-year-old diabetic.
To find the right and appropriate balance for their children. Our responsibility is ensuring that the quality of the content that we produce is high and beneficial for the development of a child's cognitive and soft skills. It is worth adding that our social media communities are filled with stories of parents who experience firsthand how Moonbug content helps their children.
Moonbug content. Are you a Moonbug fan? Become
You know,
a
if
bug
Ralph
chaser
had his
today.
way,
Join the
you know, his
community.
kids would be Cocomelon kids.
Cocomelon does have a crazy
Cocomelon would
amount
be
of
the
supported.
babysitter.
What?
Every day.
Anything that I've said that could seem
I guess
like
Miss
defense
Rachel
for
is another
Cocomelon,
educational
if this is what
channel.
the shit looks like, that's horrifying.
Sesame Street at home.
It's clearly demons communicating with your child.
People love blaming cartoons and games for raising
I'll go
children,
with
and not the shitty parents that don't step in to stop them from watching so much. Cocomelon.
That, again, is letting them off the hook too much, even. That's letting them off the hook. The parents don't step in. If your 6-month-old is watching Cocomelon, it's not because the parents didn't step in, it's because the parents put it on for them.
Cocomelon is actually a really sad symbol of parents giving their
What do
children
Inklings
tablets
watch?
instead of actually parenting and interacting with them. Ultimately, parents are the people who choose.
Squid
Really makes you
Street.
think, Sunny V. Thank you for leading us to that conclusion. I thought it might have actually been an interesting video where he says some wild things and then doesn't puss out at the end, but okay, nice.
Yeah, a little disappointing. You see, like, just like trying to shift the whole blame onto Cocomelon. Good video by Harmful, though. Apparently that was a Sunny V2 video. I don't watch much Sunny V2 content. Okay, I'm gonna put on the next one. This one is about VTubers. In regard specifically to the VTuber who was up for that Game Awards last year. Last year is in 2023, not 2024. Sorry, I'm still adjusting in 2025. The one who won the Game Awards 2023, and then the one that was up for Game Awards 2024, and bullying involved with that. You know me, I don't watch corpo VTubers. But what if I did? Yeah, Iron Mouse.
Do you guys know who Iron
Sunny
Mouse
V2
is?
sucks.
I know who Iron Mouse.
Probably does, but he made fun of Phil like once, so he was based for that.
This is kinda. Iron Mouse
Yeah,
is a
Squids
VTuber.
watch Squidbillies.
I think they're sick. By which I mean, I think they are literally ill. I believe Iron Dong, I almost said.
Iron
I
Dong?
believe Iron Mouse is a very popular VTuber who has some sort of illness and got a lot of subs on Twitch, right? They held the record at one point. I presume they were beaten by Kai Cenat or whatever.
Oh yeah, the Kai Cenat Chuds. Oh, we're gonna call them the Kai Cenat Chuds. It was a classic clash of cultures. I think I've talked about this before because I remember making this distinction. It was like the clash of culture between the anime weebs who watch Iron Mouse, who like call her their Oshi and shit, versus the Kai Cenat kick level Twitch Chad urban style people who like type in broken English and African American vernacular, and they love TikTok. So it was a clash of those cultures, and there was more than a little bit of harassment apparently from the Kai Cenat camp, and the Iron Mouse weebs were little pussy whiny baby poopy cry babies because they were getting bullied by the based Kai Cenat Chuds.
I'm not sure what the situation is, but I suspect it's related to Twitch subs. That would be my guess. Reverse, she beat Kai. Now it makes sense. I guarantee this video is about that. Okay.
This video is going to be a long-winded rant, and if you like that, welcome. Come join the Angry British Man.
18 minutes, 17 seconds is long. I get people not reading. The perception of a long-winded rant is 18 minutes.
They should watch a Dingus stream if they think that's long.
Don't worry, my normal videos will resume after this one. I just had to talk about this. I feel like online lately,
Drama.
it has been a miserable experience for any of us to be online, and I actively feel that my mental health gets drained.
This better not be a BetterHelp ad. It better not be a BetterHelp ad. By any of us, does he mean literally any of us? Or does he mean content creators or what? Literally anyone?
This guy looks like if Ricada was a Zoomer.
Just put on a lo-fi music stream.
Hey, Pam Pam.
Then you're online and it's comfy.
Using any
Arlo is, you missed the Arlo's segment, so we're listening to Harmful.
My personal case, Twitter.
The title of this video is the Internet Too Cruel? And it's apparently about Iron Mouse, the VTuber lady, and her getting bullied by Kai Cenat.
Especially, my personal case, Twitter. I think Twitter allowing people to make money from ads is probably one of the worst changes to any platform in history. Sure.
No.
Oh, quick BRB.
YouTube
I'm gonna listen to this on my phone.
The partner system was.
I get $20 here and there for
YouTube used to be cool. Now you have to really scrounge around for anything that has the soul that old YouTube did. It's over.
I'm tweeting a funny picture of my giant monkey behind me, but there are those who use it to spread misinformation.
Bro, people think the goal of using what is just a free video hosting service is to make high art or videos that really provide an audience value. No. I can put video online for free. That's cool. That's it. That's it.
Lies, just make stuff up.
That is what the essence of YouTube should be. And then you can try and pursue that, but viewing that as what YouTube is, gay retard Hollywood, that's Hollywood. Ghetto Hollywood, no bueno, in my opinion. Misinformation. Who's straight, but thinks, why are you showing me this guy's sexuality? Why are you showing me this guy's sexuality?
Spew absolute vile hatred stuff. It's a pretty horrible experience to use it now, as Twitter seems to feel like it only wants outragement bait or tweets that'll make people angry. And if you're not seeing that,
I see little cutesy comics. What do I see on Twitter? I don't see very much on Twitter. Mostly when I'm on Twitter, what I'm doing is searching for stuff. I just see the most random garbage. This is someone feeding crayons into a sander. It's like, my Twitter feed is like scrolling the Instagram feed of a woman who has tattoos, wears a dress, and has glasses with really big round frames. Lens frames. Yeah. Got a video of a guy like letting an elephant step on his foot. That's all the stuff, that's what I get.
Seeing somebody get killed. So it's really just a miserable experience overall. And don't get me started on TikTok and Instagram, which are famous for their brutal comments. And I wouldn't really even use the word brutal, because I think brutal can sometimes mean there's a bit.
Can we see it? Okay, baby. All right. I gave Lucky Bee her main Christmas gift today, by the way, because there's no reason to like delay it, because it's something that's useful to her. Unlike me. No. I got her tablets. No, a tablet. Boop, boop, boop. Oh! That would make for some really good Foley.
Honesty and fun there, but I would say it's just cruel. Like, just being online right now is cruel. It feels like nobody has any respect for each other. But I don't think I've quite lost as much faith in the internet as I have until now. But look, I'll be honest. This video is about one.
Lost as much faith as I have until now.
Thing. It's about the weird blanket hatred towards VTubers. I've seen a massive hate train against Iron Mouse, which I don't understand. And I know that you guys aren't the ones doing this. You guys watching this video are very normal and well-adjusted people, and I appreciate that. But there are a lot of...
Come on, man. I don't think normal people... This... Look. Call me out if I'm off base. This feels like content for someone who wants a husbando. This is firmly within the, hey, you're looking for a parasocial attachment category.
People online that seem to just...
Is my perception.
have fun ruining other people's lives. I don't understand it. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I bringing all of this up? Well, don't worry, it'll all make sense. Just get along for the ride and listen to the weird British man rant at you. You see, in 2024, Iron Mouse broke the all-time sub record on Twitch. It was a massive achievement. It was, I'm sure, an amazing and an inspiring moment for all of us. As
Sea-Dog is the guy you self-insert as to imagine you're the girlfriend of Iron Mouse. Okay.
well as Mouse. Unfortunately, probably what you didn't see was the deluge of vile comments, disturbing threats, and just overall hatred towards Mouse. And I'd love to tell you that this all started.
I would accept thousands of rape and death threats unavoidably to my phone that has to be in my pocket and notifies me every time they happen and cannot be dodged by getting another phone from genuine crazy people every day for a year for that many subs for a year. No problem.
Here, and it's pretty much gone with now, but sadly this is a thing that has been going on for a very, very long time. And this is not just for Mouse. VTubers in general have had to deal with a lot of shit just for being an anime girl or boy on the internet. So let's go back.
Stop this. Stop it. Stop. Don't do VTuber oppression stuff. Don't even go within
Alright, sorry, I'm refreshed again. Got a full glass of water here, but as you saw Aqua, I was drinking Dr. Pepper earlier.
Yes, you got me. This is a video about
Gotta
me
have
defending
water
my
if I'm gonna
friend.
play this fucking game.
100%. I'm not even trying to hide that. But I also just want to bring a tiny bit of attention to the level of normalized hate that is just for some reason acceptable, and hopefully that, maybe this video...
Yeah, like, I don't know too much of the context behind this guy so far, but I don't remember Iron Mouse putting up a C-fit. I feel like I would have heard about that, at least for a little bit. So, I don't know, maybe this guy's getting angry on behalf of her, which would be cringe.
We're going to make a tiny bit of a change, because what some of these creators have to endure is on a level that I've never seen before on the internet, and I've been here for a very
sure you
long
can,
time.
Duke.
4 years
Let me
ago,
know when you're ready,
VTubers had
and
a
I'll
massive
start a
explosion
room.
in popularity here in the West. Now, obviously, they've been around in Japan for a while, because this is very Japanese coded, but 4 years ago, they blew up, and people started getting...
O'Connor is a very close friend of Iron Mouse, like he just said. Well, that may have been while I was putting the headset on.
Into them. However, there was...
I don't like the coded append to anything. I'm not a big fan of it.
A lot of pushback from people like me included who were kind of like, what is this? I don't know what this is. But I like it, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, gotta see. And I'm sure any VTuber who was around in this era could tell you the amount of hatred that was given out towards VTubers. Like, why are you using a voice changer? Are you a man? Are you an AI?
I'm a man.
Yes. To both
Dingus
sometimes.
is a man.
The answer is yes to both.
Pretty uninspired, insulting comments. And during this boom is when a lot of people found Iron Mouse as well. Now, Iron Mouse had actually been streaming a long time before this as well, but it wasn't until this moment where a lot of VTubers were on Twitch and kind of getting great viewership. Obviously, VTubers choose to be...
Getting over it is a crazy experience, not just for the controls and the environment.
Press. Relax your shoulders. Relax your shoulders.
And then the second time, it takes like half an hour. I think getting over it might have the most drastic dip in completion time when you do a new game without, without learning any special tricks, just being comfortable with the controls. Your comfort with the controls obliterates the game.
Represented by an avatar for a multitude of reasons, but for Mouse it was for anonymity, which is why most VTubers do it. And now look, I cannot talk for Mouse.
Big up Skoke, did you see the Xenoblade X PV? I did. Apparently it will have a substantial amount of new content, which is good for me, because I didn't even play it on Wii U.
Exactly for the time.
Primary immune deficiency.
It's just a joke.
It's exciting.
I'm in no way suggesting this guy poisons Iron Mouse.
See, primary immune deficiency is slightly different to autoimmune diseases that you might have heard about. Autoimmune diseases are where your immune system kind of attacks itself. Whereas primary immune deficiency means that your immune system just doesn't work or doesn't work very well. And I'm sure a lot of my viewers are familiar with this because I'm always raising money for charities that want to find cures and support people with primary immune. I never get it right. Primary immune deficiency.
We do love charity work.
It's so relatable. It's messed
up all the time. When you have a really bad case of primary immune deficiency, it means that stuff like vaccines don't work on you. It means that you're worried about getting sick constantly from everything. Whereas maybe you and I could eat a bunch of dirt, maybe going even near dirt or someone who's slightly ill 20 feet away could easily get you sick or give you a bad case of pneumonia. This disease means that Mouse pretty much can't interact with anyone and can't leave her room. And even if she wanted to, Mouse was disabled for a very long time and has slowly started to
she can
regain
interact
the
with
ability
the
to
power
walk
of the internet.
and finally support premium.
Unfortunately, Dogpack's behavior has prevented her from getting her new legs from Mr. Beast. It all links up.
Xenoblade X, the last notable in the game on the Wii U.
So
Yoshi's
this meant the
Woolly
only
World,
human contact the
hello.
mouse got was pretty much talking to her parents or very close family who she was kind of already adjusted to, and family who understood about the disease and took precautions. And look, I know this is a lot of information, but what I'm trying to get at is that you can only imagine how crushingly lonely this must be. Imagine not being able to leave your room.
No,
Yes, we were all there during COVID.
I think this sector, this little section of the internet, we know what real loneliness is like.
But we at least knew that it was probably going to end at some point. And I'm sure many of you knew, me included, that this was awful for our mental health. Not being able to see...
Imagine not leaving your house except for one day out of the week. My one day off.
people that you care about, or interact with friends, or just have a casual interaction with a cashier person is interactions that I'm sure all of us missed. And it was thanks to VTuber technology getting some...
Yeah, Jay Frosty, I agree. He sounds like he's a close friend. He cares about his friend, but this is like sticking up for her, and I get it. It comes from a good place. This guy's probably real nice. He raised money for charity. He's probably a good person. He sounds like a good person. He sounds genuine and sincere. Unfortunately, and this is gonna be a hard pill to swallow for him. I just don't think people care, and you can't control people either. Like, oh, stop bullying my Iron Mouse. If she's not offended, how are you going to convince people to not just say what they're going to say? The real answer should just not to be don't give any kind of response. As they always say, going back to the ages of yore, the worst thing you can do to a troll is to give them attention, because then you give them incentive to keep on spewing their shit. If you don't give a response at all, they just get bored and move on. So if Iron Mouse was not responding, you're not aiding her by putting a response out like this. This is a response, like, I feel like Harmful is gonna make fun of this guy in a second.
Better and more accessible, that Mouse was able to stream like me or like you or like any other big streamer. It was a level playing field. And on top of that, if you are a more artistically inclined person, you could show off your artistic skills by, I don't know, costume design or singing or lore or voice acting. There's so many more facets to it than me raging a Jump King. It's talent, okay? And one of the best clips of Mouse's early career is when she's trying to raise money to get a new medical bed. Basically, normal beds, not good. They don't offer you support. They don't allow you to, go and, lie
Beds
up.
that offer support, huh?
We'll have some sort of anti-bed sore mechanism.
Basically, a lot more support. She asked her viewers if they'd be willing to donate towards that, and within minutes,
not seconds,
they'd smash that goal.
I don't like to call my bed my bed. I don't like calling it my bed. It makes me feel very embarrassed. It makes me feel not so...
Now, okay, I'm not Mr. Iron Mouse. Is it a voice changer? Is that her natural voice? I guess it could be, given what I sound like.
Good. So, I like to call...
Does she have a charity? Is it pedophiles against
Does
disability?
It literally sound like
what
that?
Is this?
My bed, my workspace, because that's where I am all the time.
This kind of I'm gonna be such a bully, and she has this disease. This sounds like, okay, I don't watch a lot of this person, but I saw when Cyrax attempted to become a VTuber, and he used the voice changer, and the resulting voice for the Cyrax VTuber with the voice changer sounded a lot like this. I gotta say.
Toxic is such a penalty. God damn it! Now what he's doing? Now thank you so much for the dono.
And I think a lot of people...
It's so amazing. Look at everything you can do as a VTuber, and then it's a mouse getting...
Why do they insist on sounding like babies? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a baby doesn't sound like that, but they're supposed to sound like cutesy and stuff. It appeals to a certain demographic, I think. Oh, it's based on anime, obviously. I'm not that dented, and there, the female characters always sound high pitched and whiny.
Stepped on.
Forget that Mouse didn't used to stream long. Mouse used to only stream for an hour or two at a time, and then would go offline to take medication. But now feels comfortable enough to take the medication.
Let's go. I do that as well. But then, no, I take an inhaler after the stream to stop me from coughing.
And still keep streaming, which I think is an amazing thing, and something that the outpouring support has allowed us to do. And obviously VTubers do more than just talk and play crappy games like me. Some of them have god-tier singing skills. We all know that Mouse was training to be an opera singer and sounds incredible!
Really?
If you could look at me once more.
Combine that with aesthetically pleasing designs that are constantly
There's something about it.
changing, and it's no wonder that VTubers eventually had their boom.
Yeah,
Now,
harmful
obviously,
feeling
Twitch and
sussy.
YouTube have always been very
That vibrato is like weird. I don't know. There's something about it that's real weird.
gamer-centric and gamer-focused, and gamers aren't exactly known for being the most chill and reasonable people. Look, I was a Call of Duty kid. If I said the things that I said in those lobbies
Get
and they
on
were
an awkward
recorded, I
grind
would
set.
not be here today. I would not have a career. Or any career. I was toxic, okay? Now look, I've
Opera
been a
singer
content creator
dingus.
for 10 plus years online. It's been my entire adult
imagine
life.
that
I've
art?
been doing this for so long that I'm a fossil in internet years. All right, even before that, I would pretty much only spend
Why
my
did he
time
make the video?
on the
Can we
internet.
rewind?
And it was normal that
Rewind the
as a creator
stream,
you would get
man.
some kind
He's
of hatred towards
defending his good friend Iron Mouse because the Kai Cenat chuds are bullying her.
Content creator for 10 plus years online. It's been my entire adult life. I've been doing this for so long that I'm a fossil in internet years. All right, even before that, I would pretty much only spend my time on the internet. And it was normal that as a creator that you would get some kind of hatred towards you, or some people who would just blindly write mean comments. It was part of the job. Doesn't mean it's
Sometimes people just hate you and there's not an explanation for it. I've talked about it before. Like, and this applies to real life too, obviously, not just the internet. But sometimes people will just not like you, and there's no explanation. There's no reason behind it. But you just can't impress everybody. Like, there will always be one person. It doesn't matter what you do or what amends you attempt to make for whatever wrong that you did. You could have not done anything, and they just don't like you. They just don't like your vibe. You give them the ick.
or that we should accept it, but
you just gotta deal with it.
Sure. And because every creator would get a bunch of hate comments here and there, there was kind of a mutual respect amongst creators that you wouldn't just blindly insult each other for no reason. You wouldn't
Here we go.
You didn't know or you didn't have beef with. It was
not everyone can be into VTubers, and that could just be it. And that probably is it. Like, think of the audience. Again, I described the audience earlier, the type of person that would tune in and appreciate a Kai Cenat stream, and compare that to the type of person that would probably appreciate an Iron Mouse stream. And these are like two wildly different demographics who probably would not appreciate the opposite content, right? So of course they're gonna get into a schism when Iron Mouse wins Best VTuber of the Year, Content Creator of the Year, and then surpasses Kai Cenat in Twitch subs. Like, obviously there's gonna be like a tizzy between the two fan bases there.
there was a kind of a mutual respect
He's
amongst
got a
creators
face
that
ticket, bro.
You wouldn't just blindly insult each other for no reason. You wouldn't
Here we go. Here we go.
You didn't know or you didn't
Thank you,
have
Carl.
beef with. It was a thing that you could expect because that's how normal people behave. However,
Gonna tell you that I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I was around for the flagging wars and all that stuff.
nowadays it
No
kind of feels like
YouTube.
that's not the case anymore. It feels like it's kind of encouraged or okay to punch down and make fun of other creators that you don't like. Or
You're
you think
punching
there's something
down,
weird
man.
about them. And this has happened.
Punch down. I don't
What does he
it
think about
counts
making
as
fun of
punching
Logan Paul,
down
though?
Just because she's like bedridden.
A lot with VTubers. For example, in
What does he think of
2022,
A-logging
a
Mr.
massive
Beast?
TikTok creator Noah Glenn Carter made a video mocking the fact
They're
that
still
people wanted to
creators.
meet Mouse virtually. Here you
It's
go.
okay because you're punching up.
What? This is the call out? I can't believe this guy
you're
would
too
make
nice
fun
for
of
his
nerds going to meet a cartoon IRL. What reality are you in?
On the internet. So I want you to take a look at all these people. They were all trying to get the attention of a monitor. Basically, that's a popular VTuber on the monitor that was virtually attending an anime convention. And this whole crowd of people were following the monitor in hopes that they could get a picture with it.
Now, obviously, you and I know that Mouse can't leave her room, and this is the only way that Mouse can walk around a convention or see any of her viewers, or any of those viewers can talk.
This hilarious
I mean,
thing.
other VTubers do this, so let's not like, and they're not sick. They don't have the sick. Like, that's an excuse for Iron Mouse, but like other VTubers do this as well. that literally only this excuse only works for Iron Mouse, though.
Is not funny because she's disabled. No, I'm sorry, it's still funny. It's still funny. I wouldn't necessarily suggest she's the butt of the joke either.
Yeah, it's the people going to see her.
You do you like genuinely not?
This
think-
isn't. Yeah, the joke of the TikTok doesn't even make fun of Iron Mouse specifically. It makes fun of her dented fan base. Oh, the fan base isn't dented. It's the inherent silliness of the prospect. There's no way you can take the silliness out of that situation. And I don't care if you bring up her illness. It's still going to be amusing.
The idea of flying out somewhere to meet an iPad. You don't think that's funny?
Okay. Imagine I go to a convention and I'm on the monitor, and you pay like $1,000 to fly out to California and somehow you gotta face tank all the forest fires that are going on. And then you go to like the convention center, and you tell your mom calls you, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to the convention center to meet a guy named Swollen _ Dingus on a monitor. I'm gonna talk to him. He's a cartoon on a screen. I'm gonna talk to him, and then I'm gonna pull out my phone and then send him bits live on the stream of him at the convention. And he doesn't even have his own, like, he doesn't have his own panel like Phil did. He just walks around the convention. He's not even a guest. He's just a regular attendee that's there that you can meet him. Oh, hello, Eddie.
At all. Or you think, oh, the person they're meeting through the iPad
the real
on
Swollen
a Roomba is disabled. Does that just totally obliterate all of the humor?
Experience for everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a headliner at DetractorCon with Craig and RTU. And Mike Kloom.
Genuinely not think the idea of flying out somewhere to meet an iPad.
Oh no, I know they did the Splatoon concerts. That's different though. Well, I mean, don't they have like concerts for Hatsune Miku and all that? Like that's the same shit. Like you go there and it's a hologram performing. Didn't they do holograms of Biggie and Tupac? Yeah, Tupac started the hologram debate. So it would be the same thing as that, except I guess that's more believable and not as, that's more dystopian because that's an actual human being who's dead. And it's more funny for Hatsune Miku and Splatoon because you're going to a concert to see a cartoon projected on a screen that isn't real. Whereas with Tupac and Biggie, it's like more dystopian and like scary. It's like 1982 because these are real people who are like being brought back and they're as if they're still alive, but they're not.
You don't think that's funny at all? Or you think, oh, the person they're meeting through the iPad on a Roomba is disabled. Does that just totally obliterate all of the humor?
Experience for everyone involved and an amazing feat of technology that we can even do anything like this. And to his credit, he did apologize.
Is he like pro or anti people getting like an Iron Mouse AI? I think VTubers might be at the most risk.
So you do have a choice. You do have a point, Rich. You're ultimately there for the music no matter what.
Iron Mouse because of this video. Now in my video on this, I called the video one of the saddest videos on the internet, which is completely unnecessary on my part. And Iron Mouse actually responded, clarifying that the people weren't even crowding her, but instead they were crowding somebody named Connor that was there. I'm really sorry to you, Iron Mouse, if you're watching.
Oh wait, Connor, the guy making the video.
She's not quite saying it, but it's like, they're not all cringe. They're not all cringe. They're there for flesh and blood, not an iPad, okay?
Video was completely unnecessary. I really hope that my video didn't cause you any kind of negativity or anything.
The Chud apologized?
I'm so sorry if it did. I will be deleting that video as soon as I post this one.
First of all, ouch. Second of all, you didn't think there was going to be any negativity? What do you mean by that? And now look, to Noah's credit, he did apologize and take down the video. And I think that
Why did you make fun of my VTuber friend?
A lot of people don't.
But I need to point to him as a bad man and an example of all that is evil.
Where's my apology?
Well, don't have the common decency to do that anymore. But would you not have taken it down if nobody complained? If everyone...
Ooh, he took it down. I hate negativity on the internet. It's a toxic, horrible place. This guy did something and then took it down. I doubt his sincerity, and I'm going to comment on that to a large audience and talk about how bad it is.
I feel like if Phil were to comment on this story and the guy apologizing, he would just say, "You're not really sorry. You're just apologizing because you got a bunch of hate for being mean, right?"
Do all of that
minus got brigaded by Iron Mouse fans. So wait a minute. No, wait, that's a good point. Okay, maybe Phil's right. So wait. If we're gonna talk about negativity on the internet, so Iron Mouse gets hate from this Chud guy's fan base because he made the TikTok and like it went super viral and then people make fun of Iron Mouse or something ostensibly. I am to believe from Connor that Iron Mouse got a lot of hate from this TikTok. People were going to go make fun of her when in reality the TikTok was only making fun of the fans and not Iron Mouse herself. But Iron Mouse got a lot of hate and he had to like apologize because Iron Mouse has a debilitating illness that prevents her from like going to the convention, even though other VTubers have done this as well that don't have the same illness, but whatever, it's neither here nor there. So they get hate for putting out the TikTok, then they apologize. But why did they apologize? Because they got brigaded, likely by Iron Mouse fans trying to defend her, white knight and simp for Iron Mouse, and they A-logged him in return, showing him what's that? Negativity on the internet? Well, it seems like you kind of like fired back, Mr. Connor there.
Took it down. I hate negativity on the internet. It's a toxic, horrible place. This guy did something and then took it down. I doubt his sincerity, and I'm going to comment on that to a large audience and talk about how bad it is. You can do all of that minus the first thing, or all of that minus the last thing. You can't do all of that.
Joined in, haha, let's make fun of it. Would you not have taken it down? Or did you take it down just because people were like, hey man, you're kind of a dick? The reason why I show you this is not because I understand any hatred. This is 2 years.
I'm supposed to believe that the reason he apologized is because Iron Mouse fans went up to him and patted him gently on his back, and they were like Reddit soy facing. Hey, like, that wasn't heckin' exceptorino, my fellow Deuterino. Like, that's heckin' not cool. You're fucking up here, buddy. Like, you better, like, I don't know, like, this, yikes. It's pretty yikes behavior there, Mr. TikTok guy. No, I think if he was pushed to apologize, they were probably a little bit ruder than that.
Years ago,
But you can't conceive of it doing that, Sea Dog? You can't conceive of it having that effect? What was your critique of him and his defense? Bro, it's not even 3 seconds apart.
Does not matter. It's over. Do not send hatred towards another creator. And if you do, you're a piece of shit and you should not be here. But why is it
the
now
matches
that you
have
can
been
just dunk on something that you don't know anything about, you don't understand, and you didn't bother to...
Damn, do you think they're gonna obey you? If people really hate what he's done, that ain't gonna stop them. You're not even gonna know they did it. Why do they care about your opinion on it? What is this? I ask him the same question. Are you doing that because you genuinely think it will stop people? Or because you think it absolves you of culpability? What is the difference between you and him? In terms of at least what can reasonably be questioned.
To research into. Why is that the norm now? Why is it that you just post first and research second? Oh, I got some hate about this. I'll take it down. Don't worry about the other 500 videos where I blindly made fun of people I don't understand. The sad truth now is that it seems like it's okay if you're a large creator to be a dick to anybody you want or don't like or don't agree with.
Yeah, it's called kingly behavior.
Having a large audience is a huge responsibility. Whether we like it or not, we are influencers. We influence people with our opinions and what we say. I'm sure
we gotta be more responsible, guys.
Will be influenced by my opinion on all of this stuff. That's how it goes. But for some reason, it's okay now to blindly hate others and send rabid fans to go and attack people and stuff they don't understand. Why? It's hard enough just existing right now. It is horrible.
What have I told you? What have I told you? The evil root is that there are some people who will be influenced, and not through rational consideration. Would you want to actually fight that? Or is that the foundation of your success?
Living in this year, it is a miserable time to be alive. Why are we making it harder for everyone? And if you're a VTuber, it is kind of just accepted now. You just get this level of blind hatred all the time. It's insane. Why is this okay? Anyway, moving on with the timeline. Since then, Mouse, and I assume most VTubers, have had to deal with insult after insult that is normalized. For Mouse personally, this level of hatred and vitriol escalated another level when Mouse was nominated for the Game Awards. Now, the Game Awards have this category for Content Creator of the Year. Obviously, this year had a...
Yeah, all the normies are going to be like, yo, why is there a cartoon? Why is there a cartoon?
Massive amount.
It's pretty silly.
Very, very big creators that I'm sure were all
I think the solution should be VTuber of the Year, or don't just have one VTuber up for the award. They did that this year too, when they nominated only Pekora versus like 4 other guys. Obviously, people are going to gravitate to like the one on there that's not a person, that's a cartoon.
It's the VTuber phobia section, man.
But to the surprise of Mouse,
yo, why did it be a cartoon nominated? Who the fuck is that?
To most of us, Mouse got nominated. And this isn't saying that Mouse didn't deserve it. Mouse had an amazing year. Mouse had raised a ton of money for charity, had broken the all-time sub record for a woman on Twitch, and had done just some of the most amazing shit when you consider that Mouse is bedridden and has to have medication every single day that completely changes how any of this would be done, and providing such an insane energy to every stream whilst battling a ton of medical issues that are permanent throughout Mouse's life. I think the nomination is deserved, and by some sheer miracle, Mouse had won the award. It was a crazy achievement, and nobody expected Mouse to win, to be honest, because Mouse was by far the smallest creator out of the ones that were nominated.
And the Game Award goes to Iron Mouse.
Do you like get anything?
No.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you get anything from winning an award?
So Iron Mouse couldn't be here tonight because Iron Mouse is animated, and sadly we're not in in the Matrix yet.
Obviously,
Very
these
funny.
creators were massive, and a lot of their fans that are watching the Game Awards were a bit upset about Mouse winning the award. This has led to a constant, and I cannot preface this enough, a constant stream of hatred now that Mouse has had to deal with openly on all of her socials for years now. This is the level of hatred that is normally like I just gotta show you. I gotta show you. It's like ridiculous. Show 2022. Back when Mouse's comments were pretty.
With Thanos, all that for drop.
Let's see these mean comments.
This is beating Kai.
Yeah.
Okay, a little negative and unnecessary, but not that bad. This over Kai? Bro, who are you? You know, and luckily at this point, not all the comments.
Sea Dog, I have a bit of bad news about what you're complaining about in part. You might not like it, and I don't think I can say it on Twitch.
So again, it's again exactly what I said earlier. The hate is coming from the culture clash. Who this? This beating Kai? This beat Kai Sanat? Bruh, who you? Bruh, who you? Bruh, who are you? It's literally that. This is it's people who just don't understand it.
So like this, but they're by far the most liked ones, and it only gets worse.
Everything was really good here, and then this kind of person just started showing up, and everything was terrible. I don't know, why are they here? Why are they here?
The closer we get to today. We all came from that Kai video, right? This is #1 streamer. No way, blood. This is #1 streamer.
Bro, it's literally Kai people that just don't get it. No way, blood. No way, blood. This cartoon #1. This cartoon #1? Shit, blood. This shit ain't #1.
No way, blood. This is #1 on Twitch.
This is who gets #1 on Twitch. It's an evil world we live in. And you think, okay, maybe something happened at the...
And then you have the Reddit soy boy. He's like, how dare they? How dare they make these pointed specific comments at my best friend Iron Mouse? Bro, I can't take this shit no more, man. And like getting mad on behalf of fucking Iron Mouse.
This has been pretty much constant until now. Speed and Kai on top. How is the streamer of the year? How is the streamer of the year? This won the award, by the way.
The comments are pretty dented, though. If I was Iron Mouse, I'd be seething.
Oh, hell nah. This is who won. No cap.
Oh, hell nah.
Who's Iron Mouse? Brain rot. This beats Cypher PK. Game Awards are wild.
You can't call out the brain rot comment. You can't call out the brain rot comment.
Why did you win? No way this won Creator of the Year. I'm crying. This literally goes on and on. And you'd think, okay, look. It's because...
Ninja fell off hard, didn't he? I haven't heard that name in forever. Ah, yes. That means he has fallen off.
Mouse won the streamer of the year. It probably stops after that. Oh, no.
Yes, normies are annoying.
Oh, so many people are like, post this on Instagram
Obviously.
Reels. Post this on Reels. Oh, yeah, great, because love that. Love being toxic on Instagram. Bro, who are you? I'm begging you, please post this on Instagram. Why do people just want to be so cruel?
Bro,
what the
bro, who are you?
Just chill.
Bro, who you?
Man.
Who you?
Is watching this. This thing has the most subs on Twitch. How did you beat Kai? No human.
How dare you call this cartoon avatar a thing? There's a person.
Oh, look, it's Connor. Connor's on her Instagram modeling her merch. Interesting.
Commandeering it. Meaning you have to respect the waifu.
Being on the planet wearing this. Okay, well, I wear it and it's on fire, okay? Jeez. All my life, I've never in my entire...
Carl, would you go out in public with the Iron Mouse shirt on? I gotta be honest. I don't think I would.
My life seen a single stream. Why do you care? Why?
Why do you care? Look in the mirror. Why do you care?
Like, if I just haven't seen something, I just don't interact. I don't understand.
That's not how it works for them. It's a culture. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. These guys live and breathe social media. They live and breathe. They're reply guys. They're raw culture, urban style reply guys. This is what they do. You just kind of have to face tank it. Every e-celeb has to deal with these people, these individuals who are just constantly hating. And again, you just gotta endure it. You gotta not respond.
What has happened where we all feel the need to say our opinion and be like,
you're doing it right now. You're doing it right now.
Like, honestly, what does he expect this video to do? Like, this video, if it even reaches these people on Instagram, how are they gonna respond? Are they just gonna like, oh, or you really think they're gonna magically? Oh, I really was mad. I truly was mean and toxic to fucking Iron Mouse. I better apologize, bruh. They hear the word toxic and they call you gay.
Post that says, I've literally never seen a single live stream is as valuable as this video. Perhaps even more. Because at least it isn't hypocritical.
Yeah, guys, we hate this, right? Who cares? You're a loser! This has gone on for months. It's pretty much just led to Mouse just not posting on TikTok, which I feel is really fucked up. You
Get
can
people
just
away.
Oh, okay, that was
bully a
TikTok.
massive
That's why they said
creator
post it
off
on
a platform.
Instagram.
Yeah, she should just not stop if she doesn't want to. Just post.
Leave the China-owned Weeb kind of friendly platform and go to the urban platform.
Reason why this all happened, by the way.
Bruh,
is
you wouldn't
just
post it
because
on Gram,
Mouse
though.
Won an award. What? And this is just the stuff that Mouse gets on her own socials. This doesn't include the hatred that she.
You mean with an attention increase, perhaps?
Why would she
comes
care
some
about hatred that's not
negativity
even
as
on her
well?
own socials, though?
Receives just
from a contest of people with huge followings, whose fan base all wants their favorite one to win. Winning that could draw negative attention, but everyone's a good sport.
Existing in those posts from those low-tier bait Twitter accounts that post, can you
bully the weak? My girlfriend's been wearing her Metaker, her Mr. Anti-Bully hoodie recently.
Believe this cartoon is beating Mars streamer, guys? And it only escalated once more when Iron Mouse got the all-time sub record on Twitch, which led to a bunch of news articles tweeting about it and people talking about it. And unfortunately, a lot of people were just
I saw
being
those articles.
blindly hateful. And of course,
I saw the replies on those articles.
On the platforms you'd expect it to.
Blindly hateful. Could you call it with the ableism, please?
Why were they so mean?
Here is a 85-page document of just some recent bans of people saying the most heinous shit towards Mouse.
Whoa. No. What did he just say? Did I just hear 85-page document?
From you'd expect it to.
Blindly hateful. Could you call it with the ableism, please?
It's also in Mouse's chat. Here is a 85-page document of just some recent bans of people saying the most heinous
85
shit
pages
towards
of
Mouse. Now you're
bans!
telling me this bitch-ass VTuber surpassed Kai Cenat. God,
We're getting the black metal merch at Christmas, or at least I am.
You know.
How about you fire back and ask why all these fucking people are sucking the cock of like a 20-year-old urban style?
These people are so ugly. Just sad how Sims donate to this crap. This is the
I
bitch
don't
that
know.
broke Kai's record.
You gotta, Janny, you gotta get the comment dissuading people from giving money, making people feel bad about giving money. That's the one.
Cool. I refuse to believe any of you are real human beings unless you have less than 60 IQ. No one in this chat is real. I've been watching.
You delete that? Fuck you, pussy at mother. Who gives a shit? I don't. Again, this is something where I can't comprehend.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of base. He didn't censor the names.
You'll never get on Kai's.
This shit for 10 minutes and I want to myself. How do people watch this shit, you weirdos? You'll never get on Kai's level. You guys know this is a fat guy, right? Amongst obviously all those insults, a lot of people saying that Mouse is lying about her illness.
He might be a fat guy.
I don't have to tell you why that's wrong. Like, look at this. This is psychotic. This is
it's censored.
How is this okay?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You've shown us so many examples that are nothing. I mean, the blur means nothing to me.
By the way, this is the list, obviously, that doesn't include the N-word bans, or that would be another 20 pages.
He even, like, he puts, like, bullet points, like, designating what type of ban it was. So we have N-word bans?
Because of course it would be.
Bro, you can't talk about Kai Cenat's fans like that. You're gonna get in trouble.
Like, if this was my chat, I just would not stream. I would just not show up.
You just not look at chat. I would say, okay, 85 pages of bans, and it's all like Kai Cenat people during the height of the articles coming out, going to check on the stream, and then like A-logging, getting banned, or not getting noticed enough to even get banned because the chat is scrolling too fast because there's too many white knights and simps in the chat. So they just leave because they get bored. They saw what it was and it wasn't for them, or they didn't understand it and they didn't care to understand it. So they just go to suck the cock of the black the teenager guy that they watch on Kick or whatever. Who cares? I would say if you're of Iron Mouse's level, you probably don't even see half of that harassment because your chat is going so fast to begin with because you got so many fans.
This is f***ed. 100%. I want to make this clear. I'm not blaming any creator. Obviously, we saw a lot of people name dropping Kai, saying how could this lose to Kai and all that stuff. This is not.
I'm not
attacking any creator.
Obviously.
Wait, was that me in the chat? Hold up, I'm getting called out by the video. There's me in the top left. Look, it's me right there. I didn't know I was watching this live. I guess I was. I forgot. I say right there at the top left, TikTok Zoomers won again. I should have said Instagram Zoomers.
Stuff. This is not.
I'm caught. I'm not name dropping any creator. I want to be clear. Obviously, you know, a lot of people were mentioning that black guy, but that's what the N-word bans it for. Okay.
Me blaming Kai in any capacity. I think his audience is at the size that is absolutely absurd, and at that level, you can try and tell your viewers, "Hey, man, look, be respectful," which Kai has on numerous times. He's openly praised Iron Mouse and been very supportive towards small creators.
Iron Mouse has always been top 5 all time. See somebody.
Wait. Okay, so even even Kai likes Iron Mouse and like says, okay, yeah, bruh, she cool. But some of his fans, you know, not all, you know, a couple of bad apples, go out of their way to like defend Kai's honor by like a-logging Iron Mouse. But Kai himself says that she's an okay person. It would be different if like Kai was also a-logging her and say like, why I lose to these anime cartoons and shit. But it seems like he's supportive, so it should be cool, right? This makes even less sense. Why if even Kai's okay with it, and like I guess he's like gonna say next Kai could say more. Don't harass her, yo. But you can't control people. Even influencers don't have like that much control. Sorry, I'll unpause it. Let me wait till I die. Jumps are out.
I had to pass during my first subathon. Now, I know people are defensive. I know a lot of people defend me and shit like that. But Chad, if you actually looked at her stream and actually kept up with what she's doing, you feel what I'm saying? Not only was it...
Oh, that's your problem, Kai. You said if you actually look at her stream, and then you said all the bruh. You said all the bruh. Yeah, bruh. The bruhs went to Twitch to go check her out, and then all those bans happened.
For a good cause, but it was pretty well put together.
But obviously, you know, as a creator, you do still have...
Nice. You could also say, like, you're mad, consider what my score means. Like, would he be able to say, like, bros, you're getting angry over which of us gets an insane amount of money, or a slightly more insane amount of money for around on the internet? What are you doing?
Have some influence over your viewers. I think it's important to make sure that when you see this behavior in the community that you call it out. And I'm not entirely sure when this happened online,
call out
but it
this
feels like
behavior,
it's
man.
No,
This
the
kind
other
of shit
streamer got more
needs
money.
to be called out.
That's you, chat. That's you. That's what you do.
Okay, you just blindly make fun or hate something you don't understand or have not learned anything about. But I guess...
Blindly make fun or hate something you don't understand. I think through a lack of perspective, his hatred of those comments can be described as him hating something he doesn't understand.
That is more of a reflection of the current times we live.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Iron Mouse did not request Connor to make this video.
Just everyone seems to do that all the time. As a creator, I would be embarrassed if I saw my viewers blindly hating on someone else using my name. I would be mortified if I saw it. And
he questions the other guy's sincerity.
Am I still in the chat? Are you guys just eyeing the chat now?
Because everyone seems to do that all the time. As a creator, I would be embarrassed if I saw my
This
viewers
must have been a few months
blindly
ago.
hating on someone else using my name. I would be mortified if I saw it.
And he questions the other guy's sincerity in his apology. I'd be mortified if I saw my viewers doing this using my name. What does that suggest? What does that qualifier suggest?
Good thing about all you guys.
Granted, he is talking about people who will name Kai, for instance, but still, he could have stopped at doing this, and even worse if they use my name.
Is that I know that you don't do that, and I appreciate that because you're all cool and you're all normally well-adjusted
Oh wait,
people.
that right there. That's what I wrote at the top left. Yeah, because that's what I said right now about the juxtaposition of cultures. What I was thinking then is what I was parroting right now. The juxtaposition of cultures. Who's the dude in the corner? Iron Mouse is like greatest, strongest soldier.
I hope. And look, I'll admit, I don't have a point of this video. I don't have a plan. I was just going crazy, looking at all of this open hatred and losing my mind, wondering why this is normal. That was literally it, and that's the reason why I'm making this video. Losing my mind.
The greatest suffering, being hated for extreme success, wealth, and influence. Hate from being on top. The greatest oppression in society.
Wondering why this is normal. That was literally...
Obviously, the wealthy, the influential, the powerful, whatever, can suffer. Sure, Iron Mouse suffers a great deal. She has that terrible condition. But hated for being on top. Shut the
it, and that's the reason why I'm making this video. And
You
I
always
wanted to
get
ask
hate
if
when you're the
anyone
king,
else or
baby.
any other VTubers or any other even YouTubers, if you've experienced this same kind of level of blind hatred yourself, I would love to hear about it, just so that I know that I'm not going crazy. I hope we can have a civilized
I really
and
doubt
good
that like
discussion
other big VTubers
so
got
with that, I
hate
wish
just
you all the
because
best of
Iron
luck.
Mouse got hate
Don't let
specifically
these
just from
urine
a couple of
cake
Kaisa
children-
not fans.
I thought he was gonna say chimps.
Like
dude.
VTubers get
What
like,
do you wanna
and
do?
their fans, more so the fans get mocked in general. But I don't think there was like an upswing in general VTuber seethed following that debacle. I think it was just like localized entirely to Iron Mouse. I could be wrong.
Anyway, folks, I don't have very much planned, so I gotta cut it here and try and build up again to prepare for being able to do anything tomorrow, because I'm out of juice. I'm not a very juicy man. I'll find some other stuff. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you had a good time.
Well, that was an awkward cut. He could have cut that better. All right, so this next one is a bit short, but it is a how do I put this? So you may know a person called Taigaholic that is in DSP's chat from time to time. They are a VTuber, and they're very suspicious. They're not a corporate VTuber, they're an indie, independent. They have a sizable audience. They have a demographic of people that watches and enjoy their stuff. But apparently, in the months since they started chatting in DSP's chat, occasionally, every couple of months, they haven't been embroiled in a deep controversy. And Harmful spent a couple of videos in a video series looking into the allegations that were going against Bungo Taiga here. I think they even lost their YouTube account or something. Some shit was going on. But he made a follow-up video and with some new information that's been learned since that controversy happened. And this is the video. Obviously, it's relevant to this sector because they're a dent LARPer. Yes. Hold up. I'm almost done. I'm gonna lose. We gotta lose first. Lose first, then play the video. Safa. Yeah, indie VTubers are the worst kind of people. I agree. Yeah, the femboy.
With the recent blowing up of Nux and Mutahar has come a reminder of something else I know a little bit about, but never actually shared. See, one of the things that people were angry with Nux Taku for was repeating claims that had been made against Bungo Taiga in the past. Claims that fans will tell you a private investigator found to be false. This PI posted a full exoneration. Now, this document is an absolute joke. It spends some time sucking off Bungo's incredible talent, literally at one point for some reason calls Bungo's accuser gay, harps on about hypocrisy, and includes an admission by Bungo Taiga that they requested lewd pictures of a minor as a joke. And he...
Wow, well, but investigation's over, send them to the gallows. Why would you even joke about that, you guys?
No, it was just a joke. They deeply regret it. What would the...
You got your wires crossed there, Benjamin. Nux Taku is Mudahar's co-host, who's a VTuber. He looks kind of like a demon from Demon Slayer. Or that pink thing from My Hero Academia, but if he was more blue and a guy. And Bungo Taiga is the VTuber that's in DSP's chat occasionally.
Punchline have been receiving those pics? Haha, very funny. This video isn't about that investigation though. You see, following the publication of that exoneration, Bungo Taiga and his private investigator buddies did something very, very naughty. As an act of further vengeance against Bungo Taiga's mod for the accusations he made in the past, Taiga and these so-called PIs faked an independent investigation into him. On March 13th, 2023, a Twitter account I will call Sue for short posted a collection of documents to expose predators with. Amongst those targeted was Taiga's ex-mod, Arzi. Ooh, what convenient timing for Taiga. The accusation doc is debunked by a professional private investigator, and then one of the authors of that doc is exposed as a creep himself, preying on a fresh 18-year-old. Ooh, was Taiga involved in this? Reasonable question to ask, I'd think. In fact, someone called Guppy outright made the claim that Taiga worked on the document, to which the investigator responded, "This was not worked on by Taiga. I avoid exposure of the victims of abuse to redigging it up as much as possible." So this was an entirely independent investigation.
This is apparently an addendum to an expose exposing the VTuber who sometimes talks in DSP's chat that is named Bungo Taiga. Or, well, when they go in DSP's chat, they're called Taigaholic.
Interested parties such as Taiga were not involved, except that's a gigantic lie. The very same day that denial was made, in fact, Taiga had posted, "Huge development. In case any of you weren't aware, we have been working tirelessly behind the scenes to get this information into the right hands." Of course that's deleted now, but we don't have to take Taiga's word for it. These Predator exposés were retweeted by BurnBurn8. BurnBurn8 being the private
That's wild. Yeah, apparently it had something to do with, you know, Discord shit. And I don't even know if I can even say it on Twitch. But, so they got cleared, initially, when this happened months ago, and Harmful did his 3-video series on it, the claim was made that an independent investigation was put into researching the allegations by an independent investigator. And it seems the independent investigator looked into all the allegations and deemed them fraudulent, and also the accusers are hypocrites and PDFs themselves, or lolicons, or whatever. Well, I guess in Bungo's case it would be like Shotacon, or whatever, the opposite one, the other one. And the independent investigator was like, "You're innocent and exonerate her. The allegations are false." And now it's coming up months later that the independent investigation may have not been independent after all.
Investigator that exonerated Taiga. That's not much of a connection, is it? Maybe he's just interested because it's connected to his previous work. Well, ladies and gents, the sloppiness of his work extends beyond the pitiful writing in his exoneration document. If you go to the full case evidence Google Drive that Sue posted, you will see that the owners of the files and folders...
I think it was a general expose featuring many, if I'm remembering it right, it was sorry. Lost. It was going over many things that they have done over the course of their career on the interwebs. Some notable Discord interactions, just the general vibes they give off, and Twitter interactions. You can kind of... I mean, I guess we could play the series after this. I don't think I played it on stream. I think I watched it off stream, but I don't think I played it on stream.
Interested because it's connected to his previous work. Well, ladies and gents, the sloppiness of his work extends beyond the pitiful writing in his exoneration document. If you go to the full case evidence Google Drive that Sue posted, you will see that the owners of the files and folders are hidden. However, if you click the link the Sue Twitter account posted just to the summary PDF of what Ozzy's been accused of, and you open the more details panel, it will tell you that the owner is BurnBurn8. And the same is true if you check all the other documents exposing people posted by the Sue Twitter account that BurnBurn8 was interacting with and pretending was an entirely separate person. Where best cases they were in close collaboration, and worst cases it's just one guy. And this BurnBurn guy, who we now know is involved with this and possibly the only person working on this, said something very interesting back in the December of 2022. He, referring to Bungo Taiga, also told him more about Ozzy. He provided logs of whispers, DMs on Twitch, of Ozzy admitting to and defending having sex with a drunken high 18-year-old on the day they turned 18. I need to verify sharing receipts won't affect any legal investigation and censor victim's name. Care to guess what the bulk of the evidence in the document against Ozzy is? That's right, Twitch whispers. And if you go to the full evidence folder, something even funnier happens. This private investigator didn't protect his source, even in the info dump. In the full log of messages that's provided there, Ozzy acknowledges he's talking to Taiga. He said, "We were friends while she was 17. I even turned her down when she stayed with me the first time. Taiga? And I wasn't chasing her, I had liked you at the time, but that's in the past." Far from being an independent investigation into this X-mod, this was a hit planned by the person who wrote the exoneration since before they published that exoneration. They waited a few months, posted this hit under a different account, and pretended that Taiga had nothing to do with it, when Taiga was actually the primary source for everything. Seems incredibly terrible and suspicious to me. I'd say it calls everything surrounding all of this into question. But hey, the anonymous burner account on Twitter said they're a super serious private investigator, so we have to trust them. Right, so let's trust everything they've said. Here, folks, is the cherry on top. You're gonna love it. That Sue account claims all of the 7 people they exposed have been reported to the police. And not only that, but they can tell us
Probably
exactly
should have done that
when
from the start if there was
they
anything
reported them.
substantial
They
to the
share
allegations.
an overall summary of the sex offender
Instead of
7
playing
and
Twitter
when they
drama.
were reported, ranging from 2015 to last month. They say not a single one has faced consequences. You click on the document and it opens with, detailed below is a summary of the sex offender 7. 7 alleged sexual predators documented and exposed by 1 investigator. So when does this single investigator claim they've reported Ozzy? 2021, reported to Australian police. And once again, if you check the details of this Google Drive document, you will see that the owner is Burn8. The PI that exonerated Tiger, that pretended not to know anything about Tiger until they looked into the claims for their late 2022 published document that couldn't have taken much time because there's...
Okay, I feel okay. If it's super serious shit, like actual shit, go to the police first. I feel like if you bring it to the court of public opinion first, you give the person the opportunity to like hide shit and delete shit. It's like when indie people... Okay, this is going to be a terrible comparison because this is like serious stuff. But it's like when people make Nintendo fan games and they show them off before it's done, and then Nintendo strikes it down. They got to stop development. It's like, okay, well, if you didn't want to get your 15 seconds of fame, if you had not gotten your 15 seconds of fame, and you didn't release a trailer, and you didn't try to get people hyped up, get attention for yourself, then Nintendo wouldn't have known about it, and they would have struck it down. Yes! Well, if you actually just finish the game and then release it out onto the internet, then people can download it and re-upload it later after Nintendo strikes it down. That's what happened with another Metroid 2 remake. Same thing, same logic applies to this.
So little in it. But some
Nintendo brain.
You will see that the owner is Burn8. The PR...
Yeah, exactly, J Frosty. That's actually a good comparison. That's a better comparison than the one I came up with. That's exactly what happened when Worski and Ralph did the infamous stream where they tried to look into that Instagram human trafficking ring.
That exonerated Tiger, that pretended not to know anything about Tiger until they looked into the claims for their late 2022 published document that couldn't have taken much time because there's so little in it. But somehow... had reported Ozzy in 2021 regarding stuff that occurred within Tiger's community, possibly even using the evidence they got from Tiger. None of this adds up. Remember, Guy publishes this exoneration in 2022 saying, "I'm not a longtime fan, nor was I connected to Tiger. I'm an independent investigator who just happened across Tiger." Few months later, pretending to be someone else, claims to have reported Tiger's mod in 2021, the year before they published their exoneration where they pretend to, barely know anything. Just got this info about Ozzy. On one account saying, yeah, Tiger gave me the evidence. On another saying, Tiger didn't work on this. With all the links shared by that second account, showing the owner has the name of the first account. This might be the shoddiest op I have ever seen. Come on, man. It takes 10 minutes. Just check these things. You don't deserve help. The
VTuber that sometimes in DSB's chat, Tigaholic, has been exposed in the court of public opinion and executed, and they attempted to exonerate themselves, but then they totally self-felted because the independent investigator who was looking into it that said they were exonerated of all crimes was in reality an affiliate of Taiga's.
You deserve to be misled and suffer forever if you're impressed by an Anon account saying they're a private eye. But it's just too annoying to not tell people. That's all I'm going to give you though. Have fun with this info. Maybe it'll even lead you to more insanely suspicious stuff surrounding all this. Who knows? But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful opinions.
Now he does explain it kinda in that video, but as I said, it's supplementary to the original expose, so it might be a bit confusing to follow. You probably got an idea of what Taiga did in your head, but you don't have the specifics. So I don't think I have played it on stream, so fuck it. Let me just pull up the original expose and we get to nitty-gritty, because I actually forgot about the specifics myself. Now this happened about 4 months ago, and the exoneration came like out a month ago, I want to say. At least that's what his channel says. He made the video about the exoneration 1 month ago, and then he made out this video about the investigation a few weeks ago. But that's the original timeline. So this was okay, we got the first video and then the exoneration reaction. Okay, so this happened back in August. And this video we're watching was 1 month ago. Okay, so my timeline's a little off, So the first video is about... Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how Harmful gets involved. Sorry, I'm looking at this shit off screen. The first video he made was about the exoneration. So he didn't even get into it until the exoneration was out. He wasn't into it with the initial investigation, or his first exposure to it was the attention that the original exoneration received. Then he made his video on it, and then after looking into Tigaholic even more, then he put out his second video, which is just, I hate Bungo Taiga. So let's go ahead and learn about this person who likes to talk to DSP sometimes.
Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was added to be
It just says, we're sorry you can't access this item because it is in violation of our terms of service. It doesn't specify why, as these things typically don't. There's an arc.
I mean, Nuxtaku has, like, stuff on him as well.
I might regret this. Right.
God, I hate Tux so much. I don't know, like, no, wait, I do know. Like, he does have weird shit with him. But, like, okay, him just, like, a first impression is what I'm going off of. I know he's a weirdo because of the stuff that happened with him and Mudahar. So it's not, I apologize. I rescind the I don't know. I do know why you would not like him. But as a first impression outside of his controversies, for me, it's like the appearance. You look like you came straight out of Demon Slayer. And the voice, which is somehow more annoying than my own. Like, let me see if I can do it. I'm Nuxtaku. I'm the guy. And I can't do it. Hey, Zuki Wookie.
I don't feel bad about this guy being called a pedophile. Sorry. We're not talking, damn, looks kind of young. We're talking like, that's a toddler.
What?
It is all cartoon stuff, so it is itself. It's not abuse of children, but you're still a freak if that turns you on. Minors do not belong in a space of adult-themed content. True. We had one minor on the entire server who we met during a Destiny 2 raid, if I recall correctly. They were given a role that blocked them from interacting with any not safe for work channel as soon as we found out. The person is in question was suicidal, and the moderation team as a team decided giving them that role. Minors should not hang out with adults who are gooning all day in Discord. Unless they're suicidal, then we have to let them in, but give them a special role.
What? The Sonic Soul moment.
That's weird as hell. That's very strange. The claims of me not caring or not removing it is nothing more than a blatant lie.
Look, if you're gonna have a goon server, Taiga, I don't know, do the PW Dubs thing. You can only enter if you show your ID. Identify yourself.
Please hear me out, Mikiju. Heard you out. I saw the archive of the document. Not a big fan of you. Not a big fan of you. Sorry you were born wrong. We have the other side of the coin. I believe this is an individual.
Uh-oh, this guy.
Who hates Nuxtaku because of his denouncement of the lolicon community. This is the other side of the...
Wait. Who's doing... It's Rev doing the denouncing, right? Hopefully? Right?
We have the other side of the coin. I believe this is an individual who hates Nuxtaku because of his denouncement of the lolicon community. This is the other side of the coin. Is my understanding
I'm not touching this.
responsible for ruining my life will ever be held accountable? I'm still deplatformed, and everyone will move on to something else in another week.
I don't watch these people.
Yard now.
Well, the Rev person, Ludwig will sometimes watch the videos that he puts out, but they're just news videos. I don't know anything about him as an individual. Josh did a segment on him today, and didn't really, like, okay, he asked for info. He didn't know anything about him either. So he asked his chat for information on him, and apparently the chat supplied him info that may have been inaccurate, because then he did a super chat segment, and he got a bunch of super chats that were like, it's not factually accurate. That was not correct what you read from the chat about Rev there. So he has people that come in and defend him, apparently. I don't know anything. I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other. I disavow all degeneracy. I'm the one. I'm the guy.
It's illegal though. A child's not being hurt. Yeah, but
Hey, Sarah.
it's also legal.
Yeah, okay. As I just said, yeah, Josh did a segment on Rev. He pulled out a picture of what he thought was Rev, and then people came and like spammed in the chat that wasn't Rev, and then he had to read the super chat saying, "God, we were trying to spam you in the chat. That's not Rev. That's not Rev." And Josh was just like, "Oh, okay." And I guess he read some other stuff about Rev from that chat from his chat that may have been inaccurate. I mean, I guess it makes sense that the people who would watch Matt at the internet would probably not know factually accurate, factually fucking base information about Rev. I know as much about him as Josh does, apparently. The extent of my exposure, again, is that Ludwig will sometimes put on his videos. But the videos are not about Rev as a person. They're about woke shit in gaming and cringe liberal shit.
Responsible for ruining my life will ever be held accountable. I'm still deplatformed. And everyone...
Yeah, Goki, the white... If these... Indie Splatfest, if a team has white ink, that team is gonna win. Speaking of degeneracy.
We'll move on to something else in another week.
Thank you for the 7 street.
Construction yard! Now!
He was given a picture, Jay Frosty, because he looked in Rev's thread, I think. It was about a greater drama between... Shoot, I'm trying to remember. It was literally today. How can I not remember? It was about... It was a short segment. It was about Nuxtaku. Oh, it was about Rev arguing with this person who said he was an incel. That's what it was about.
For ruining my life will ever be held accountable. I'm still deplatformed. And everyone will move on to something else in another week. Construction yard! Now! It's illegal though. A child's not being hurt. Yeah, but it's also legal to insult and hate you. A child is not being hurt in that instance either. Ta-da!
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today we're gonna take some time and talk about the ongoing Taiga situation. I know a lot of people...
Hello everyone!
So guys, repair. Ongoing Taiga situation.
I've been waiting for my coverage of what's going on, but I wanted to take my time to craft this video in a way that's actually going to be productive, or hope to be productive, for Taiga's situation, and also...
Like a Grums level grifter? What level of griftery are we on here? This image... What are we even looking at? Like, never mind my overlay. My overlay is schizo enough already. But just the image within the video. We have a bald egg looking at Rev, talking about this Taiga person. This image does not look like it should be real.
For Taiga's reputation that continues to be smeared
by
gold
false
level allegations. Okay. So who is Taiga? Well, they are a femboy VTuber who's been around for many years.
It's crazy how casually he says femboy VTuber. Yeah, just a little femboying.
In fact, their YouTube channel was...
Yeah,
femboy.
bald is beautiful.
I'm getting a chromosome
I agree.
read. It's coming up XX.
That's why Phil should just go bald at this point. Just fuck it. Like, bald is beautiful, bro. Let's get dumbhead Phil back.
Approaching 200,000 subscribers. Unfortunately, about a month and a half
ago,
Elijah. His channel was...
I think I'm going to kill myself.
I remember when this happened, and we talked about it on the stream. The royal we. And I posited briefly that it could have been Supper Pup because Supper Pup could have been looking at the chat and then noticed that Taiga had a check mark in DSP's YouTube chat, and then like that may have gotten his attention and then decided to like false flag and report him. But my theory was totally deboomed. It had nothing to do with that.
Removed in...
No, you're free. You've been released. It's hard to give it up on your own unless you're banned, but it's poison that kills you.
Entirely from YouTube, and the policy that he apparently violated was nudity and...
Oh, we had a he dropped there.
Sexual content.
Rev presumably is a they-oid like me, who tends to say they a lot.
Now, Taiga does make some content that is lewder, but it is nothing close to full-on nudity or explicit sexual content. In fact, the type of content he makes is very common in the VTubing scene among channels that don't get their entire channel taken away, like...
Oh, can you play a clip or something?
You can go with that one. When is this gonna be me? I've already VTubed before. I used a PNG of an egg. We are going to get an example of the kind of Taiga, like, you might be able to say, if you're going to say they do stuff that's in line with the other channels, I think it's totally safe. You're throwing your hat in, show me an example of something that's kind of risque, but you think is safe. Show it to me.
And unfortunately, his appeal to this decision would be rejected on July 2nd. However, the very next day, his channel would suddenly return with an official statement from YouTube saying their content is free to exist on YouTube. However, 6 hours after that, the channel was removed again, just 6 hours later after returning. And besides the cruelty of dangling this channel in front,
the cruelty of dangling this channel. Stop! They're not actually 5 years old, the character just looks that way.
Of Taiga and then taking it back. Also, Taiga had gotten their silver play button for—
Is Taiga like a kid? Is Taiga actually a child?
No, I think they just LARP as one.
In front of them.
For getting 100,000 subscribers during all of this mess. And on top of that, it just shows the inconsistency of YouTube and its policies where 1 minute your content is totally fine for the platform and even monetizable, and then 6 hours later that same content is so dangerous it has to be removed entirely.
Well, it's not all automatic, and I always see this get talked about, but like YouTube does have human moderators that like operate it, so it's like always up to individual discretion. So it could just be one review day. It was like, okay, that's okay, unban, and then like 6 hours later, another guy reviews it. It's like, oh wait, actually no, that should stay banned. Like actually, I don't allow that, and they just reban it.
It's almost as if they're not functioning as a moral authority, but rather they are concerned with perception, perhaps business impact. And who knows, the impact of the structure and who's in charge of making these decisions, how high up does it go? You know, not crazy.
And to make the situation even worse,
hey, maybe sometimes it sucks, but I feel like this is an angle of criticism that is something that will never really be fixed or worked on. This angle of the issue.
Worse, shortly after that, Taiga's official Twitter account would be suspended. Now, looking at everything going on, clearly there's some false reports, and over the years, Taiga—
Not to me. That's your judgment. I have no idea what this Taiga person has done or what they do. Are you gonna show me?
Has amassed a lot of harassers, including some stalkers. Now, why does this all happen? Well, those are intertwined with a series of false allegations that Taiga was facing. False allegations that accused him of grooming someone. Now, those have been since debunked and also Taiga exonerated. However, during the time—
May I see it?
Of that
no, just believe Rev when he says they were exonerated. They were exonerated, you guys. The independent investigator told us
these
so.
False allegations and to slander Taiga. Now, there's been
a false grooming accusation and exoneration entirely contained in your skull. May I see it?
We're not watching Rev. We're watching Harmful watching Rev. It's one of those. This is about Taiga. Remember that person?
To slander Taiga. Now, there's been
a false grooming accusation and exoneration entirely contained in your skull. May I see it?
Multiple people in the VTubing scene who are responsible for a lot of the damage.
This seems like a dumb choice. Seems like you're implicitly on the side of Taiga. Taiga is the wronged individual. You're describing things that have been done that suck for them as being cruel, empathy-inducing language, cruelty inflicted upon this individual. It would help me feel for this person if I knew what the actually happened rather than a general description.
Damage done.
We got 16 minutes though. It's gonna happen.
Well, that's what you don't get, Harmful. It's a grifter news video made for a fucking quick buck, right? They're just talking about. I guess the video assumes that you're already caught up to speed, right? Kind of like that. Kind of like literally the last video I played before I went back in time. It just assumes you're already familiar with it. It's not like a documentarian style video that just gives you all the info all at once. Else it'd probably be like 2 hours long.
It's gonna happen.
To Taiga's reputation, we're first going to look at Marina VT. We have talked about Marina before. She is constantly in controversy. She's stirring up drama and also is a supporter of the Hogwarts Legacy harassment campaign. She was also the VTuber who falsely believed a few months ago that she could stream a nude VTuber model on Twitch where she would eventually...
Yeah, okay, sounds like a loser, but the way it's listed out is it, have we hit the side of YouTube where there are all these orthodoxies where it's like she was involved in the Hogwarts harassment campaign? Is that like she involved herself in the pogroms? But would it
be temporarily suspended? But on top of that, she has had it out for Taiga for years. She has been harassing and slandering Taiga.
Can we see the harassment?
Harassing. Because every time you or your
What is the
followers post about
harassment?
me, accuse me of things that are false, so I just keep bringing up.
Does Taiga have her own duty? Like, what is going on?
Bring up the facts and the very screenshots you keep trying to public people being talked about. Harassment. I don't think I'm going to be convinced of harassment. Slander, maybe if you show me it's false. Although I guess here it would be libel. To be hyper autistic. But still, yeah, libel, slander, bad. When we're talking about a public
Hogwarts Legacy
figure
drama,
with
yeah.
a media presence
Now nobody talks about that game anymore.
being talked about, that's not the same as pestering someone who's a private individual with an expectation of privacy, right?
For years. And you can see posts.
I think Harmful does have like a scary story alternate channel. He doesn't call it. He doesn't go by Harmful Opinions. I forget what the name was. He advertised it once.
Ones that have recent,
particularly if the channel by which you are communicating with them or communicating about them is a public platform that they also exist on, right? If this person was like calling them on their phone or something and like bypassing blocks and blah, 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 maybe this, don't care. The substance of what they say, if it's lies, sure. But harassment, stop it.
Applies as recent as 2023, where she has used what is now debunked evidence to claim that Taiga is this dangerous person, needs to be blacklisted from the VTubing scene, and also that he is some kind of a predator. And you can see other members of the VTubing scene jumping on this, Friends of Marina, supporting this false narrative about Taiga, and that checks out because as a former...
May I see it? Hey, it could be true.
Are these VTubers or VTweeters?
Believe it if you like show me, just quickly, just be like, they said this, but the evidence was this, like just quickly, or even just describe how it was debunked. Maybe we will look at the accusation doc. Maybe what I'll do is like I'll have the accusation doc up. If it's a safe page, I show it, then I hide it from the stream, scroll down, show it, hide it from the stream, scroll down, show it. You know what I mean?
Harmful coming through.
Supporting this false narrative about Taiga, and that checks out because...
Unban the R slur? No, Omegon is not coming back.
Because as a former friend here has commented,
Aquasaber knows. Aquasaber has all the context.
For a good period of time, was encouraging her friends to support these slanderous posts about Taiga. And the reason she was doing all this was not for justice, it wasn't for bringing awareness, it was simply made because she had it out for Taiga. And even after learning that he had been exonerated, she kept making posts claiming that he is some predator. And when finally confronted with all this stuff, we would see a response from Marina, her attempt at an apology.
All right.
You know, and I will even, if Taiga watches this, like, I am sorry.
And of course, if we're talking about...
Is all they said? That feels clip-chimped, like they put... I smell an if coming after.
Reputational
yeah, that was that inserted by Rev into the video? Let me go back to that. No.
You know, and I will even, if Taiga watches this.
If,
like,
I hear if.
I am sorry.
If they
and
watch.
Of course, if we're talking about...
Is that all they said? That feels...
Yeah, okay, that's a very short clip. So they do say if, but they mean if as in if Taiga watches. But I feel like even after where the clip cuts off, it's gonna sound like, I'm sorry if ... this is in fact debunked. Oh, check this out. Sorry, I'm distracted. Look, it's Team Rocket with Shiver. That's pretty cool. Let's get it, because Team Rocket is all about money.
Clip-chimped, like they put... I smell an if coming after.
Reputational damage.
What?
Gotta hear that one more time.
If we're talking about...
Is that all they said?
Like, I am sorry.
I am sorry. Can you just hear her continuing that sentence and saying if these are debunked allegations, I won't ask any further questions, but if they're debunked and it's truly false, I'm sorry, you guys. There's a very suspiciously clipped clip there, Rev.
And of course, if we're talking about...
Is that all they said? That feels clip chimped. Like they put. I feel that's.
like,
I smell
sorry?
an if coming after.
Reputational damage.
What the is this?
Damage in the VTubing scene involving Taiga. We have to talk about Nux Taku, who about 2 years ago made this collab video with who else but Moist Critical,
Charlie.
where you can see it has 350,000 views. It was a VTuber drama tier list type video,
Right.
and of course Charlie is not super aware of a lot of the
True, Zara BP. I mean, I could also
Hello
be
everyone, Charlie here. We're gonna react to VTuber Hentai with Nux Taku. He's gonna show me his mommy milky milfy hentai.
The guy, it seems like a Triforce of terror. You got on one end Nux Taku, you got on the other end Rev, and you got on the other end Taiga. I can't even keep up with all of these people.
working on my Buddy Holly cover, but.
And then you have Charlie in the middle.
VTuber controversy, so Nux would have to explain them to him. And when Taiga came up, Taiga was described by Nux as a predator.
Is this HoloLive?
No, Taiga is an indie streamer who, I don't know the whole story, but Taiga was outed.
Okay, we are watching. I am reacting to Harmful. React to Rev. React to Nux Taku and Morse Critical. No, I don't even have it right. We're watching. I'm watching Harmful, who's watching Rev, who's watching Nux Taku and Sir Moist Critical. Wait, no, I'm wrong again. We're watching. I'm watching Harmful, who's watching Rev, who's watching Taiga react to Nux Taku and Sir Moist react to Taiga from the past. Before that clip that Taiga is itself reacting to.
To be a
I don't know the.
Couched in I don't know the whole story, but then that is a hard, they were outed as a pedophile. That's a rock hard claim. Let's see. Hey, look! Just because I think Nux
I still got one more slice of that jalapeno pizza. I want to get that last slice.
Taco is a weird little fucking freak. Spineless, swept for, worm, doesn't mean he couldn't be right. Okay? But that is definitely assault. He's definitely said this person.
That's true. That's true. I often say it myself. It doesn't matter. Well, it's sometimes in rare exceptions it can sometimes matter, but it doesn't matter who the messenger is as long as it's the objective truth. Now, sometimes the messenger can like affect the context of how something is conveyed, even if it is the truth. But most of the time, asterisk, it doesn't matter if it as long as it's the truth. The problem is people don't want to do their own research when it comes to anything, especially on the internet. I paused a lot during that, so I will rewind.
Hey, look! Just because I think Nux Taco is a weird little fucking freak, spineless, swept for, worm, doesn't mean he couldn't be right. Okay?
So yeah, Nux Taku could be right here.
He's definitely said
and also a fucking degenerate himself.
Been out as a pedophile. Despite my ignorance of the full situation, I am sure they have been out as a pedophile.
I don't know the whole story, but we want to talk about out of context, bro.
So yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, him saying...
Wait, Taiga sounds like that? I thought they were a fem... Well, I mean, that is kind of feminine. They sound like a lady LARPing as a boy? But they don't sound like a dude. I mean... I guess that's the point. I expected more testosterone. It does sound like a boy. No, he's a femme guy. Good voice acting. I don't know. It sounds like a fat bitch.
But out of context, bro.
So yeah, there's a lot to unpack there. First of all, him saying
No, I get that they're a femboy. It's just the voice.
With...
The voice makes it sound like it's a Amber Lynn fat bitch trying to pretend to be a boy.
Ben felt comfortable enough to slander Taiga is ridiculous, but eventually
Not necessarily. Stop. I can immediately... Okay. Stop! It's fucking not ridiculous. It might be in this scenario, presenting that as a ridiculous thing to say. I'm not aware of the full situation, but they've been outed to be a pedophile. What if they were outed because they have...
Okay, Benjamin agrees. Benjamin hears it, right? Benjamin can hear it. Doesn't a lady LARPing as a femboy defeat the purpose of a femboy? Well, maybe for gender purposes, but it could be that they just want to be a boy. So a child, and they want to be a child, and then also be the gender that they're not. It has an advantage to it, I suppose, to the LARP. Okay, if they had the camera on and they were a fat bitch, they wouldn't have the same following.
I'm not aware of the full situation, but they've been outed to be a pedophile. What if they were outed because there's like a fucking video of them fucking a kid? And you're just saying, hey, I don't know everything, but they definitely are a pedophile. Might be the... Like, what if there's a rock-solid piece of evidence and you're just saying, I don't know the whole thing, but they're definitely a pedo? There are scenarios where that could be the case.
A lot of people would
presumably not this one, but he said it as if that statement alone is absurd. It's not.
Start harassing Taiga as a result of this clip, and eventually Taiga would challenge Nuxtaku and...
Hey all, I edited out the Bungo Taiga segment of this video. Although I state in the video it's Globo is coming to World of Warcraft. Anyway, these fucking names, dude. I picked my name to be ridiculous on purpose, and I'm not being blown out of the water here. Bungo Taiga. I do not know the full bunghole tiger. China is just a bunghole.
I guess that's the bunghole. Is that supposed to be like? That's where the name comes from. They're hoping you mispronounce it. They gotta put their dingus on the table like me. Just call yourself dingus.
Tiger. They're not a real threat. Anyway, still. Hang on.
Stop trying to hide it behind cute
itself a disclaimer that I do not know the full story.
That's want people to call you bunghole.
That's merely a description of your of you not having the full picture. You could say I don't have the full picture, and then if you say but one thing, that suggests you are clear on that one point. I hate all these people! Holy fuck! Not to take what I say too seriously, I still would rather not be a cause for misinformation floating around now that new information was revealed. I'm still in the dark on a lot of details as I heard both sides of this event, and I don't something I want to think. I'm sorry if I caused any undue harm in this. I'm sorry if I caused any undue harm. That's kind of good though. I kind of like. Sorry if I caused.
I have to agree with Harmful so far. It seems like this is a gaggle of individuals trying to each minimize the impact of their respective quote-unquote bad looks.
Any undue harm. The harm you fucking deserve. Like, if you are a pedophile, then I'm not sorry. That's good. Hey, I like that. Funny. I also personally apologized and reached out to Tiger for his side and discussed my plan going forward with him? Fucking why? That's weird. That's really weird. Why would you discuss your plan going forward with the subject of your commentary? That's weird as fuck. I hope the truth comes out with a little lines, and I intend to set about it straight in the future when I understand better. Tiger informed me that there's a private Hey, I'm still not sure if they're a pedophile or not, but I'm gonna discuss the public image strategy with them going forward. Okay. What?
Basically say these are false.
Charlie has nothing to do with this. This was privately recorded and only on my platform. You were talking to him. And he's in the video that's broadcast. He doesn't have nothing to do with it because it wasn't on his channel. He's still a real human being. You still recorded him. It's still a real recording. You could say Charlie has nothing to do with this. He didn't know anything about it. I brought it up. He didn't know enough to challenge it. He's not endorsing it. You could say something like that. Not unless by privately recorded you mean I was fucking creep-shotting him. What the?
Allegations, and eventually Nux would leave a pinned comment where he addresses several things. First of all, trying to apologize, but also saying that he's aware that Taiga is being investigated.
While the Harmful was reading the top comment within the... So in the video, you see a comment. That's what he was reading and reacting to. The comment that Rev is highlighting, which is talked about Moist and Taiga, among many other such things and the like.
Investigated by a private investigator who's looking into these claims made against them. This was
this is from Harmful stream.
Made about 2 years ago, this pinned comment, And also, he said if these allegations were proven to be untrue, he would likely make a follow-up video either with Charlie or somewhere separate, right?
My
What
brain
it sound
is
like so
absolutely
far,
fucked
Saru?
into the ground by this. You've gone soft on Nux. Why? He said, quote,
Doesn't
I
mean there can't be smoke
intend
to it.
set the record straight in the future when I understand the situation better. Right? You can go hot.
Because keep in mind, we're going back in the past. As we know currently, the exoneration that's being discussed was later proven to not be a 100% entirely independent exoneration. Taiga had influence within the exoneration, and we were led to believe it was an independent investigator. But then it got found out that they were actually a friend of Taiga's, and Taiga influenced the document that exonerated him. So we're in the past. We know the outcome. The outcome is that the exoneration was complete fucking bullshit.
You can say he intends to set the record straight. Not, he'll likely do it if it comes out. No, if it comes out, he will.
And you can see the impact of this pinned comment. It only has 169 likes.
My main takeaway was that Tiger was manipulating the situation. So kind of what I was feeling earlier with this seems to be a lot of people who have respective skeletons and bad looks and trying to minimize the impact and effects of said skeletons and bad looks. Taiga is innocent? No, I just said the independent investigation wasn't independent. They were friends with Taiga, the independent investigator who said he was exonerated. That means the exoneration was compromised, and therefore the allegations might still have smoke to them.
Itself has 350,000. Too little, too late in many people's eyes, but we also have a public accusation being followed up.
Just a fucking shotgun blast. Comment has 169 likes, but the video has 349,000.
Hi, Jamsies. I totally forgot the Splatfest was today, so I hopped on Team Money, and I'm seething. I'm not even counting my W's and L's anymore. I probably should. And I'm discussing internet drama, as I so often tend to do. No, we've been losing all night. The win-loss at the bottom isn't even accurate. We've been getting destroyed by Team President because they got the cum-colored ink. It really do be like that sometimes. Anytime white ink is an option, they always seem to win. I don't know why.
Video has 24,000. You can. I'm nitpicking, but I feel like there's such a fucking clusterfuck of weird things to say. Bizarre presentation. 169 likes, but the video has 349,000 views. I suspect that clearly that comment has been seen far fewer times. You know, a lie's traveled around the world by the time the truth gets its shoes on to chase. Blah 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 blah. If you're not going to specify views, you want to do apples to apples. 196 likes to 24k likes.
Up with a private apology. He privately apologized to Taiga about the situation.
Oh, this is tough. The L's doubled the W's. Gave my rats fries and they're fighting for it. Big ups on the fighting over the fries. Let's get a shout out for Jamsy. She is a Splatoon god. I'm over here flopping around. I'm terrible in this game. I can't get kills for shit. I'm the person, I'm the one weighing down everyone else.
But let's fast forward. So there was an investigation going on.
I'm doing a UN expose. I wish. A strange twist.
And there was a private investigator who is special.
Okay.
Anime Night is primed and ready. What I hear?
And I won't edit the document as it is finalized as of the exoneration of Bungo Taiga.
There was an
Bungo Taiga sounds like a character name made up to be in a South Park episode making fun of VTubers.
Investigation going on.
It sounds like a Beavis
there
and
was a
Butthead joke.
private investigator who is specialized in these sorts of accusations, who went in independently and looked at everything going on in the situation. This
What's their name?
Document is still
Yeah, Anime Night tomorrow, 11 Eastern, 10 Central.
The private investigator.
Oh, so wait, the independent investigator is the. Sorry, independent investigator Burn 8. Fuck me. Who is this person? Burn 8 on Twitter. Their bio is, I pray for a future where people like me aren't needed anymore. Hey, I investigate
13
things
shows.
with no support from anyone else with qualifications. Hence, I'm an independent investigator. Is that what we're looking at here? I am extremely underwhelmed by this individual so far. But Presumably they will share
the
their
title.
credentials.
Thank
In
you.
their
I came up with it
document when we
last
get around
minute because I was gonna play
For
something
now,
else at
in this
first,
rev
and then I
video,
remembered the
that
Splatfest
individual
was
we were
on
just looking
tonight.
at the Twitter feed of is ostensibly being cited as an authority and expert.
Investigation going on, and there was a private investigator who is specialized in these sorts of accusations who went.
As far as I can tell, it is referring to Burn 8.
Went in independently and looked at everything going on in this situation. This document is still available. You can find it on Twitter if you want to. But to sum it up, the private investigator found that this whole situation.
The private investigator, independent. That's code for some fucking guy on Twitter. What they said can be correct. They're looking into it can be well done. You're trying to.
And we're in the future, so we know that investigation was fucking bullshit.
Trying to beef him up. Private, independent investigator.
Situation was based on unfounded claims. Essentially what happened was there was 3 individuals who were ex-members of.
I will be keeping my identity anonymous, as many of the actual pedophiles I investigate will stalk and harass anyone I associate with. You cannot lean on this person's credentials and identity when they're anonymous and there's some fucking guy on Twitter. You can say the info's good, you can say what he's written's good, you can say it's accurate and you've checked it. You can't fucking lean on him in terms of his authority as, oh, he's this great fucking independent PI. Stop.
Taiga's community.
Think you're on the Sunday slap for now? Alright.
The fucking title is The Exoneration of Bungo Taiga. Even if that would be an accurate characterization of this. Can we talk about this? Because these fucking retards
whoa,
who post stuff on the
harmful.
internet don't understand the concept of
Harmful
the appearance
apologize
of
because he's also on Twitch.
It is not enough to merely act properly if you want people to listen to you, and you want to serve the public, and you want to share information that is important, and that people should know, with high stakes. You must also avoid the appearance of impropriety. You must behave in such a way that people will not doubt you, even when you have no reason to be doubted. If you behave sketchily, you undermine the ability of your work to do good, to serve the public interest. Even if you are behaving properly, even if everything you're saying is true,
You could
if you
move some of
look
those
like a
Saturday
fucking
shows to Sunday.
freak and you present yourself in a
If you got
fucked
too
up
much.
way that makes you look insanely biased, you are undermining the work
So I
itself.
imagine
by
not all
increasing
of
the
those new
likelihood
shows
that
are going to
people will
work
doubt
out
it.
long term.
Right? Appearance of impropriety is as important as actual impropriety and is sometimes worse. If you are suspected of actual impropriety, there is a chance you can prove that that is.
What's the over-under for Anne returning to America with a new wife? That's right, he scammed us and got married like the guy. Well, it is the Philippines, and they sure do love arranged marriages over there. I even joked about that on his IRL stream. It could be 110% possible that he comes back, he's got a lady with him. They were right.
False. If you have merely generated the appearance of impropriety, the odds that you'll have something solid to point to say any claims are false is much lower because you just look sus. Versus someone saying, for instance, hey, you worked with so-and-so, you might be able to prove that you didn't. Right? If they're just like, you look biased because you've called this the fucking exoneration of Bungo Taiga, what do you counter that with?
Came disgruntled, and also some of them went on to stalk Taiga and came up with this scheme to slander
Yeah, he'll
them
finally
through
have a
all these
real life
false
secretary.
Did I hit my head or cut myself shaving or something? I just slapped my head in rage. That might be why it's a bit red.
accusations, including, and came up with this scheme to slander them through all of these false accusations, including allegations of grooming. Now, as it turns out, a lot of the evidence was either
genius scheme,
either completely faked or cropped out of context.
It was
or
out of
in many
context,
cases,
dude.
There was comments
It was a
being
gazillion
made
years ago.
about fictional characters, and they were being framed as comments about real.
No, Cerulean was Saru is My Happy Marriage's strongest soldier.
People, and all of this was done to slander Taiga. And as the evidence turns out, he was not guilty of any of these things, and the investigator exonerated Taiga.
The investigator exonerated him. Holy.
It's good, but I wish there weren't any superpowers
That
in it.
exoneration came out in 2022. We are now more.
They're referring to it as if it's a fucking court judgment. The exoneration
It's
was
good 'cause
released
it's not an
on
isekai.
Twitter by
There you go.
Burn8 years ago. He's been exonerated.
more than halfway through 2024, and we haven't heard any.
And you know it's an exoneration and it carries that weight because the Google Doc is called the exoneration of.
Official response from Nux. In fact, the only mention I can find of Nux Taku regarding Taiga came about 6 months ago on the Some Ordinary podcast, where he mentions it about 20 minutes into the podcast, by the way, which was not about Taiga. It was just an offhand remark about false allegations.
Do things, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a past thing. Like, there was the VTuber that was canceled.
There was the VTuber that was canceled named Bungo Taiga, and I don't know anything about them, but I'm sure they're as weird as I am. I mean, I'm not weird at all. I'm Nux Taco, and I'm extremely based because I talked to Charlie Moist Critical.
It about 20 minutes into the podcast, by the way, which was not about Taiga. It was just an offhand remark about false allegations.
Do things, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a past thing. Like, there was the VTuber that was canceled for allegedly doing weird grooming type shit. And
to be fair, alleged.
Yeah, he did
For
say
instance,
alleged.
by you.
I don't know anything about it.
I was in a video.
Okay.
And I was talking about it, and I also alleged that he did that.
Okay.
Close friends of
Not full worm mode today. Not full worm mode today.
mine told me, and I saw, you know, creepy conversations of him talking to kids and or talking about kids and, you know, liking little boys and stuff like that. Who knows if it's a joke, you know? And like I alleged it also because a friend told me.
I alleged it also cause a friend told me. Worm mode activated! Spine removed! I looked. Based on my judgment, I thought it was appropriate to say that apparently he's a pedophile. My judgment. I said it because a friend told me. Not my fault. Not my fault. Jesus Christ.
And I regret it because he, you know, I don't know if it's true. He ended up coming back with some sort of response. I don't know, this guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that I even alleged something like that. And like
I privately apologized.
That is kind of silly though, right? Okay, so Harmful actually looked at the evidence and then came to the conclusion that it's understandable that someone would call Taiga a PDF. Nux says, "Oh, I called them a PDF only because my friend told me. And I had to apologize them. I had to apologize to him in private."
That I allege this person is a fucking diddleroid in front of thousands of people.
Because a friend told me. I believed him.
Muda put out a good
For me,
tweet
that's
last night.
That's the hardest part of this whole thing.
The thing that has bothered a lot of people, including Taiga, is that even all this time later, way after the exoneration has been
publicly announced and privately apologized.
After the exoneration has been
Because if they publicly take back the denunciation, then they get seized from the Taiga people, and then they get seized from the people that don't like any of it. And it's like, okay, well, why are you avowing this person when you know all this, that, and the other? It's like it wouldn't be good for him. But I'm not defending that. I'm saying that he absolutely would deserve that. Suffer, Nux. Suffer. You deserve to get shit on by all sides, bish.
Well known publicly. These people just say these fucking sentences and don't immediately kill themselves after. How do they do it?
He still uses terms like allegedly to describe what's going on with Taiga, and also he relies very much on the fact that he privately apologized.
Despite this Twitter user posting a Google Doc in which they refuse to identify themselves, but are leaning on their supposed expertise as an investigator.
Am I telling the Suffer?
Anonymously,
Nux for being a worm.
Nux Taku hasn't accepted it as fact. That's correct on his part.
Apologize to Taiga. It's like the get out of jail free card in the situation. However, hearing Taiga's reaction to this clip, it sounds like it's not enough for them. I don't think they're satisfied with a private apology, and one that doesn't even really sound that good to begin with.
This guy Bungo Taiga, and I apologized to him privately that.
Let me be clear. Let me check
Bunghole Tickler.
exactly what he said. If I do a sequel with Charlie, I was planning on it. I'll try to clear the record more publicly. I'll also do more research. Again, I don't know right now, however.
I like how Nux is looking at
Taiga. Any
Taiga.
extra damage I caused and hope you can accept my apology. This was in December 22nd, 2022. 2022. He said he was going to make a sequel video with Moist Critical. Video never came.
That one wasn't guaranteed. In the other comment that Rev was showing on screen, in the other post that he pinned, he said he intends to clear it up, and there was no
Profile
mention of
images
that
for
being hinged
Xenoblade?
on, or rather, that hinging on a collab with Charlie. But it now appears that Rev was referring to whatever this person is talking about while displaying a different comment.
You can tell
better one to
Sarah's
use
typing
is the
while
one where
doing
he says
something else.
He intends to clear things up if information comes out. You have him on that one.
I saw the ones for Xenoblade. I didn't see the ones for this game.
There's information out.
I'm trying to save up on points so I can get some of the physical prices.
The appeal to this Twitter fellow's authority. You can say the information in the document is good if you've found it to be as such. The information's out. Nux can see it. He said, should more information come out, he intends to clear things up. You've got him on that.
I know they
but
had
can't
ones
even
for this.
fucking
I didn't know
do
they
that.
had new ones.
Zero competence. Fuck me. This is why. This is why. You don't help people. Don't fucking do it. Not even fucking once. They don't deserve it. They're too stupid to be helped.
I want to speak briefly about my own experience dealing with Nux Taku. So about 2 years ago, I made a video covering some very hypocritical.
What Harmful said there about helping people who are too stupid to not, they don't even deserve your help. Interesting. I could bring up, no, it's not necessary. I've just heard, I've heard that sentiment shared before. I'll rewind it. And you decide for yourself whether he's right.
You don't help people. Don't. Can see it. He said, should more information come out, he intends to clear things up. You've got him on that, but they can't even fucking do that. Zero competence. Fuck me. This is why. This is why. You don't help people. Don't fucking do it. Not even fucking once. They don't deserve it. They're too stupid to be helped.
I want to speak briefly about my own experience dealing with Nux Taku. So about 2 years ago, I made a video covering some very hypocritical statements made by him, where he made this response video shortly after.
The general idea is that if you help people who are too stupid to help themselves, and they just end up making the situation worse, the blowback then reflects on you. When originally, if you had just done nothing and it sat by the wayside, you would not have to suffer any blowback on your own. It hurts your own reputation. I knew Seru would say he's right. And I'm not going to explain any further as to why I knew Seru would say that he's right, but I knew that Seru would say that he's right, and I will refuse to elaborate.
After, and you can see the thumbnail. I mean, he's just throwing around these slanderous things left
Benjamin.
and right. And when, confronted on this whole thing, he basically said because I paraphrased some of the things he was saying in my thumbnail, he had full range to do whatever he wanted in his thumbnail, including saying slanderous things like this that have been used to harass me. But on
this fucking Nux guy went in on this guy with
now, including
Seru himself might not even understand why I think why I believe that I knew he would say that he's right. Seru might not even understand why I think that.
Okay, this is pretty good. I like this. I like this a lot.
Slanderous things like this that have been used to harass me. But on top of that, this video was about his hypocrisy. So
okay, he says he understands.
Can I have a second?
Don't say anything.
I'll
just leave it at that.
Relatively mild. He's got the.
These are dogs that are asleep.
In the middle.
I'm just referencing them
weird on the
because
bottom
of the video.
The imminent rape thumb is the most bro. No one's viewing that as anything but free shit. But the middle one,
some people just don't need help.
Shit one as well.
That's all.
Right. Let me check something. Okay. So this Rev person, they're clearly like a lolly supporter.
Is he? Okay, they had mentioned that earlier. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't watch Rev content like that. I just, when Ludwig will put on a video, he'll talk about woke shit. But the content of the video is not about Rev himself. And then we had a segment earlier by Jersh, in which Jersh got fed incorrect information. So I'm not going to take that as an accurate assessment of who Rev is. So is this the dedicated Rev segment?
A lolly supporter. I understand why they have a problem with Nux. They apparently like to a lot go, hey, you say you hate lolly, you have a lolly icon. You say you hate lolly, you've liked this, Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking through a ton of this guy's video transcripts. Seems like a regular part of his shtick is You say you hate lolis, but look, you like this. You use this image, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, the claim is that Rev's avatar is a loli. Alright. Rev just reports news and moves on. Some don't need help because it changes in nothing. I agree.
No wonder he has a problem with Nuxtaku. Can I play this for a while on stream? It's Chud. I haven't looked at any of this. Like,
I haven't looked at it, you guys. I don't know anything about it.
Link is Chud releasing
It's the best get out of jail free card. I haven't looked into it, guys. I've used it too. I don't know anything about it. I gotta look into it
as well.
Interesting. Not suggesting.
Lose the ball, switch jacket in a corner. Harmful opinions.
Perhaps.
There's the quote as well. People, you get the fucking lowly defense force saying, "Damn, it's crazy to say he was trying to like EPI kids to put."
Okay, he's actually watching one of his videos on Nuxtaku. So we're watching the his Taiga series. But he actually has a completely independent and separate Nuxtaku series.
Put them down the fucking pedo pipeline instead of just saying he was baiting people. Yeah, I don't think that was his intent. But I think he was insanely fucking reckless and has horrible judgment. Right? To not realize, fuck, I'm part of this.
Perhaps so many are removed because he realized how bad a look it is, or maybe it just became a YouTube problem.
This fucking freak got swept for and it made me look like I was being a fucking retard. It's completely obscene.
Whoa, what is that thumbnail? Whoa, is that a Nuxtaku thumbnail? I don't think I can have, no, minimize.
Obscene, bro. What the fuck was
I didn't see that at first.
This is fucking obscenity.
I just heard Chud Logic yelling and I was like, oh, we gotta full screen this.
Moves were made that
there's increased lore for this. If Queeman thought I was saying that, then Queeman is retarded because
Okay, maybe the actual image is like safe for, maybe it's disingenuously censored.
Explicitly say I don't think that was.
Maybe she's wearing a thong underneath the censor bar.
His intent. I'm outlining why this sort of shit is fucked to emphasize his obliviousness, to back up why it's so fucking weird that he doesn't react. He says, "Oh, hey, kids are copying this porno and doing like TikTok videos, copying the moves in this porno." Haha. What? No register from him that's fucked. And so I show, hey, there's this sort of conveyor belt effect that he can be seen as an element of. I don't think he intends to be, but he's at the very least reckless.
Okay, I knew Benjamin would be confused. Because he said earlier he doesn't understand anything. So, he's referencing his original series, expose, whatever, series of videos on Nuxtaku. The argument with that saga was that Nuxtaku's dangerous thumbnails for his monetized videos that were not age restricted, despite having sensitive thumbnails, such as the one I tried to minimize right now, could potentially be a pipeline in which younger viewers are led into like hentai and Rule 34, which progressively gets worse and worse until they start going to the truly degenerate and dangerous territory.
Has extremely poor judgment.
Mudahar pretended like he
then
didn't
in turn,
know.
back up the suggestion that he fucking would have had Shadman on and sucked his cock. Even if John...
Oh yeah, and then he commissioned or collaborated with Shadman, and that's a guy who draws real human children. Like suggestive poses, like the Keemstar's daughter. You guys may have heard about that one. That's that guy. So he collaborated with Shadman, and Nuxtaku got totally felted, and he had to apologize, and he literally said, I don't know who he is, you guys. I don't know him, you guys. I didn't know, but now I know, and I disavow him, you guys. So that was the drama for that, and then that led to a greater discussion about Nux's channel and his suggested thumbnails, potentially leading younger children down the pipeline of animated porn until they become like true degenerates, beyond hope, beyond saving. Yeah, because the videos were not age restricted, despite the content within them, which is like, you know, for example, discussed earlier, Nuxtaku showing Sir Moist, like Lolicon, or, well, I think it was just like anime hentai, like general anime hentai ecchi, and then asking like Sir Moist's opinion on it.
Because he thought it would be good bait.
Yes, JC, to answer JC, Shadowman draws real human children, like children that are actually not fictional characters, that I'm sure he has. I think he has. But he's known infamously for drawing real human children, of which would be Keemstar's daughter and the fuck is her name? The kid from Logan. And I think he got didn't it come out he got contacted by the studio? Logan girl. He drew Logan girl and got canceled by the studio. They were like, you can't stop, you gotta stop doing that, you guys. This is just a real person. And we're suing you for their likeness. I don't think he got sued. It was like a cease and desist. Yeah. It's my very haphazard recollection while I'm playing a fully intense action game.
But there is further lore.
Oh, yeah, J Frosty's right.
There is lore missing. The reason I have that big black box over this thumbnail is someone posted this original version of the thumbnail saying, hey, I think the editor forgot to censor it. There was
so absolutely it would be a horrible look for Nuxtaku to collaborate with that person. So he ate a lot of shit for it, and rightfully so.
Fucking reporting, okay? When I did nothing wrong, and Nuxtaku is a total fucking freak.
True. Forget quality reporting, okay? Just, look. In my day, these people will be bully-sided, okay?
There was many different statements I collected of him saying disparaging things about people who enjoy Wally content, where I countered by saying, you have WallyCon in your thumbnails and you've used it as a parts of your content. This makes you a hypocrite. In fact, he wouldn't really address this in his response video, but instead would secretly go...
Stop. Ever so slightly fumbled. Your view can change. He could have been pro Lolicon in the past and not now. He's not necessarily a hypocrite. I suspect his condemnation is a lie. You know?
I think Harmful's right on the money there, but that's kind of funny though. No, that was a gazillion years ago. I've changed since then. I was into that back then, but I'm not now. But yeah, it's possible the condemnation just in general is not genuine, or just to get the heat off of him. Because again, Nuxtaku was eating a lot of shit around this time.
Said would secretly go...
Stop. Ever so slightly fumbled. Your view can change. He could have been pro Lolicon in the past and not now. He's not necessarily a hypocrite. I suspect his condemnation is a lie. You know? It's pure optics games and stuff. Just hypocrisy? Not necessarily.
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like OPSEC because he's such a notable personality. Oh, I gotta disavow it now because I got called out. Well, yeah, one, it's a bad thing in general. Two, you're coping by denouncing it only after you were called out. This makes your condemnation inherently suspect.
Behind the scenes and start changing all of his old thumbnails. But that video itself was an absolute disaster. I mean, I never made an official response to it because I didn't really feel like I needed to, but...
Oh, do these guys just call each other hypocrites? Is that it?
Spider-Man pointing at each other moment.
I think there's several quotes from Nux that really relates to the Taiga situation. You can see the video itself. It is probably his most disliked video on any of his channels, but
gives a fuck.
It was off to a terrible start when he began.
Oh, these kids, man. Are these kids? Like, are they, like...
Harmful can't believe these guys. 18, like, Rep is married. Like, at least 19, that's what Josh said on the stream.
By saying he uploaded this on his alt channel, not his main channel, because if he did on his main channel, I likely would have been deplatformed.
If I make a
video, I'm confident both of these people are older than me.
This dude on my main channel, YouTube will literally deplatform him. Like, YouTube actually watches my stuff, especially ever since I've been on the Some Ordinary podcast. YouTube has really been paying attention to like what we've been saying.
YouTube.
And I'll be honest, if I would make a video on him on the main channel, I do think he'd get taken
Josh
down
wasn't
for either bullying or the whole weird.
How do people... What has fucking happened to the internet? In my day, this guy would have been fucking cyber-lynched. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Pussification gone too far.
Pedo
we
stuff.
Need more
one
bullying.
Or the other. I do think so.
I stopped looking at shit on
This is a breath of fresh air after the Connor video.
I play games. I play games on the internet for like 6 years, 7 years. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
Which is, and I don't want to be that guy.
How did this happen? How did we get here?
gets made on me, I make a video on him back, and then YouTube takes him down. So I didn't want to even touch that.
Yeah, obviously that wasn't a very good start and a very egotistical statement to say the least. But
welcome to modern internet.
Going on from there, he would not really address any of the points in my video. He largely focused on insulting me.
But I think I'm inclined to believe that there's at least a grain of truth to what this guy is saying. That there is.
This is harmful opinions. Well, so some of you don't know. He's back from the internet Bloodsport days. Let's see if I can link him here. He's also. Oh, you know what? He's also on Twitch. Okay, I'll link both. He exposed the Candid thing back then with Sargon and all the skeptics. Candid was like a social media platform that was supposed to be like a free speech alternative to Twitter and Facebook and whatever. But actually, they were paying off all these skeptics to shill it. And it also had like a sussy toss, but Harmful broke away from the mold and like exposed it, and it was super cool. And Mundane Matt got Mundane Matt was a part of that. He got exposed. It was one of his earliest controversies, actually. Yeah, his channel's there. Now, what was his? Does he have a? He doesn't have an underscore, does he? He doesn't. He does streams every day except Thursday, I think, and the weekends. He played Dustborn.
Agent.
That clip was too short. It was funny though.
Dick and balls.
Oh, this clip's old. It's not even the same Harmful. He still has hair in this clip.
I have a death laser, and there was an explodable thing, and I pointed the death laser at the explodable thing.
Yeah, he's playing the Seru game.
I'm sorry. Influence there. Perhaps he has it, perhaps other people have it. And the reason you don't get too many people being too harsh is they'll get slapped for it, right? Surely. Maybe that's what's happened.
And also
infiltration, infestation.
So shadowboxing points that I never raised, and also bringing in random third-party VTubers who had nothing to do with my video. He also went out of his way to drag my wife into the situation. Who had literally nothing to do.
My wife has nothing to do with this. Why are you bringing her up?
I'm orange. I presume it's a reference to the joke that lolis are, you know, you have the little kid-looking thing, and they're like, actually, she's a 6,000-year-old vampire.
Baseless accusation that she was going around asking various VTubers
she's actually a
for
1,000-year-old dragon
that I could use in my video.
And then also, talking about bad faith, this dude went around, and his wife, they were asking VTubers that are friends of mine for dirt on me. They were literally asking VTubers for dirt on me privately, which is like, wow, this dude literally just wanted to make a video to try and take me down, which is...
Yeah, what if he did? So?
It's hilarious.
It is Red
He should have known
Grift.
from past
At least I think it
exploits
is.
that I'm not going to get canceled, let alone...
Is being mean not allowed now?
By the lolly community. So, it's pretty scum. It's pretty scum.
Now, ironically, Nux is currently dealing with his own set of allegations being made against him. So in the wake of the Chris Tyson situation, a lot of people...
Well, they have a word for that.
Wow,
It's called karma.
They were just trying to take me down, a person they hate and think is wrong and bad. Okay?
Witch hunt involving Shadman, where they're looking for anyone who's ever had interactions with Shadman, and they're now accusing them of all kinds of things, including being a predator and also being friends with a predator at the very least. And Nux is one of those people who has had some private and public interactions with Shadman, including interactions like this where he asked Shadman to collab, where people are trying to accuse him of things based on that. And I think a lot of these accusations coming out of the Shadman situation involving people he had brief interactions with are over the top. But Nux claims this collab he was asking for was actually to...
Wait, why does this guy think they're even bad at all? Why would this guy think it's bad at all?
Confront him on his various illegal activity, among other things. And I don't know if we're going to get more information about this because...
Forget over the top.
Nux is going to stream. He's currently on vacation. And when he comes back, he sounds like he's going to address what's going on here, which seems a very fitting time to address what's going on with Taiga, because he is facing false allegations. And why not address those while also addressing the false allegations against Taiga, and also try to help signal boost the situation involving the various platforms?
Everyone else, why are grown men cosplaying as children in a slap fight on the internet? I've said this before, but when I was first sent by Nicandros the summary of what he thought was wrong with Nux, because I had no idea who the fuck he was. I had no idea what the fuck had gone on with Chud and Muta. I hadn't looked at that until Nicandros sent it to me. But my immediate thought was just, if you had any of this shit open in the pub and someone saw it was on your phone, they would cave your skull in with a brick. I think these people see this shit being tolerated in videos and stuff with millions of views, and I think, millions of views, the whole world sides with me. No, that's nothing. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people online who've been warped into a false sense of what's normal and what people are okay with and think is fine.
He has been banned on. But let's not get too lost in the sauce here. Let's go back to Taiga, who has been removed from multiple platforms at this point, 2 out of their 3 biggest platforms, and people are looking around and trying to figure out who did this. And of course, we had this mentioned earlier.
I think you're correct, Fabriluke. It will probably forever remain this like festering carbuncle on the internet
of various stalkers and some.
Who's this Greg we keep mentioning? Greg is the platonic form of the football fan who is always at the pub.
Them have claimed
He's not a real person, but there are many real people who embody his spirit.
Responsibility for this, but based on the
Arma says, Dingus! Turn the stream off. Meow. The mission is a failure. The VTuber reactions have reached critical mass. The simulation is malfunctioning! I know, it's quite confusing. I'm watching Harmful watch Rev talk about Taiga.
People
Do you believe it was more confusing earlier?
Harassed Taiga over the years. It could be the responsibility of the stalkers, it could be the responsibility of the harassers, it could be a mix of those things, but at the end of the day,
At the end of the day, stop. Everything I hate has popped up in this this interminably long-seeming 14.5 minutes.
Conclusion is still the same. Taiga has been removed from these platforms and it needs to be fixed. In fact, the only remaining large platform
Map is just a failed rebranding. There's no distinction to be made. They're just
by these stalkers who
it's just PDFs with a different name.
I just want to be left alone. You have 13 hours, 55 minutes left to respond. Taiga must react to a Jacko YouTube vid. For example, the first minutes of my video,
and then they tried to like rebrand it again. I remember that. It happened a few years ago. They tried to rebrand it because it got so much heat. They then changed it to the no map, non-offending. I still got laughed out the room.
Evolution of Jacko's legendary groove. I am a jazz expert, and that's why I am here. My favorite hobby is seeing people have fun being shocked by the bass of doom. I know Taiga is at a music festival, but you must give me your word in the meantime. If you don't respond tonight, I will begin reporting the Twitch channel. Do you have fucking Down syndrome? Are you retarded? You take this seriously? Literally anyone can report your Twitch channel for any reason. They could be doing it. They could be doing it right now. My video is crafted to be extremely groovy, and I don't think Taiga looked at Jacko yet. But nothing. It's also, yes, not serious. I believe this person is fucking joking. I don't think this isn't even a true threat. I don't think the person intended for it to be received as a threat. Or I don't think a reasonable person would receive this as a threat. Twitch doesn't look at but nothing matters. Twitch doesn't look at reports anyway! They even outlined that it's a joke in the message. Okay, fine. Taiga can just play Israel 1995 Gary Willis bass solo. Promise you will ask, otherwise I will finally start on recording the Twitch channel.
asking for Taiga to pay attention to certain things or pay attention to them, or they were going to mass flag the Twitch account, which is still up as we're talking.
Call them a slur.
They're joking. They're joking, and they give
hello,
away
GPM.
blatantly that
Oh,
they
they were
practically did the
harassing me.
/s sarcasm
I don't know.
marker.
Call them
But
Pride
nothing
Monkey.
matters. Twitch doesn't look at reports anyway. Retard zone.
I think a lot of this has to do with these stalkers wanting attention. And again, I raise all these things to get YouTube and also Twitter involved, hopefully, to reset the false reports here. And on top of that, I want to give some hope. As hopeless as it might seem, there's other situations going on with false
Was that
reporting
like
that
3
have
waves
been
of chumps
resolved.
going off
So
at
I talked about
once?
this on a different video recently where a Shy Lily clip channel.
Do these people still try to delude people into believing that there's power in the report itself and that you should be policing the reports itself? People can report you without telling you they're going to report you, dog. I'm sure you get reported by people who just...
Yeah, Jay Frosty, it's all just cope. You can't sugarcoat it. No map? More like no space maps ever at all, as in go away, shouldn't exist, go to the wall.
Fucking hate your guts every single day. The problem is how the report's dealt with.
Channel named Pierre was banned for impersonation. And of course, Shy Lily came forward to say
Hey, I'm a
they
money
had
ruler.
full permission to use her
Oh,
clips
yeah, that
for
was
their
a 10 times
content,
battle. Big ups
and
me.
they would have to come back multiple...
This is... I can't believe that this is anything other than a, psyop being played on your audience. Because it's powerful to be able to say, someone reported you, this person was going to report you, blah, 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 to condemn them with and, attack them, blah, 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 blah.
Times this happened.
Make people take it more seriously than they should.
Over the course of 3 weeks before there was a resolution where Shy Lily was persistently asking YouTube to fix the situation, where finally, only a couple days ago, the channel was reinstated and that was solved. Now,
That's true, Benjamin. So they're a femboy. I think they're like the fuck is the term for it? Not furry, because there's like the furry scale of what percentage threshold you have to be before it's considered furry. But they're like when you're still a human, but you at least have animal ears. Kemomanani. That term. They're a Kemomanani. They got cat ears. So that makes them a tiger.
No, Taiga's situation is very upsetting.
No, not Catboy.
I wouldn't describe myself as upset.
Those are grapers.
Hey, I'm back home now. I still feel completely awful, just trying to stay afloat. I need a bit more time before I can talk properly with you guys. I just feel so completely worthless and isolated. I don't know what to do.
Is he not even a tiger?
How old is this person?
He has animal ears. What fucking animal is he?
Every time I see the people who did this to me living their lives as if nothing happened, I get sick to my stomach. Did they, kill your kid? Like, what is this? What are you talking about like this? I'm tired of being angry, but whenever I repress that, I become semi-depressed and my anxiety spikes. Teal dear, I don't know how to cope with being deplatformed like this. Please don't forget about me. Thank you for... It's probably good for this person.
Ah, shit, I'm dented. Parma, you're right. Fuck. Damn, I should have known that too, because Toradora. You just hear Taiga, you think, Taiga. I blame Street Fighter. Taiga. No, you're right, it is Tora. How could I have forgotten that? No! Isn't Taiga like a geographical biome? Yes, but in that case, in that context, it's pronounced Taiga.
Go on the internet anymore. They're writing like this. Hey, I don't know yet.
That's why I was confused, though. What Parma's saying, it's like sometimes they use the English word pronounced in JP phonetics, which they do for a lot of, sometimes, like, I want to say Fire Emblem names get treated like that, because Fire Emblem characters, when they're named, even in Japanese, they will have English names. So they pronounce it as such as well.
May or may not have been wrong for them to be, have their account deleted or something. The impact of that happening being this, probably really unhealthy for you to be on there. Might be a blessing in disguise. Don't want to let you down, but I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do next anymore.
Messages, people have screenshotted their Discord, among other things, and obviously Taiga's not in a good place, and that's one of the reasons why I
don't know how to deal with being...
Yeah, like the characters are European. It's like if they'll name a character Arthur, and then they'll call him Aruta.
It rhymes with can inflation. It rhymes with can inflation, and I would never advocate that you do it.
They could have just named them
I make
Yosuke or
this video
something.
to give some moral support if I can't fix anything else. I mean, at the end of the day, it is hard to get responses out of YouTube and Twitter, and if anyone in the audience has some sort of a connection, I would definitely encourage.
Is his primary income being a VTuber? If he primarily streamed on YouTube, then that would mean they took away his main source of income. It would also mean he's a fucking idiot.
You to help out Taiga in the situation and bring awareness, but right now that's really the best we can do.
It also means YouTube denied it to him.
Is not only establish what's going on with Taiga, but also address some of the
Welcome to self-employment. Welcome to self-employment.
Continued misinformation surrounding Taiga and the false allegations that people are still sharing and relying on. And people in this situation too, a lot of the harassers, they're celebrating these platforms being
self-immolation is not the can inflation one.
Taken away, and they're continuing to share the false allegations against Taiga, and it's unfortunate. So I would like to set the record straight on everything and let you guys know what's going on with this situation and the kind of misinformation that has surrounded it. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As always,
I didn't, but thank you for summarizing. Somehow I watched a 17-minute video about what happened, and I don't know what happened. I have
right?
Zero
Thank
detail
you,
on it. You can just make videos like this? Alright, burn. Okay, we have the thread, and then we have the document. I'll be very careful with the document. Burn8 on Twitter says,
Hey, Harple's gonna pull up the exposed exoneration.
It's called
false
a cover-up.
exoneration.
Don't say I'm doing an unexposed. What, you mean a cover-up? Originally planned to be anonymous? Why would you phrase it like that? But that decision was changed, and I won't edit the document as it is finalized as of the exoneration of Bungo Taiga. I dug into a femboy VTuber who was accused of being a pedophile. So did I, but they were accused by themselves. And that was someone else. In a surprising twist, what I found was a victim of stalking, harassment, and pedo-jacketing. I'm in communication with Taiga, but I was first silently lurking his Discord and watching before reaching out. Dog. Oh, man. Based on lurking the Discord, I saw no indications of... grooming, minor endangerment, racism, or transphobia. After a while, I made contact with Taiga and asked a lot of questions while also digging for receipts elsewhere. What we discussed... If I'm ever accused of something, for the love of God, do not defend me like this. What we discussed is in the doc above. Please read it first. So the doc contains... The basis of this is... You hung out in the Discord for a while and did...
If I have to assume from the term itself, I would say baseless accusation, or maybe not so baseless, or just, okay, run it back. Just calling someone a PDF to just call them a PDF, like you put the jacket on them. Jacketing is a term that's commonly associated with like other things, like, oh, you're putting that on them. You're jacketing them.
Didn't say anything bad. And then you had a discussion with Taiga. What we discussed is in the doc above. Please read it first. Before what? Before reading this? I dated the doc to account for any bias that could arise in the future. Dog, what? We have continued talking, and the story actually gets more
Carl's
tragic.
got the Urban Dictionary.
The story gets more tragic. A while after the doc was finalized, Taiga opened up about some of his past.
Okay, if you click the link, it's more or less what I said.
About the fact
just
that
in
at
more
around
words.
13, he was convinced by an adult to e-date him.
Serious or
He
otherwise
actually
not
asked the
entirely
question,
honest
"Was I
accusations.
What the
So the accusations could be, okay, the accusations could be true, but also the person spreading them could not have honest intentions?
Fuck is this? And seems to just be coming to terms with this. I am also a psychologist and therapist. No, whether he will talk about this work.
Yeah, it
or
just
work
makes it
on
sound
unpacking
worse.
that privately
It sounds like
is
you're
up to
calling them
him.
a super PDF.
I suspect many of his odder behaviors may be coping mechanisms, but I am not a therapist. I am sending him some resources that may help him get in contact with one, though, if he so chooses. I'm stun-locked. He also told me more about Ozzy. He provided logs of whispers on Twitch of Ozzy admitting to and defending having sex with a drunken high 18-year-old on the day they turned 18. I need to verify sharing receipts won't affect any legal investigation and censor victim's name. Nothing Taiga said was brought up by Ozzy for 2 years until after Ozzy was banned from... Hey, this sounds a lot more like a deflection than an exoneration.
Ozzy was banned from Tiger's community, which was a month into Tiger's VTubing career, as soon as Ozzy was discovered to be having lewd interactions with community members in what at the time was a safe-for-work all-ages server. It amazes me, a Shotacon, a rapist, and IRL stalker put out a document that nobody seriously fact-checked, and has given rise to daily harassment from aunties. From aunties! Who groom minors.
Aunties. I hear that term thrown around a lot in fandom, like Twitter fandom. Is it just like hater? Like that's what they call haters?
To attack someone they allege incorrectly is a pedophile, putting said minors in danger too. This being written as Porcelain Maid was just accused of and confirmed of worse. Who cares? Oh, hey, sorry, your toilet's leaking water, but children being raped is worse, so I can't work on your plumbing. Who cares if something is like worse, if you're meant to be addressing that situation? Whether he is a danger to children is still being looked into, but he contacted a minor, unlike Taiga. Very professional, unbiased, clean-cut, private investigation here. And both exposes were for comments made by people during high school ages. But Taiga has been upfront and honest. How do you know? Taiga has been upfront and honest, even about the more uncomfortable things and mistakes he has made and grown from.
Just being honest, guys.
The talking of a
See,
fucking
Taiga's
PI.
honest because he said he was being honest.
I have never
Investigation
witnessed a
over.
pedophile do! What is this? And do not believe he is one or any threat to minors or anyone else. If you read to the end, thank you. I did. Fuck you. Taiga has now opened up about the trauma of these events and his earlier childhood grooming I mentioned as well. Honestly, it's just heartbreaking to listen to. Taiga is not a pedophile. Exhibit A, they broke my heart with how much of a victim they are. Fuck you. Shame on everyone who's not speaking up to correct the record they set. Doesn't mean they are a pedophile or anything. However, it does mean this should be taken with a giant boulder of salt. Right, document time. Let me do a quick scroll of the whole thing. Oh, it's really small. It's really, really short. And there are no images directly embedded.
Well, that's not good.
Alright. The exoneration of Bongo Taiga and the stalker and ex-mods who harassed him. Some links in this document lead to not safe for work content or profiles. They have been highlighted in red. Very well. I am writing this to correct the record. You're not writing it to provide your account. You're not writing it to share your findings.
Hoodweebs?
You're writing it with the intent of correcting the record. With relation to
The people who like
lies.
DBZ
This
and only
dog,
DBZ?
You're not even... Come on. On a VTuber known as Bongo Taiga. I am not a long-time fan, nor was I connected to Taiga. I am an independent investigator who happened
Well, that's a lie.
Taiga
They weren't just...
and enjoyed
They were
hearing his
independent for shit.
impressive voice work. Holy fuck!
Nah,
I happened
dude.
across some of the rumors regarding him as I dug a little into his
Because I
background.
don't use...
I will be keeping my...
I don't switch weapons often enough. I love my NZAP too much, so I'm always stuck with never having enough of the licenses. Not that I would ever use these snipers or rollers anyway.
Long-time fan, nor was I connected to Taiga. I am an independent investigator who happened across Taiga and enjoyed hearing his impressive voice work. Holy fuck! But happened across some of the rumors regarding him as I dug a little into his background. I will be keeping my identity anonymous, as many of the actual pedophiles I investigate will stalk and harass anyone I associate with. I know that will make it harder to trust this document and confirm it isn't just one of Taiga's friends, but I would rather that doubt than draw additional harassers to him. Not to your associates. You'd rather that doubt than draw additional harassers to him. What do you mean? I have directly talked to Taiga to discuss these issues after my initial investigations and ask questions. He is being cooperative. Hey, this guy whose dick I clearly hunger to have inside of me and want to prove is a good dude, was happy to talk to me. Crazy. Yeah, ask questions. He has been cooperative and honest. You better show us that. Through my investigation, upon deeper inspection, this is a case of harassment and IRL stalking performed against Taiga. As a former victim of stalking harassment, I can empathize greatly with this situation.
How? Yeah, okay, so again, we know the exoneration is bullshit now. But even back then, like, it says stuff like, oh, I sympathize with them, oh, I feel sorry for them, this, that, and the other, but you're LARPing as someone who doesn't know them, and you're, like, entirely independent and unbiased, and you're just looking at the facts of the situation, and you've come to the conclusion that they were exonerated. But you start out with this, like, appeal to emotion.
Your opening paragraph in what is meant to be your unbiased investigation.
No, it's still the femboy VTuber.
Exclamation of your extreme empathy towards this individual. What are you fucking doing? This isn't even good as propaganda. And want to correct the record with my findings. Bungo Tiger has been accused of being a pedophile and possible child abuser. However, something glanced over by the public, that means they looked at it. I want to put my nails together, my ukulele long nails together into a point and just blast it through my skull and destroy my brain.
True, the avid Dave
over by the
superfan.
public are the two sources and the distributor of these accusations. Discussing these three brings a lot of... You're meant to be directly investigating. You're an investigator. If all you're gonna do is cast doubt based on who the sources are, what's the point of being an investigator? I can do that at a glance. Discussing these three brings a lot of context to the original doc and brings its validity and purpose into question. I care more about the truth of the matter, but okay, accuracy, for instance. The doc written on Tiger that alleges he is a shotacon, pedophile, racist, transphobe, and that he is toxic. Oh, you're going to investigate whether this individual is toxic. Was pushed by his stalker.
Why are we talking about those allegations as well? They're just as important.
Half a year prior by two of Tiger's former mods. Sounds like people who may be familiar with him. Gilk and Ozzy both banned a few months apart, and then the doc against Tiger appearing 3 weeks after Gilk was banned from Tiger's Discord for calling Tiger a money whore. This was written by a 12-year-old, I suspect. According to Tiger... Hello, I have done an investigation. I asked Tiger what was true, and here is what Tiger said. Actually, everyone else is a pedophile. According to Tiger, Ozzy was banned for constant inappropriate flirting with other server members. Presumably, Tiger shared the logs with you, or did you not even ask? Including minors and not performing mod duties after constant... Hey, if they perform their mod duties, any amount of weird behavior with the children is fine, alright? And not performing mod duties after constant complaints from Tiger's community. His stalker was a known superfan of Tiger. And when I say super, I mean it. I'm gonna throw up. He has donated a total of at least $500,000 to Tiger. Your life's over because you lost your YouTube channel following having $500,000 dropped on you. I feel like I don't believe anything that's been said at all by anyone today. I don't believe anything at all. He was an active member in Tiger's community. Here is a video of these super chats. Let's go. 2 years ago...
Let haters hate and shrug your shoulders.
What the fuck is top right, dog?
Donation.
Hey, hey!
I'm just
Aqua Saber?
helicoptering money at this
$2 grand.
Wait, no, that's not Aqua's. That isn't Aqua's entrance sound. That's Revy's entrance sound.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I
Wait, why is Tyga a dog now?
really appreciate
$2
it.
grand drop.
Thank you. Mwah. And finally, watching
A $2 grand drop.
You're looking...
I'm gonna suggest that their life is not destroyed by the deplatforming. Hang on, if they want to appeal to whales as well. Yo, you have these weird
150K
fucking
top
whales.
donation.
Just go to an alt platform. You have these weird sex whales. Go on an alt platform. Continue
they're probably
to get
not hurting
big
for money.
dollars. He was an active member in Tiger's community. Here's a video. He would push Ozzy and Gilk stock as well as host an entire website dedicated to exposing Tiger. According to Tiger, all three of these people tried to get closer to Tiger in an intimate way and were rejected, leading to the creation of the doc and then the website. Adrian would buy and host this under multiple web addresses. The website was cleared and is now just a boilerplate statement
maybe a little
indicating the
refill for
stalker is
myself.
supposedly done.
I will be listening to the
In
video
case this is something
through my phone.
weird. It's gone at this point. Let me check for archives. Here's the statement. Looks like he's slandering me again. It's all false. Use your head. He's trying to sacrifice me in order to save his reputation and relationships with others. It won't work. If he's harming me, email me at newtips@adrianvanburen.com and I'll help you. Your identity will be protected and Tiger/Bungo Tiger If you're reading this, just be good, just tell the truth. Enough with the sneakiness and manipulating your fans. You are the one responsible for all your problems. Even if I and all your so-called enemies died tonight, you'd still have the exact same problems because it's due to your conduct. Look in the mirror to find the source of all your trouble. I wonder if this document will mention this fan and enemy my tell all. Let's see if this page is up. This content is password protected. His tell all is password protected? What is this? No archive. Wayback Machine. This is weird as hell. The website was cleared and it's now just a boilerplate statement indicating the stalker is supposedly done. The website was not the end of this though. The stalker, who is very rich, a self-described millionaire, seems likely. Hey guys, I'm a billionaire. Harmful Opinions, who is very rich, would fly from France to Canada, driving to Tiger's Town to stalk him IRL. In the video, you can see exit 153 Spadina Avenue, Lake Shore Boulevard, which is in Ottawa, Ontario. Okay, this was on December 23rd, 2021. He did other traveling around Canada and did not leave the country until January 18th, 2022. Is this confirmed? Tiger's Town? So this is the guy driving around here. Okay. I want more. You didn't want to dig more than that? Just a video of he was in Canada. You have things you're telling me and then you have a video of him in Canada. Okay. He also made threats of lawsuits against Tiger for simply discussing the stalking material. Not biased at all. Please, neutral description. Threats of lawsuit against Tiger. What did he claim? What did he tell me what he claimed, not your characterization of it. As he is extremely rich, he is able to bully, harass, stalk people and make them fear attempting to get legal recourse with his large fortune. His threat to Tiger alleged commenting about his stalking amounted to abuse, despite revealing Tiger's legal name all over his exposed website. That despite doesn't really make sense. Tiger fears trying to legally go after the stalker as he suspects the stalker's goal is to tie Tiger up in a costly legal battle he cannot afford. A very fair and valid fear. He also at times attempted to apologize to Tiger after having labeled him a pedophile. An odd move to be sure. Maybe go to this one? Did you mean this? Alright, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Odd move to be sure. If you confirm someone is a pedophile, I cannot imagine wanting to apologize or get back in their good graces. What if you think they're a pedophile and then change your mind? Think you're wrong. But anyway, we'll hear this guy's side as well. Because he does in fact post his side. However, despite claiming to be done months ago on his website, he is still harassing Tiger, going as far as threatening to sue Twitch for having Tiger on the platform. I don't know, this sounds like clowns all the way down. Okay, whatever. He is also a hypocrite! Bro, this is a bad YouTube video, not the findings of a private investigator. This is a bad YouTube video script. The document, which will be covered, alleges Tiger's commissioned content is pedophilia. The content is pedophilia. Pedophilia is attraction to, specifically I think, prepubescent children, people with that kind of morphology, figures with that kind of morphology. Probably called the content pedophilic, for instance. Or maybe it's a quote. Going as far as calling drawings child sexual exploitation material, a term that only applies to material tied to abuse of real children. This is pandering to the lolicons. This is not important for an investigation. However, the stalker continues to commission Shotacon and Lolicon to this day on his Skeb account. He has since found a new Tiger whose VTuber avatar is even more Shota-like.
I got the last slice of my cheesy jalapeno
despite
pizza.
previously claiming to be heterosexual, and he's gay.
What?
Despite previously claiming to be heterosexual in his legal document against Tiger, and he's fucking gay. What is this? Do you think the people who said he's been exonerated, look at this document, read this document? I was also able to track down Ozzy's Not Safe for Work Twitter, in which he is following the user Shota Cookie. Okay, they're all fucking weirdo kitty-loving freaks. Fine. Alright. He's clearly still fine with such content and only used it as a tool to go after Tiger. Gilk is following multiple... That has no bearing on my opinion of Tiger being a freak or not. I don't care. I don't care.
So the accuser also follows weird Shota accounts on Twitter? Yeah, I agree with Harmful. They can all go to hell.
Hey, someone on Twitter is a hypocrite about this guy. I don't care.
That's deflection,
of any of these artists, they all have it in their portfolio. It is possible he is unaware, but I was able to easily dig into these artists' portfolios and find this with ease.
It doesn't change what I think about what you did.
Allegedly, he also... It's bad faith. It's bad faith. Right. if someone exposes another person as being a child rapist and they share concrete evidence, fucking photos of this person. Forget the problem with that being sharing child pornography, but let's say hypothetically they post concrete evidence that person is a child rapist. But then it comes out that the person who exposed them doesn't care. The person who exposed them is also a child rapist and doesn't care. The only reason they did it is because they hate that person. Do I then not care about the information they shared? Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Allegedly, he also often posted photos of Gon and Killua from Hunter x Hunter kissing.
Pretty much what I said. It doesn't matter who the messenger is, as long as it's the truth.
With the caption, how me and the homies be in Tiger's Discord. Directed at Tiger, I showed him one of the follow-up docs defending Tiger. Sorry, one of the following up docs to this defending Tiger. This being not much different than the content he later used to make allegations against Tiger. All three should have been aware he had such content and only seemed to be upset when they didn't get the relationship they wanted. Okay. But, with this, we can conclude the original document.
What are they into? Drawn pictures of, in this case, fictional, not real people like Shadman, but drawn pictures of like child age and toddler age characters in anime. Some real degen shit there. Yeah, those people are scum. Yeah. Hey, I got a wipeout.
Tiger and its sharing is composed not with objective factors, safety of anyone in mind. I don't care what it has in mind.
Wait, did I just say drawn pictures or drawn like pornographic? I mean pornographic.
I care what it is. It only exists to harm Tiger and use any method possible to do so. However, this does not mean there cannot be truth in the doc. Yes, thank you. And it should be looked at nonetheless.
Gon and Killua, those are from Hunter x Hunter.
The start of your fruit of your unbiased objective investigation is to say why these people aren't credible rather than to address the factual nature of what they put out or not. What's the point of being an investigator? This is a persuasion piece. This is a piece of persuasive writing. Okay? The expose, or expose as it's written here. Now, we should go over the document in question, which has now been deleted from Google. Its contents can be found here.
I don't even want to think about it, but since it was brought up, yeah, I imagine Hunter x Hunter has to have a lot of greaseball shit going on in that fandom.
Where it's covered by a YouTuber, along with two response pieces. One by one of Tiger's mod and Tiger himself. Oh, hang on. What is this? Can be found here. Is it Rev Says This, perhaps? Right. The video that includes the content of the expose is gone. Let's see what this video is. If it's in an archive. You'd think you'd make your own archive of it as a PI, you know? Oh, archive.is is having problems. That's why I couldn't find the other ones. It wasn't a problem with that particular... Okay. Let's go way back machine. We have an archive from 2023. What is this video that has since been deleted? I would suggest, given the state this exoneration document is in, pointing to it as absolute proof. Oh, the earliest archive of it. The earliest archive of that video's page is it not being available.
Big ups MTC, dude. We're losing in the winter event for Splatoon, the FrostyFest, Splatfest. The theme of the event is what do you value most? Money, experiences, or presents? I am on team money because that's what it's all about. It's all about the money, money, money. Only losers pick team experiences. But I'm getting my shit rocked. The WL at the bottom of the stream overlay speaks for itself. I'm listening to harmful opinions, talk about weird femboy VTubers and all the weird, disgusting Shotacon they're into.
I would suggest that pointing to this document without including notifications that a lot of the links are fucking broken and there's some weird stuff in here, and saying that this document is just the silver bullet, it proves everything.
Money helps me right now.
No, that's weird and sus, to be honest. Its contents can be found here, where it's covered by a YouTuber along with two response pieces, one by one of Tiger's mod and Tiger himself. It opens with the pedophilia accusations. To address the elephant in the room, Tiger did privately commission the content he is accused of, and I leave it to you, the viewer, to make your own judgment on your feelings regarding this.
You should not give harmful that authority.
I have encouraged entire groups of pedophiles.
Don't give Harmful that authority. He's gonna go scorched earth. Don't give him that power.
I was very confused for a second. I have encountered, not encouraged, I have encountered entire groups of pedophiles, open maps or unironic lolicons as they call themselves, who lust after real children, who absolutely want drawings and real child abuse completed. Oh, the cartoons? The moral judgment of the cartoon itself. True, it is just a drawing. If your dick gets hard to a drawing of a kid though, you're a fucking freak. With allowance for the appearance. To be clear, if you've got like a cartoon of some like busty old lady or something, and you say it's a 2-year-old,
whoa, busty old lady.
You're not a pedo freak.
Oh, sorry, I should not have spoken over him. He's given an example.
Appearance. To be clear, if you've got like a cartoon of some like busty old lady or something, and you say it's a 2-year-old, you're not a pedo. You're not a pedo freak. If there's a drawing of what looks to any reasonable person like a baby and comes across as a depiction of a baby getting fucking pounded, yeah, and that turns you on, you're a fucking freak. Also, thought experiment.
I understand that point. It's about how the character comes across, because the artist can always say, oh, well, no, they're this age, or no, they're that age, but it's always going to come down to how they visually appear. It goes back to that argument about, oh, but they're actually a 1,000-year-old dragon. Okay, but they look like an 8-year-old. That's why, you know, in his example, it's a little exaggerated, a little like a little extreme. But the example of, oh, I drew a busty old hag, but I as the artist, I say she's 2 years old. But like, no one's gonna, oh well. Maybe just because you say she's 2 years. No reasonable person would equate that as the same as the 1,000-year-old dragon, because it very clearly visually looks like an elderly cougar hag lady, Christmas cake. Like they'll kind of, I could see in that situation they will look past you saying, oh, but she's totally 2 years old, even though she's very clearly a grandma. But the case of the 1,000-year-old dragon, the artist will say, oh, she's a 1,000-year-old demon dragon, but very clearly looks like an 8-year-old. Yeah, in that case, you get felted, because your age is like a cope. You just made up the age. You're the artist. You created the character. Or if it's like fan art, in that case. Well, I'm just talking about a case where you're just, like, you made up the character yourself. You're the artist. You told us they were 1,000 years old, but that doesn't mean anything, because what matters is what it visually appears to be. And any reasonable person will look at that and be like, well, that looks like an 8-year-old, so I think you're a fucking freak.
Looks to any reasonable person like a baby and comes across as a depiction of a baby getting fucking pounded, yeah, and that turns you on, you're a fucking freak. Also, thought experiment. Imagine a photorealistic drawing of a child being violated. A photograph is taken of it. That photograph is indistinguishable from real child sexual assault material, child sexual abuse material, okay? However, no child was abused. It is a drawing. It is art. Right? That image and drawing itself, I don't think is like a criminal, evil object. I judge it as disgusting, but if this...
Oh, I need to hear this again.
It is a drawing. You are a baby and comes for the appearance. To be clear, if you've got like a cartoon of some like busty old lady or something, and you say,
this
drawing of what pounded, yeah, and that turns you on, you're a fucking freak. Also, thought experiment.
Okay, what's the thought experiment? Because I had lost my train of thought.
Imagine a photorealistic drawing of a child being violated. A photograph is taken of it. That photograph is indistinguishable from real child sexual assault material, child sexual abuse material, okay? However, no child was abused. It is a drawing. It is art. Right? That image and drawing itself, I don't think is like...
First of all, I don't want to imagine that, so I regret rewinding. Second of all, so he says a drawing of abuse, it's so good, it's photorealistic, indistinguishable from the real thing, and then a picture is taken of that. That's what he's referring to, not the drawing itself, but the picture taken of the drawing.
Like a criminal, evil object. I judge it as disgusting.
You should.
But if this image that is indistinguishable from real child abuse turns you on, you are 100% a pedophile. There's a thought experiment for you.
Okay, I thought I was going to go down a weird alley with that. The setup for that was kind of weird, but no, it just kind of all came to the same conclusion regardless. Okay, go on.
The thing with Lolicon is really that it's a scale of how much does that image give an impression of that character being a child? How much does that give that visceral impression? And if that turns you on, I think you're a fucking weirdo, depending on where on that scale it is, perhaps. It's that simple. The material itself, yeah, it's a drawing. Getting turned on by it.
I want you to think about that for a second.
What if they get turned on by that and not real kids? They're still a freak. It benefits them in an array of ways, such as distracting from direct child abuse and pulling attention to morally detested drawings. Okay, does me talking about anything else draw attention away from it? This is an absurd argument. This is an absolute fucking pedo-brained argument. I'm sorry. And allows them to draw people into debates of such content instead of allows them, don't allow them to. Simply don't allow them to. Sorry, you can't talk about this specific thing I jerk off to and me being a freak because it helps the pedos. No, it doesn't. Morally detested drawings and allows them to draw people into debates of such content instead of focusing on actual abusive tactics they perform. What I find happens far more often, far more often, is you'll say, hey, you jerk off to that cartoon of a little kid getting railed, you're a fucking freak. To deflect from them being some sort of fucking degenerate, they'll go, oh, but it's not a real kid. I don't care. You're a fucking freak if that turns you on. The material itself is not what I'm discussing. I'm discussing your feelings towards it. Here's another thing to consider. A child walking around outside, fully clothed with their parent, having a fun time, going out. They're gonna have McDonald's, yay! Is that freak shit? A kid going to have McDonald's? No. But if you masturbate to it, you're fucking... right, chipper fodder, wood chipper fodder. Do you understand the distinction between someone being a freak for viewing something and the thing itself being a crime or nasty? Or, I mean, obviously Lolicon's nasty, but you get what I'm saying? In response to this, I stay out of the debate on morality of drawings. You already entered it. You already entered it. What is this link? I'm a bit fucking scared of this link. Oh, that's just underlined. It's not a link.
Okay. Yeah.
Never mind.
I want to make sure that's not anything sussy.
It turns you on. You're a fucking weirdo. And the degree to which you're a weirdo depends on the particular drawing.
In the snow.
I hunt people who harm children. Biggest LARP in my fucking life I've seen. I won't accuse someone of hurting real children over the morality of art.
What's she doing?
Okay. However,
He's on
I
the
do
same
not blame
team as
anyone
me.
who finds such content
He won a
morally
10
reprehensible,
times
and I will
battle
not
for our
object to negative
team.
views on it either.
She got the
There is
cat
an
ears
overlap
on.
between the two communities. As long as this is a lowly fan deflection strategy. It's not just they have to be someone who's going to hurt kids or hurts kids, or the drawing's legal though. There's nothing wrong with the drawing. Blah 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 blah. Another option. Yes, I fucking can call you a freak over what you're into. It's false dichotomy territory. Conflation of these topics makes my work harder as other investigators, the police, and Cyber Tipline have to start investigations asking, is this art I can do nothing about or actual crimes being committed with real victims? This is some fucking copy pasta lowly fan shit. It is a red flag but not a smoking gun or actual evidence of abuse. Speaking of but we're talking about bullying someone online for being a weirdo. Ooh. I would suggest if you are not including the drawing for people to observe, you've made a judgment implicitly, or are sweeping. We'll see if it comes up
Sweep
later.
it up, Jan.
Speaking of actual harm to children, let's address, quote-unquote, the joke. There is a DM where Tiger is speaking to someone who uncovered a minor posting lewds in their Discord channel. Tiger asks for these lewds, and when the user states they're 17-year-old, in response Tiger says, FFS, who cares? Right, I was able to ask Tiger about this directly. He claims this is a horrible joke he knows was wrong and very deeply regrets. And he made this joke because he was an immature 19-year-old. Hey!
It was a gazillion years ago. I was fucking 19, guys.
Then posted nudes. Would it matter if it was a joke then? With the solicitation of what I believe is federally classified in the US, at least, as child pornography, would that then just be joke solicitation? I
don't think he watches Kino Casino.
In Canada. Maybe they're into that there. From all mentions of it, he seems to genuinely regret this. Not only the fact that he said it and got caught.
Sweeping has just kind of entered regular vocabulary
that
now.
Is not okay. Do you believe Taiga didn't want it? Come on. And how minors are frequently harmed in a very real way when such questions are asked. And even the asking for loot's not given to him directly isn't okay of anyone of any age. True, it's not even direct. Sorry, I forgot for a second that it wasn't even direct. Ooh. Even addresses this and his statements to me match up with his statement here. Is that better or worse? Even addresses this and his statements to me match up with his statement here. A 19-year-old gaining access to a minor's loot that they do not have permission to receive. Even addresses this and his statements to me match up with his statement.
That sounds pretty bad. Okay, so 19 years old. You're legal yourself. Your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25, so you can still make mistakes. Like, I don't know, maybe you crashed a car on the highway, you took the car out for a joyride and you weren't supposed to take it. But despite that, I think a 19-year-old is old enough to know to not interact with minors.
Here. What this? Clearing the air.
Let alone receive loots from them.
Clearing the air, Taiga. No, I did not engage in acts of pedophilia nor grooming. I don't even know where this grooming allegation came from. In particular, with the consideration of law, Romeo and Juliet doesn't matter in terms of imagery of children.
He makes mistakes at 42. Okay, well,
I don't know about
Dave is special.
Canada, I know about the UK and I know about the US.
He had a tough life.
I do not know about Canada.
Blame the herniated
This one was funny, Bendolin, because it was not necessarily asked to a minor. Taiga was asking someone for nudes of a minor that isn't that person. Right? Clearing the air. No, I did not engage in acts of pedophilia, nor grooming. I don't even know where this grooming allegation came from.
I did not.
In particular, considering I have never had...
It depends on what the definition of is.
...contact that was sexual of any nature with a minor. This is a blatant lie, and there is zero evidence to support this, and even the original Google Doc never claimed this. Shotacon is not pedophilia, and the word should not be used towards lolicons/Shotacons for the sole reason that it lessens the impact of the word and undermines and insults real victims. I don't think it does. When someone says that word, we naturally think that the individual has harmed a poor child. I think they're attracted to children or...
Can you plug in lolicon into Google Translate and it'll translate into English as PDF file?
Childlike features, actually.
I'm gonna need a Parma
Chomo,
back
child
check.
molester, makes me think they've absolutely done it. Me, personally, I don't like pedophiles, even if they have not harmed the child.
Most people don't.
I'm bigoted like that. I am,
and by most, I mean everyone.
I'm bigoted, even if a pedophile has not harmed a child. Not a fan. Don't care if it's not your choice. You were born wrong, and you shouldn't exist. When someone says that word, I can empathize if you view it as like a curse, but still, you shouldn't exist. When someone says that word, we naturally think that the individual has harmed a poor child.
PDF is the second translation option from Google. Okay. What's your take on this, Parma? Because this is like all anime and shit, so I'm sure you're over there, and their whole culture is about that nonsense. Obviously not everyone is about it, but they got like a different perception of it, right?
By using this word,
not to put you in the hot seat, I know this is a very tenuous topic here.
Towards people who have only indulged in lowly slash shota content, it lessens the meaning behind the word. The meaning behind the word isn't that they harm a child.
Nobody I talk to in real life has brought this up. That's actually an enlightening answer, because oftentimes you'll see, when people like this get put in the hot seat, they're like, oh no, but like this is a totally normal part of Japan. Like they're all about this stuff. Well, I mean, maybe they're all about maid cafes. Oh yeah, it's like saying, I don't know, what's an equally regarded comparison, an analogy? Oh no, cousin incest is okay because they still do it in Japan.
The meaning behind the word and will ultimately harm the community, since people will now second guess the claim because it is used towards shota/lolly content.
I figured that would have been the case as well. It's not pervasive outside of otaku-centered places.
Meaningless argument. I don't think...
Yeah, it's okay in this Asian country, so it's okay here. Yeah, wait till I tell about those countries that throw gay people off the rooftops. That's a bad thing, by the way. Just so you know, Twitch.
It lessens the meaning behind the word. The meaning behind the word isn't that they harm a child. It's to do with their attraction and their tastes. It lessens the meaning behind the word and will ultimately harm the community, since people will now second guess the claim because it is used towards shota/lolly content. meaningless argument, I don't think you should necessarily just have faith that when someone says someone's a pedo, why is it good to not second-guess claims that someone's a pedophile? Why is that bad? Lolis/slotas are not real. Don't care. They should not be treated as actual children. Sure, fine. This isn't to say you must like the content. Each person can like/dislike whatever content they consume, but we shouldn't go as far as dehumanizing a person or making outrageous claims
This is
because
sweeping
we don't
with an
like it.
emotional leaning.
No, it's because they like it. You misunderstand. In the past, many individuals who cried out that lolly/shota content was equivalent to actual children have been shown to be actual abusers. So, we must understand that imaginary characters do not exist.
I got a wipeout somehow.
And if we wish to ignore that and just claim that everything imaginary is real, no, it's not real. Killing in video games makes you a murderer. Enjoying violent media suggests that you
Wasn't that scientifically debunked? If you're making an analogy for that to sweep here, I don't know.
have some affinity to violence on some level. Actually, yeah. Doesn't mean you'd kill people. But if not, why would I get anything out of engaging with it if I didn't? Here's the thing.
Engage.
A little touch of capacity for violence. Most people have that. Not even necessarily bad, if applied appropriately.
Ooh,
Having
big
a little
ups.
touch of violence
Defeated
in you,
the Stanford.
sure. Committing crimes in a game means you are a criminal. Having a touch of mischief about you, potentially. Most people have it. Not inherently bad, right? Teabagging in video games is sexual assault. Banter that is sexual?
Oh, that's dented liberal logic. And I don't even think they believe in that like that.
I teabag someone in a video game, it's not out of a sense of eroticism. It's domination. The urge for crude domination existing in people. Pretty common. Pretty common, right? Not necessarily unacceptable or totally fucked. But a little touch of being turned on by childlike features.
Okay, see, sorry, let me... Karma say, another thing to keep in mind, you know how people like their animus because of how detailed, realistic a lot of the designs stuff are? Yeah, characters have exaggerated features, but even the horny dojins and stuff will use AVs and other stuff as a reference. Oh. So kind of like the Shadman argument, right? So it's a drawing, but it's of a real-life person. So the dojins reference real-life stuff to produce drawings. So... It's basically just Shadman all over again.
That little touch? That little touch? Not on board with even a little whiff of that. Not even a little whiff of it. Right? 4. Violent video games create violent individuals. Does not logically follow, actually. It does not logically follow that it must create it. I would suggest that it logically follows that you have some affinity for it already. Sure. Sure. When I watch a building being blown up, holy fuck, boom! I have something in me likes that destruction. Even if it's, you know, on an abstract level in a video game or something, there is something in me that connects with it. If you see something that I see, and I look at it and I'm like, that looks like a fucking kid to me, that reads as a kid to me, and you're turned on by it, I'm saying in you is some sort of tinge of liking kids. How strong is it? Hey, maybe less strong than someone who would go out and fuck a kid. You're still a freak. We can all agree that these sound ridiculous, and there have been countless studies disproving this claim. I think you've used such absurd examples that you don't even need studies. Hey. To disprove that killing in video games makes you a murderer, everyone who's killed in a video game would have to be a murderer. You can even just fucking logic it. If you intend to use your platform to help victims, I don't care. Then please go help victims and not attack people who enjoy a type of content you dislike. No. I want to laugh at people. Donate to charity, fundraise, volunteer at shelters. Why don't you? The screenshot of me asking to be shown lewds. Not nudes like people love to claim, of someone suspected to be under 18 was merely a crude joke. However, it was absolutely disgusting to say. I would never make that joke today. It was completely inappropriate.
Was but a joke,
but at the time,
ma'am.
that was my sense of humor. And for context, since the original call-out is completely lacking, I was a teenager just finishing off high school, and the person in question was allegedly 17. Why wouldn't you write your name? Sorry, write your age. I know why this fucking person would not write their name. Sorry. What is even more gross to me looking back is joking about asking for someone's private images without consent.
Oh, that I'm familiar with, Parma, because the Pokemon, what the fuck is her name? Gothitelle? Gothitelle is based on that stereotype.
From the actual person. Yes, as well. If anything, I should have been more vocal about how they let a minor post more than 20 images of themselves in the server they were moderating before verifying their age. Addressing the screenshot saying, why didn't the gym teacher touch me in middle school? I was so cute back then, I would have molested me. Okay, as a quote from a shot. Now that I've gotten to the point that is relevant to this document, Whaler, I'll go back to the document. I wanted to see. For what it's worth, the fact that he acknowledges this is very atypical from any actual predator I have seen. Even in my limited experience, it's actually not. He also jokes about wanting to be touched by his gym teacher. This is a riff on Mac in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. An entire episode revolves around this concept. Not much more to say on it. It's actually just a joke from a show without humor. Fine. After this point, the doc is
Maybe
quite
those
strange.
goth people should find a new term.
And then shifts into drama. I would say if you're going to lead with anything and there's pedophilia involved, probably lead with the pedo accusation, yeah. It's weird when it's at the back, right? Accusations of toxicity and claims of racism and transphobia, with some screenshots that can't be verified following accusations of pedophilia. Tiger's statement is that these parts of the document are fake and edited logs, and after admitting to his joke, I do not see any reason he would lie on this and admit the prior. Because he can get away with it. Are you retarded? Because he can get away with it. There are potentially people involved in the other one who would not let him get away with it. This one, he can claim it's purely people who have an agenda against him and knows there isn't the proof. Hey, investigator man, did you make sure Tiger was aware that you couldn't prove that they were real? Did you make sure Tiger knew you couldn't verify it before claiming it was fake? Because that's really important information to know. Basically everything after this point appears pretty clearly to be a few or even a single individual who Tiger was angry with for spreading rumors. Right, we've already done the discrediting of the accusers. Now we're dealing with the facts. I will leave most of this to the doc released by one of his mods, Hellsign. I investigate child abusers, not drama. What the hell was the first half of this document then? But from my observations, Hellsign's document appears to be on point. From my observations, it appears to be on point. While silently observing the Discord before approaching Tiger with questions, I could find nothing but support for trans people and no traces of racism while I was investigating it. In fact, it was downright welcoming to the blacks. Sorry, downright welcoming. Gilk would even follow up with a second document on toxicity and abuse to unpaid mods who could walk away at any point who were not performing their job. Gilk fails to reveal
Most
the
mods are
screenshots he
unpaid.
provides are him speaking, which indicates toxicity to mods may actually be toxicity to a mod. Frankly, this is petty drama, but it appears to be the real reason the doc was created, not for any fear of harm to children, but because an unpaid Discord and Twitch mod was upset. They got fired for not doing their quote-unquote job. To release a doc claiming pedophilia and half the document is on toxicity.
Would he add blacks? Well, apparently the allegations also included racism and
claim
transphobia.
They feel attraction to the features of children and children. I don't think that's happened in this document. You can say the claims, the best you can do is say the claims are baseless, but they're not baseless. The best you can do is say it's down to your perspective and your judgment on the material they commissioned. I'd need to see the material they commissioned. Tiger's statement is that these parts of the document are fake and edited logs. Basically, everything after this point appears pretty clearly to be a few rumors. Half the document is on toxicity, and then to create a new one with 70 pages about toxicity and zero mention of pedophilia indicates to me at least that Gilk knew his claims were false. I don't think it indicates that he knows his claims are false. It indicates that he has, a primary motive that is not that. But if I hated someone, right? If I fucking hated someone because they upset me, and I found evidence that they were a pedo, yeah, I'm gonna fucking use that against them. Right? It doesn't necessarily follow that I know I think it's... Oh, they did link the commission. Where is the link? It ain't here. These aren't links. This here hyperlink is a link to a video that's been removed from YouTube. This down here is a link to a twit longer. I don't see it. If it's here, I haven't gotten to it yet. Also, holy shit, do not fucking link whatever the fuck it is in my chats. By the way, at this point, many of the accusations have become a game of telephone, bouncing from one person to the next with nobody digging further, nobody at all noticing the harassment Tiger himself is a victim of. No one realized You're a true victim. Why isn't this fucking guy saying what it is? Okay, hang on, if it's not porn. In summary, I have found clear evidence that the doc against Bungo Tiger was created by individuals, including an IRL stalker whose only interest was hurting Tiger. With zero interest in keeping children safe or morally disliking certain I don't care. The content he has privately commissioned, you will have to make your own judgments on the morality of, but direct abuse, it is not. Okay, he can still be a freak. The stalker's behavior towards Tiger, however, is unquestionably abuse and stalking, and has flown completely under the radar. This is an injustice. In regards to him, Tiger is not actually the abuser, but the abused. Shut up. He acknowledges and understands his mistakes and seeks to actively be looking for more ways to ensure his server members are safe. He even asked after I revealed I was a pedophile investigator and looking into him, if I'd be interested in sticking around his server and helping keep an eye out for trouble. I declined, but this shows a genuine interest. How do you know? You don't know. In keeping his community and members there safe, and willingness to invite someone who actively goes after people who do what he is accused of. Always be cautious of exposés.
Do like a quick
As someone who has performed them, they are one of the least effective methods of going after predators and should be used as a last resort, and are frequently more than not just people with beef going after each other. Despite him not actively using the label lolicon or shotogon for himself, even distancing himself from the term, many in the lolicon community are trying to flock to Tiger, including individuals who do cross the line into abusers hidden amongst them. He more than ever needs help, not belief in his stalkers. He needs help. The pedos are coming for him. Because they love him. What? Whatever feelings you have on Tiger are for you to decide, but you should base them off of truth and not fiction written by IRL stalkers. Followed up by a mod, Tiger's own statement, and a video covering it. I've given the link to Tiger to post should my account ever go down for unrelated reasons. It may due to the work I do. I still stand by every word I've written here. Right. I don't know where the original Tiger document is. Hang on. Now, Nicandros, that might work. However, let me just say something. I have never interacted with Smaggledaggle. I don't know if Smaggledaggle is even aware of my existence. I've never spoken with them openly in any space or directly. I feel like I don't want my first interaction with an individual to be, hey, you got any of that fucking child porn? I want to look at it. I want to judge it. I feel like there's like not a good first impression for anyone. Here's some sort of comment on the call-out doc.
I agree.
So one of the docs was taken down by Google for violating TOS. The one that includes the pedo stuff was taken down from Google. Not DOX, I don't know why. It just says, we're sorry, you can't access this item because it is in violation of our terms of service. It doesn't specify why, as these things typically don't. There's an archive. I might fucking regret this. Right.
Oh, zoom in. Zoom in. Zoom in. What is he looking at? What is he looking at? What is he looking at?
I don't feel bad about this guy being called a pedophile. Sorry. I'm not gonna look at any more of the images. I don't want to go to jail in the UK. But it's your judgment. We're not talking, damn, looks kinda young. We're talking like, that's a toddler. We're talking, that's a fucking toddler and it's clearly fetish stuff. Including like weird piss fetish stuff.
Ow.
Yeah. You're fucked in the head if that's what turns you on. You're fucked in the head. Yeah, fuck this guy. Freak. It is all cartoon. It is all cartoon stuff. So it is itself. It's not abuse of children, but you're still a fucking freak if that turns you on. We're talking like toddler. We're talking.
It's indefensible, you guys.
Cartoon. We're talking fucking. Fuck me. We're talking, I'm like, am I in trouble? Fucking, I would say.
Am I on the list now, you guys?
Having seen the images that were commissioned by Tiger, that private investigator confirmed were commissioned by Tiger, I find it insanely suspect that private investigator
didn't include the images in the document. Yes. He said earlier he was sussy. The exoneration document didn't have any of the commissioned images that were in question within the document itself for any readers of the document to come to their own moral conclusion. I agree, that was pretty suspect. I wonder why they chose to neglect putting the commissioned images within the document.
did not explain exactly what those images fucking were.
Yeah. Pretty vague descriptors,
Right.
weren't they?
Hopefully that shit was not reflected on my glasses. I looked down to try and make sure whatever comes up wouldn't be. Anyway, I like that term. I will from now on be referring to this tiger person. Hey, okay? This tiger person really cares. Really cares about precise use of terminology. From this point on, I will be calling Tiger a toddler or baby con. A toddler con. We can all agree these sound ridiculous. Okay, fundraiser stuff. Made a crude joke. Regarding
You're
the commissioned art
milking
of
a
my
tiger.
persona, along with well-known characters from Hunter x Hunter, yes, I commissioned art that I liked. It's fine to say you don't particularly like what I've commissioned.
And what
nor is
happened to
anyone saying you
Vanilla
have to.
Missionary for the
However,
purposes
in
of
no way, shape, or
appropriation?
form are any of the characters drawn like or are meant to represent actual children, and it is absurd to make such claims. Unless it is a lie, unless what was in that document is not what's being talked about here. If what is in that document is what's being talked about here, no, they looked like fucking little kids. And was clearly for some sort of freak. There was like a little girl in like jean overalls.
Don't describe it.
On her back, two versions. One like just being like her,
hear this.
and one with like piss dripping out and spreading everywhere from her crotch. And a bunch of other stuff. No, you're a fucking freak. In no way, shape, or form are any of the characters drawn like or meant to represent actual children. Hey. Perhaps it's not meant to represent an actual child, but it is definitely meant to evoke the sense that that is a child you are looking at. It definitely gives the impression of childness, and it is absurd to make such claims. If you truly believe such content is akin to actual CP, what do you mean akin? It's not child abuse material, it's fucking weirdo, fucked brain, pedophile adjacent, freak, spank bank material. Is that clearer for you? Then I ask you,
That's the
have
most
you made
charitable
such
description
claims or
you can
attempts
give
to
it,
get
and
rid
it's
of the
still
millions
fucked
upon
up.
millions of Rule 34? Hey, unless you change the world and get rid of all weird cartoons, you can't say I'm weird. No, I can. Chances are your favorite waifu or husbando, I don't like anime people, is not over 18. It's a common thing within anime for the characters to be underage. So I genuinely have no idea.
A lot of the deflection and arguments in a document can kind of be boiled down to good old DSPs. Spirit of the law and the letter of the law. Well, it doesn't go against the letter of the law, asterisk. But anyone would look at that, spirit of the law, and call you a fucking freak, right?
Idea why it would suddenly be an issue just because the characters are boys. You're being homophobic. Actually, this is homophobia. In regards to the allegations that a minor was posting nudes on our server, no images of minors were ever allowed on the old server. Not that I was even the owner anyway. Context, when I say the old server, I'm referring to a community I was a part of a year before I started VTubing. Okay. I was not the server owner, and ownership was... look! Being super into cartoons and that's your main source of sexual arousal makes you weird. When you add in, I need them to look like fucking little kids, when you add that in, you're a real freak. Sorry, is what it is. Fact. Verified by real American patriots. I was not the server owner, and ownership was only transferred to me after the original owner left. Okay. At which point the server promptly died when inactive. Our offenders have been always having to be banned. Okay, if anything even remotely risky was posted, someone was believed to be minor, the message would be removed. He, she, they should have been kicked, reported, and banned. The notion that I was a bitch about it is just baffling. Haven't read it. Not going back to the archive of that document. Minors do not belong in a space of adult-themed content. True. We had one minor on the entire server who we met during a Destiny 2 raid, if I recall correctly. They were given a role that... They were given a role that blocked them from interacting with any not safe for work channel as soon as we found out. Just kill all children. Just if someone gives away that they're a kid or you figure it out, just boom, knife them, slice the throat. The person in question was suicidal, and the moderation team as a team decided giving them that role. Minors should not hang out with adults who are fucking gooning all day in Discord. Unless they're suicidal, then we have to let them in but give them a special role.
If they're
That's weird as
suicidal,
hell.
you should assist them
That's very
in
strange.
getting them out of there.
The claims of me not carrying or not removing it
It's not
is nothing
assisting
more
their
than a
suicide.
blatant lie.
Assisting their exit.
And the suggestion that I was solely
From this
responsible for
mortal
every
plane.
decision made on a server I didn't even own at the time is ridiculous. I only have a vague recollection of any incident. Do I think the investigator is a liar, regarded as some combination? A combination plus probably really, really into these cartoons. I would suspect. I find it insulting that this accusation is being included, considering the person making it later did to the minor in question.
Do you think the investigator is a liar, regarded, or some combination?
As I said, even with the post itself, they state that due to the fact that no direct screenshot of the tiger, this may need to be taken with a grain of salt. They are literally admitting they have no
Yeah, help
evidence
them on the
that
way
claims
there, like
made
you're
up.
helping a granny cross the
Screenshot of me
street.
discussing Himepen, presumably Japanese name or something, were all taken before her Google Doc had even been released. At that point, I knew as much as anyone else did at the moment, and I was far from the only one to... I don't know what this is. Racism images shown within the document are false except for admittedly one. The rally cat tweet of "fuck white people, am I right, my fellow blacks" was done by me. I was 15 when I tweeted. Who cares? Transphobia is blatantly false. I've always promoted trans positivity in my community, and I actually call it transphobia whenever I encounter it. I'm sure I have accidentally addressed individuals.
Yeah, I
based
call
on
it
manners and
transphobia
divorce
whenever I
thinking.
encounter it too.
Blah blah blah. General toxicity, yes. I'll admit I can be an absolute cunt behind the scenes. Fine, who cares? Here's the final paragraph. To end this document, the reason why I haven't addressed this sooner was because, admittedly, I was terrified. You get this wave of people
Yeah, you
who
probably
judge
should be.
and
You
immediately
should
find
still
you
be.
guilty without letting you voice your side of the story. So I just started blocking people because I felt I was having a panic attack. After
Oh,
calming
I'm
down
having
and
a panic
discussing it with
attack.
some
Who are you,
close friends,
Worski?
I realized this document was needed. I just want my side to be heard, and for others to realize that I am not the monster that was painted within the document. I've worked on my flaws and have attempted to make good notions with my platform. I did a charity event not long ago raising money for children within hospitals. It felt nice helping others and enjoying the stream, but of course in the back of my mind it always reminded me of all the things people told me and made me question myself. It genuinely all drove me to a corner that I didn't want to return to, so I ask you sincerely, please hear me out, make your judgment. Heard you out. I saw the archive of the document, not a big fan. Of you?
What about my side?
Not a big fan of you. Sorry you were born wrong. But apart from that, get owned. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Not, if you decide to look into this yourself, looking at the archive of the original call-out document. Do not recommend it. Perhaps even for, like, legal danger purposes, depending on the laws of the country you reside in.
Sorry, I was consuming the pizza. And that's the Taiga drama. Hope you guys learned a lot. I certainly refreshed my memory on all that. Hey, we won another 10 times battle. Okay, so that was the exoneration video. Well, the quote-unquote exoneration. Now we got a real... So this one is like a mixture of... I think it's a mixture of stream VODs, and then he actually has like an intro prior to it. This is way shorter, but this is a follow-up video he did after that video that we just watched. And this one's just called I Hate Bungo Taiga.
As you may have seen recently, nothing quite ticks me off like a slippery, manipulative anime avatar weirdo. And thanks to a little bit of information brought to my attention by Cope and Seethe on Twitter, Bungo Taiga can officially join the...
By Cope and Seethe on Twitter. Yeah, Parma, this is Harma. Harmful Opinions. It's that guy. We're watching the IRL version.
like a slippery, manipulative anime avatar weirdo. And thanks to a little bit of information brought to my attention by Cope and Seethe on Twitter, Bungo Taiga can officially join those ranks. Forget the incredible exoneration document that reads like it's written by a 13-year-old fanboy. Forget Taiga's twitlongers. In May 2021, Taiga defended himself with a big old Google document. Let's take a look at it. Oh, turns out nowadays it's private. The internet, however, is of course forever, and there are multiple archives of the full document available. I'm going to leave a step-by-step or more serious analysis to someone else. Today is all about what ticks me off, and we'll be jumping around the document freely. Regarding the allegation that they asked for 17-year-olds' lewd pictures, Bongo Tiger is a bit more talkative here than they ended up being in their 2022 Twitlonger. They said it was an offhanded comment at the time. I thought nothing of it then or since. It was a bad, edgy joke for shock humor made by a stupid, edgy 19-year-old, which I regret making and am sorry to have made. After I
was
said
just
it,
being
he
a shock
immediately
jock,
moved
man.
on and didn't think about it again. Okay, so far so good, especially if you can't see the original conversation. If I thought there was even a % of a chance that Ozzy would ever actually send me nudes of someone he or I believed to be underage, I would never have become friends with him. In the screenshot, he makes it clear they had already been deleted, and I asked as a bad joke, knowing full well he couldn't have sent them, knowing they didn't exist anymore. As he said to me, he deleted them. Let's take a look at that screenshot ourselves, shall we? Bruh. A server I'm a mod in, a lewd poster turned out to be under 18, but he's friends with the owner. So I need to go through 20 pages of nudes, deleting them individually. Bruh. Either Taiga is literally retarded and doesn't know how tenses work, thinking someone saying they need to do something means they have already done it, or Taiga is willing to blatantly, directly lie, because he knows you won't check. My first reply in the tweets is FFS. Hey, that at least is true, meaning for fuck's sake. The joke was supposed to be the immediate tonal shift of me sounding disapproving and then immediately encouraging it. I didn't say it was a good joke. Upon learning they were 17, I replied with, "Oh, who cares?" because they were 1 year from being 18, and I wanted to reassure Ozzy not to worry too much about deleting the lewds, reassuring him that he probably wouldn't get arrested or anything. Of course, Ozzy knew that at the time, and he knows that now. There was absolutely no malicious intent behind these messages. What's that I smell? Oh, it's bullshit. A lot was omitted to paint this false picture. FFS, send me him though. Tie that bad, the mod responds. You saw him too?
Yes, it seems that they were 19 at the time, and the person in question was 17.
You better share. Just copy it and send it here. Wait, how young? 17. Oh, who cares? Having seen the full screenshot that Tiger was talking about, do you genuinely believe the "oh, who cares" line is Tiger saying, "Don't worry, you won't get in legal trouble because they're so close to 18"? Or to rephrase that question, are you a schmuck? Are you a chump? Are you a moron? Next up, we have their discussion of Loli and Shota and the art they commissioned. Ladies and gentlemen, even if you are a sicko internet stuff, please stick around, as regardless of my opinion on it and the people who are aroused by such images, there is sliminess here, there is slipperiness here, there is spinelessness and deception here. Plus, I've heard that even people into some loli stuff aren't a fan of ToddlerCon. The first mention is on page 1, starting with the elephant in the room, pedophilia. If you've read the doc, then you've seen some private art. Can't be that private if I ended up seeing it, just saying. Let's just get this out of the way. I don't like kids, and I'm not attracted to kids. I am not a pedophile. Brave. Can you imagine if they said otherwise, though? Now here's where the seeds of slipperiness are planted. The art is what it is. I've gotten Tiger drawn in diapers before. I've gotten him drawn in water sports art. Both have been addressed well over a year ago in
gross
tweets that are now deleted due to harassment, but luckily some have been screenshotted and are included here. Tiger being their handle and also the name of the character they represent themselves with. They then quickly apologize to anyone disturbed by the content. Okay, so next up we have a tweet that is addressing diapers and piss stuff, I guess. What are they gonna say? Like, oh, you think it's gross and cringe, but it's just how I am, yada yada. Hey guys, I wanna make a post saying I will no longer associate with the word Shota. My understanding is that Shota is the male counterpart to Loli. It's little boy characters. Not that I really did before,
Gross.
but I want to make it extra clear that I don't wish to be called one. I've had my eyes sort of opened recently, and I'm gonna distrance myself from certain connotations. This is just word games. This is playing with labels. Why is this term coming up in relation to your commissions of your character in diapers or pissing? And how does saying, don't call it that, address that if it just is? A common problem with things like this is that you can't show people stuff, but they need to see it to understand. So I have curated 2 examples that I think are safe to illustrate why people call them drawings of little boys. Exhibit
What are you gonna show?
A potentially entirely innocent picture. Even uncropped, it's a kid at a campfire wearing little undies.
I don't want to
Could be
make that
a
bigger.
childhood memory. However, given its context as one of a few commissioned pieces and the nature of the other pieces, I would suggest, unfortunately, that is not what this is. Exhibit B. Oh, it's just a little kid sleeping. It's a wholesome, cute picture. You could see. Oh, this is the water sports one. This is the variation that doesn't have piss.
I would say that no.
Squirting out and a look of pleasure on its face. But you see, Taiga has disassociated themselves from the label Shota, and now their little kid piss fetish art. Isn't weird. Taiga continues and says, I'm a little. Where have I heard that term before?
TLC.
Guys, today I want to talk about what it means to be a little and a
Oh,
little bit
no,
more
that's little
insight
person.
about what is age play. Age play is this huge conflicted thing of people arguing that it's just pedophiles and that it's really skeevy and gross, but it's not about that at all.
Okay, might need to work on the PR for
It's
that
just a
one.
kink, you
You really
guys.
have to be careful because there are people out there that prey on littles, especially underage ones who are just...
Well, he at least justified why he felt like he had to show even 2 of those, because people won't really understand unless he shows something. And then the idea that Taiga benefits from that, from people not being able to see what it is. So they just assume, they take his explanation and just believe what he says. Oh, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. No, it was a mistake, but it wasn't that bad, and I apologized for it a gazillion years ago. You need to see what it is in order to have it sink in that it's fucking gross.
About this community and learning the word that describes them so perfectly.
Free advice to Taiga. Maybe you should have left this paragraph out when
Again, it's the reason why I believe the images were not in the quote-unquote exoneration document, because they knew by not including them, there was a higher chance that more people would go along with their explanation.
is the first video
And not
that pops
question
up if you ask YouTube, what is a little? Anyway, back to the manifesto. Taiga said, I'm a little. I like what I like, and my personal private kinks are absolutely not the public's business. Until you tell us, nor do I need to explain them to anyone. I would never condone the victimization of children, and I have preyed upon absolutely no one. Only commissioned this art. Okay, buddy, okay. Let's hear a bit more about that art then. Keep in mind that the art is even older than
Seems like a lot of fortification you have to put up to say you did nothing wrong, and you did everything correct.
these tweets and commissioned while I was still a teenager. You might not know this, but as soon as you turn 20, your sexuality totally changes. I was not yet streaming during any of the timelines where these screenshots were taken, and during my time here streaming in this community, my commissions have been completely unproblematic. God, I'm so sorry you've been dead-shoted. It was all from a past identity you had. We mustn't speak of it. No more art.
That's actually a good comparison, Flippy. I've heard of that, and I struggle, like, putting myself in the shoes of someone who's like that. But there are people out there who just can't see something, they can't imagine something unless they're looking right at it. I think Dave is one of those people.
Has been...
Because the only analogy he can ever seem to come up with is, imagine you're at a sandwich shop. That's the only thing he can successfully imagine. Everything else he has to look at in order to visualize.
Commissioned like it for well over 3.5 years. Not to mention my character is of age. If I had to place his age in terms of human development today, I would put him in his 20s. It's a cartoon, not a real person. Wait a sec, isn't that normally your line? Unlike in real life, in cartoon world, age really is just a number. What matters is how it looks and the impression it gives. Would anyone really suggest that if an artist produced a photorealistic, hyper-realistic sketch of child abuse, such that unless you knew it was drawn, it would be indistinguishable from the real thing? If they said,
yeah, they gotta see it to believe it. It's a real
she's
thing.
50. Would you then be upset with anyone who called people who jerked off to it thinking it was real pedophiles? Were they being unreasonable? Now that's a thought experiment with an extreme, and Chinese cartoons exist on a spectrum of realness, giving a more abstract impression. But never, ever dare pretend you're not a freak. Never, ever dare pretend it wouldn't be justified to fire you as a babysitter if the parents found out you were into this stuff. And don't you dare try to pull the, well, canonically they're 20 line when you're whacking it to a drawing that looks like this, but with added explosion of piss and facial expression. Sorry for the detour, folks, we'll get back on track now. Another thing, Tiger says, I feel the need to respond to. I am frequently screenshotted saying, Shotas are hot. Of course, it's just all about a word, this magic incantation, Shota. Here's a cool screenshot where you don't use that word, and in the original document it was attached to the earlier one where you were talking about the 17-year-old, so Tiger definitely saw it and was probably looking at it while writing this. The authenticity is not contested that I can see, and I certainly would have contested this one, specifically if it were false, in the same way Tiger later specifically addresses claims of racism, transphobia, and so on. Someone asks, actually like kids? Another responds, not real kids, no. Tiger says, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, they respond. Tiger says, I won't tell on you. They say, I'm not into kids. Are you? I don't like real boys or girls.
No. Why is your answer a wall of text?
Another responds, not real kids, no. Tiger says, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, they respond. Tiger says, I won't tell on you. They say, I'm not into kids. Are you? I don't like real boys or girls, no. They're too annoying. Anime kids are hot AF though. I want to be one. Oh, there's the little thing. Hey, that crosses over into real life. That's their real life fetish. And love one. Little boys in anime are just so precious. I want to fuck a little boy. The term shota, that's too much though, you know, for the connotations. I'm just confused.
We're watching a video, Twitch, we're watching a video of a YouTuber condemning the actions and words of a alleged PDF file, and he is quoting the individual, he's reading out Discord messages, this is the voice of me, the streamer, ridicule and critique.
With this terminology, you'd think those Discord messages would come up at this point discussing terminology, the things Tiger says about these characters, right? That they said they...
Let me again reiterate that none of this was in the exoneration document. It was just talked about as though it was already discussed and debunked beforehand.
Find anime kids.
Harmful had to go out of his way to find these.
It's hot AF? You'd want to say, that is absolutely fake. I only said Shota sometimes and didn't really understand the connotations. Weaselly,
we're gonna need 3 underscores
slithering,
next. No!
Creepy, worm. Even if you don't find their desires strange at all, you can see clear as day, they're not playing a straight game. And to further illustrate that, bearing in mind the quotes that were shown and were in the document Tiger's responding to, here's how Tiger continued on that point. In the past, and occasionally in the present, I used the word shota to describe a body type, a small-framed character, not an age group. You can disagree with that definition, and a lot of people do. That's why I have avoided publicly describing myself as one, or even mentioning it for most of my stream.
So the short stack goblin defense, I mean, Vouch tried that too, remember? That was, oh, wow, that's actually a year ago by this point. It feels like it was just yesterday.
In career.
Triple U, that's what I call Dingus, Triple U.
If the use of the word in the past is enough for you to disassociate with me, that's fine. It's your choice, and I respect it. even if we were to accept this joke of a word game. If what matters is that you were talking about a body type and not an age, what did you mean, Tiger, by kids? Not that I believe anything Tiger says at this point, but it sounds like they think
my
that
guy
matters.
Ding? I call him
Skipping
Ding.
forward a bit, surprise, we have more word games. The art. Quote, Bungo Tiger has a consistent habit of commissioning his OC as a child. If you guessed that the objection would be to the word consistent, your prize is in the mail. No, I do not. Again, as stated, the most recent picture shown as evidence is at least 3 years old. The other's even older. Bad phrasing. This is not something recent.
So the answer to the allegation is yes, but the debunking is, it's not consistent. It only happened like twice. And this happened in 2019, by the way, which was pre-COVID. So it was like a gazillion years ago.
Or reoccurring. This entire statement is once again misleading.
Okay, we still
as well as
exposing the
blatantly
femboy
false.
VTuber.
I'll give you slightly inaccurate, but that's it. A screenshot of a tweet
Femboy
follows.
VTuber,
It
we
was
exposing it's
irresponsible
harmful
of me
doing all the
to
work.
associate my suggestive drawings of Tiger with the word Shota. I apologize. I will do better. I hope you all have a great day. Less than 3 fuck pedophiles. Was that meant to be a heart, or is that your cutoff? It's this again, this sub-autistic commentary of, sorry I used that word. I don't think that's what's freaking people out, buddy. In fact, the people who'd be most freaked out are the people who've never heard that word before and been desensitized in your little freak cliques. This tweet was made over a year ago now, addressing the art. The art was commissioned 2 more years prior to this tweet. This is not new, and something I have already addressed, but since it needs addressing again, I have not commissioned art like this since, and to reaffirm, I apologize. Wait a second, I thought it was just the word that was the problem. Why are you apologizing for the art? Why are you convincing us you've never asked for more? If it was just the use of the term. That's far too close to a direct acknowledgement of the issue people have. I might even start thinking you have a spine. Quick, throw out a whataboutism. It's deflection time again. I've had lewd art of my character drawn with a small petite body type shared openly on Twitter within the last month or so, and absolutely no one cared.
Up Jammers, the 333 battle. I won a couple of 10 times tonight. Also lost a couple too. Wow.
You're all freaks too, you're just pretending not to be. See how this goes? I can only assume this is because it was done by a popular artist, but the fact remains that it contained the same small-framed body as the alleged images of child pornography. I could argue even more so. I don't want to see them. I'm not going to look into that. I believe this is inconsistent with the message being pushed by the Google document. No, you just need an addendum. You're all freaks. It's freaks all the way down.
She was here
if
earlier.
someone is what they accuse you of being, that might just mean they are too, not that you aren't one.
I already told her
The
we were
worst
looking at drama
offender
shit.
is a very young-looking version of myself camping in underwear. It's not something I would commission again. Why not, buddy? What's wrong with it? Like I said, that art was commissioned years ago before I even began streaming, and I addressed this a year ago. Gilk knows this full well. He was there supporting me through it. Despite that, he put it in the Google Doc in an attempt to get back at me for banning him. These are not accusations anyone can just walk away from, and I am disgusted anyone would go this far. I still like small-framed characters. Then why wouldn't you commission
Short-stack
more?
goblins?
And I try my very best to not refer to them as shotas and or lollies anymore. Sometimes it slips. Sometimes the person I'm around does so first. How often you
Sometimes
have
slurs slip
discussions
out of my
about
mouth, you
shota and lolly
guys.
with people, buddy?
But I love everyone.
And I feel more comfortable assuming
Kinda what
they
I'm reading
use
that
it the
as.
same way. Under no circumstances do I liken these images to real children. Sorry, this is too much.
Yeah, it's very dodgy and dicey, isn't it?
You're gonna tell me that none of these kinds of images are intended to bear the likeness of a child, and you get no impression from these drawings that it's a depiction
they
of a
weren't
child.
goblins.
It is not
No,
a
that was just his
hyper-realistic,
coat.
photorealistic
They
image.
weren't even
There is some
green.
abstraction and stylization, but it gives child vibes. No? Bullshit. Taiga, who is apparently openly a little someone who
Hello, Gondola. Thank you for the Bobby. We're learning about Bungo Taiga, which is the VTuber that occasionally talks in DSP's chat as a dented LARPer. They're like a femboy VTuber, and they're into some pretty disgusting shit.
Who does age play pretends to be a kid
And of course,
for sexual
they have
purposes,
allegations.
said they want to be an anime kid, but they don't view those cartoons as being childlike at all. They don't liken them to a kid, even slightly. It's only a body type. You see, it's all abstract and doesn't connect to any pre-existing concepts in the mind. Shut it. Shut the fuck up. If the argument is that the characters' ages in some of the art is the problem and not the body types, then I'll concede that. Wait, but earlier to Taiga, the issue was the age. They were explaining, oh, when they say Shota, they mean a body type, not the age. Now we're working off the body type being the problem, not the age, and it's only some people who care about the age. I think this Taiga fellow has no fucking values or position at all, just does what feels good and then justifies it in the moment any way they can. Would you fancy that? I tried my best to age up the characters in most of the pieces, but that still doesn't change their canonical age. To those who this art upsets, I am sorry. I haven't commissioned any art like it since and do not intend to going forward. All of these pieces, aside from Lynn's art, were commissioned well over 3 years ago. This is not art I'm sharing around to people I meet today. Why even pretend to care? It's so transparent. But hey, sad sack apology time is over. It's time to manipulate again. Off topic, but it needs mention. I don't understand how this is even remotely a child. I don't understand why this was described as child pornography and Gilkstock. This isn't even a small-framed character. Ooh, all the lolicons hop in. Ooh, all the lolicons are getting fired up, right? He called it child pornography. He compared it to real child sexual abusement. Control F in his document. Child pornography, not a term used, even once. In the section of the original call-out that shows that image, and many others that I am not surprised Taiga didn't want to include in their document, the only written statement reads, Bungo Taiga has a consistent habit of commissioning artwork of his original characters as children, aging from prepubescent to just older than an infant. All of these images are sexual in nature and are largely kept private. Bungo Taiga also will often crop this pornography of underage characters to show it on Twitter, on his live streams, and create profile pictures. The images pictured below are all confirmed to be commissioned by Bungo Taiga. I feel that saying, hey, one of his multiple examples isn't insane absolute freak shit, isn't the most potent snapback here. And we all know that
He sounds a lot like DSP. I didn't know DSP commissioned this shit.
For the lolicons to go and wage a war for them. But Taiga says,
dude,
this is
DSP
just
has a
one
little?
example of the level of disingenuousness that is being presented throughout the majority of Gilk's document. Okay, Taiga, why didn't you show us some more? Show us some more examples of how he was being disingenuous by claiming the images are what he described. Show us a few more. I've gotten some art of Taiga in diapers and some art of my adult character fully clothed pissing themselves. Hey folks,
Gross.
Art's subjective, but I would absolutely not describe this as an adult character. Oh, but on the wiki it says 200. Is it the age that someone made up for it that turns you on, or is it how it looks?
Guys, Leanna approached me. That makes it okay.
Just a picture of my adult character. Fuck you. This is true. Is it weird to some? Yes, I would suggest. More than weird to more than some. I can only imagine it must be. Does this make me a pedophile? No. It simply does not. I know some of the art might be shocking and gross, and it's not something I would or have commissioned today. I'm sorry you had to see it. Sorry, did you get conversion therapy? Again, why wouldn't you if it's fine? And you said you're still into that kind of thing. So, have I commissioned some weird and very kink-centric art in the past? Yes. My piss is boiling. We're back to, oh, the problem's the kinks, it's the pee-pee stuff.
Exactly,
Have I done
Carl.
it since then, 3 years ago? No. I apologized for it a year ago, and I'll apologize for it again. Why? If it's fine. I'm sorry I commissioned this art. However, I am not a pedophile. Gonna be real with you, not a sentence you would catch me saying for myself under any circumstance. Anyway, this has been longer than I meant anyway. Let's skip to the conclusion of this issue. In conclusion, I've commissioned art and used terms in the past that can be considered problematic. It's not a lifestyle I'm currently endorsing.
Pre-stream
I've made
ass
dumb
answer.
jokes that I thought no one could take seriously, and for years they weren't. Mom, it's not creepy little kid art. It's a lifestyle. Get with the times. This is, of course, though, old Taiga. He's learned. He's developed new arguments, more powerful, effective rhetoric. How much better is one of his more recent statements? Chances are, he said in August 2022, your favorite waifu or husbando is not over 18. It's a common thing within anime for the characters to be underage, so I genuinely have no idea why it would suddenly be an issue just because the characters are boys. People are just homophobic. They're just the same, you know? They like a picture of a woman with triple G breasts.
Interesting. Isn't that the same conclusion the exoneration document came to?
But her Wikipedia says she's 17. Taiga whacks it to a cartoon of a 2-year-old, alone, vulnerable, and naked in the woods. Looks like it's time to drink the toddler piss, bigot. But, as usual, that's just another one of my harmful opinions.
And that's the Taiga Saga. That's the person who's sometimes in Phil's chat. Yes. Now you know. You know the truth of the matter. Now, we still have his series on Nugstaku, but that shit's way too long. That'll have to be for another day. It all makes sense. DSP creates Derek's. Well, if those messages... We saw the years on those messages, 2019, 2020, and he only started going into DSP's chat like in 2022, 2023, so it's probably safe to say in that case they were already fucked, and it certainly wasn't DSP hypnotizing them into becoming a PDF. DSP is just an unfortunate victim of their heinous proclivities. Daily Rap is a palate cleanser. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Let's pull it up on the next def. Or see if I can do it right now. Right now! Right now! Now! Right now! Pirate in Hawaii reaction? Soft locked in indie? SF6 Rage! Daily Rap, January 10th, 2025. Hold up. I'm doing good right now. Don't you do it. Don't you... Fuck, they did it. Alright. 12 minutes. Fuck you. Hey, iced coffee.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 10th of January, 2025. A good streaming day overall. Great stuff. Let's talk about how it all went. First off, the good news here is that there's more improvements to my setup. Even more improvements, if you can believe it.
I'm barely even winded.
Remember how earlier this week I started having major issues with my OBS crashing because my leaderboard was malfunctioning? Well, guess what? I basically spruced up all my settings in OBS, my scenes and everything got reorganized. And as you can see, the leaderboard now works and the letters stay the same size. It keeps scrolling at the same size. It stays put. The leaderboard now seems to work so well. I've completely gotten rid of that dark bar that I used to put behind it. It just works so seamlessly now. Even with the Level 1 podcast now, I'm actually able to go full screen without having that dark bar down there, and it looks a lot better, in my opinion, okay?
So here's what Phil discovered how to do. He discovered how to do this right now. I'm going to do it for you live. This took him however many years he's had to have done this as a content creator. He did this. Top tip. Iron Chef Sakuk. Go ahead and make that a reasonable font size. That is way too big. And we have tips. Yes. Super chat. Well, last super chat. Carl. And King's Tax. 666 because he's the mark of the beast. Alright, so he did that. And he gave it a fancy font. So We now have the Fortnite font activated. Yes. And he gave it a color. So we made it switch color pink. And he gave it a gradient. There we go. There, look, it already kind of looks like his leaderboard right there. Then he gave it an outline. This took him years to figure out too. The outline. Like the first, if you go back to old Twitch clips, there's just no outline on his leaderboard, which is fair. Year 1 Dingus clips don't have an outline either. And a black outline. And we make it 15. And there you go. So for the longest time, this was his leaderboard. Manually, that took me 5 minutes, maybe. Not even 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And then he put it over an overlay, the dark bar that he puts at the bottom. That's a separate PNG. And now he's talking about having the ability to make it scroll. Therefore, he can make it as long as he wants. He doesn't have to make the tech. His issue is the leaderboard would be so long, he wouldn't be able to fit it all on one full screen. However, he's able to make it scroll. He figured out how to make it scroll. Therefore, it can be as long as he wants it to be. So he went to filters. He added a filter for scroll, and he did this. That's all he did. He's talking about it like it's a major achievement. I set the scroll to 126. This is what he figured out. This is... Dude, I do this every day when I make a new overlay. Not every day, but you get my point. Yeah, the scrolling is kind of distracting. Because nothing else on his overlay moves. So it's like, it draws your attention right down to the leaderboard. You can say my overlay is distracting, but it has a lot of moving parts to it. So there's no one sole thing that's grabbing your attention.
Oh, good stuff there. I'm very happy that I was able to
like literally, like look at the bottom of the screen. It's literally what I just did.
Improve my setup, and it's going smoothly with that. Now, today on the podcast, we covered a few interesting topics. Notably, we watched
end your
the Like a
stream?
Dragon,
I am. I'm
Pirates
done.
in Hawaii Direct, which was about 13 minutes long, but I watched the whole thing, so I think my react was around 20 minutes long. It looks really good. Like, it does look really good, and I'm like, man, I want to play it. The bummer is, I don't know if people are going to watch it. Some of the people on the stream certainly seemed like they wanted me to play it, and they said they would show up. But, you know, people say that all the time. The question is, will that actually happen? Or is this a game where I really want to play it, but I see some dust there. I really want to play it, but if I play it, it's going to be a playthrough that no one shows up for, much like what happened with Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. I don't want to have a second situation like that. If you remember, during Infinite Wealth, people were literally coming back to the streams and begging me to play anything but, if you could believe it. So it's up for debate. Please give it a look if you have not seen it yet. It's fun. I'm actually going to try to clip it out as a separate video as well tonight. So if you just want to see me reacting to that rather than watch the whole podcast, you can do it. Hopefully you'll enjoy. After that, oh, by the way, we also ordered Venezuelan food for today's episode of DSP Tries It. Then we jumped into Indiana Jones and The Great Circle. Now, today...
Yeah, I didn't see him react to the Yakuza thing. Hey, Starman, it took 9 hours and some insanely soul-crushing, demotivating defeats, but by God, I'm done with Destiny Tower. Congratulations! I forgot there was a Splatoon Splatfest today, so I've been suffering in that. Now, I promise you, it's like... Oh, I come into a Dingus stream and he's watching Darkside Phil. I promise you, we weren't spending the whole stream watching Darkside Phil. But I do owe this daily wrap of him summarizing what he did on his stream.
Had a lot of fun. We were exclusively
congrats on your
in
Mystery Dungeon W.
Siam, going around the jungle in the boat, doing all kinds of fun questing. And we found a whole bunch of side quests to do. We actually had a really interesting...
I'm actually almost done over here myself.
Where Indy met up with a former student of his, which was surprising, and they had this treasure hunt together. And then there was a twist in the plot that I didn't expect. And a bunch of other stuff happened too. Basically, lots of development of the plot. So we got to the point, all right, where I was raising money to buy a rebreather. But the weird part is, all of a sudden, during the course of the day, I checked my inventory, and I had the rebreather. But my main mission blatantly says raise enough money to buy the rebreather. So how could I have it?
The game
And I had no clue
glitched.
what was going on. So we ended up doing missions. It was so weird. We ended up doing side missions that needed a rebreather. And I'm like, well, I didn't earn it. Am I doing side quests that are too far in that I shouldn't have yet because I didn't do the story missions yet? Anyway, so we did all these missions, and then at the end of the stream, I actually had raised enough money to buy the rebreather, and I was like, well, I already have it, but I guess I have to buy it to advance the plot. And I went to buy it, and the game won't let me buy it because I already have it. So I'm like, uh-oh. So people looked it up and said, yes, this is a known bug, and sadly, some people get soft locked in the game because of it, where you have to load a previous save. Well, I played 3+ hours today. I don't know where I got the rebreather or when it was added to my inventory. Like, I wouldn't even know where to go back. And I don't know if there's enough auto saves to even cover it because we played for a while. So I'm not exactly sure what to do. I'm gonna be honest.
Damn, I wanted to raid you. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Jamsies. You've come at the most inappropriate time. I promise you, I am actually playing the game. It is in the corner. Thank you for the raid. Team Money, represent. Get that bag. Show me the money, dummy. Now, the reason why I'm watching a video over playing the game, which I am playing, it's in the corner, is because I was asked to watch this. I totally wasn't going to watch it regardless. But thank you. Big ups to Jamties and Zemiu. I had a notification from Shiver that you guys won the 10 times, and I saw your name pop up with Zemiu. And I was like, whoa, I know those people. I should stop playing like a fucking idiot and contribute to the team. Yeah, we get that cheddar. Get out of here. But no, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a positive stream. Look, you started later than me. You were supposed to go longer than me. This is terrible. I started earlier. So I should have ended first.
Honest here, I'm a little nervous about the future of this playthrough. You know, I'm really liking the game. We played it over 20 hours now. I think we're like 24 plus hours in. And we are nearing the end. You know, people said it's between like 30, 35 hours. We're getting there.
Again, if you're just coming in here for the first time, this is very bad first impression. I'm watching a video. I'm over here in the corner.
I certainly don't want to end my playthrough now. So I guess what we're going to do next time, we're going to try to find out where the next story mission is located past where you had to buy the rebreather, like where you had to use it. And we're going to just try to go and do the mission without having the mission and waypoint for it. Maybe you can just do it if you have the rebreather. And if that's the case, maybe we can save the playthrough and continue on. If not, I hate to say it, folks, this is sadly not in my power. I would have to wait for them to patch the game to fix this issue before we could continue the playthrough. And honestly, that would really suck. I like the game, and I've had it in the rotation for a month, and we're nearing the end. I want to finish it, so that way we can have new games in the rotation, like, you know, Dino Crisis, which everyone's waiting for, among other games.
Oh god, we're not even halfway into it.
Sounds cool.
What's she playing?
I like this song. How the fuck do I do light dash? Oh shit. No! I had my mouse on something else.
And she's a Sonic gamer. We do love Sonic gamers. For 2D Sonic, though. Oh, we got Splatoon?
That looks so dumb.
Splatoon 1 clip. Freaking fossil clip over here. We got a good pause on Dave right here.
I'm gonna kill Jacob on these. Oh, he killed him. He killed my friend, man.
Alright, back to Phil.
But I don't know what to do. So if anyone has any solutions, I'm begging for them. You know, I want to advance and finish the game, and we're getting near the end. What we'll do is I'll keep it in the schedule for next week, but it's going to be a few streams away. You know, I'll probably play it after Stalker, after Dark Souls. Hopefully within a few days, either they'll patch the game or a solution will be found, and this won't be an issue where I can't complete my playthrough. That would really be bad. So let's see.
You'll have to forgive me. There's so much filibustering right now.
If what happens, okay? Anyway, good news, first stream, we hit the goals. We even exceeded the goals a little bit. We didn't double them, but we actually went above them, and that was very nice because after yesterday having a really slow day of support, it was great that we had a comeback day today. And then it was time for food for DSP Tries It. It was Venezuelan food, including a beef empanada, a chicken bowl with a variety of stuff, including fried plantains, seasoned white meat chicken, black beans, and seasoned rice, and also a unique dessert called the tequeño, of which I never had before. I didn't know anything about it, and then I went and tried it. I was like blown away. It was really, really good, in my opinion. So yeah, it was a really good meal.
It's kind of wild that he charged to eat an empanada. And the other thing he just mentioned that I already tuned out. And if you're of Hispanic descent, you know how bullshit it is to charge like 50 goals to eat one empanada.
And I'm very happy that we tried Venezuelan food for the first time ever having it. It was a very successful DSP Tries It. You can see that video over on the DSP Reacts channel. That's at DSP Reacts on YouTube if you didn't check it out yet. So then I took my break, and when I came back on the late stream, it was time for Friday Night Fight Street Fighter 6 with Blanca. At this point, like literally, here's this game in a nutshell. If I face any low tier or mid tier character, the game is incredibly fun. There's mix-ups, there's traps, there's interesting trickiness, great close matchups, comebacks, and everything. Okay, if I face any top tier character, so we're talking Cammy or Ken particularly, but also that includes characters like Jury, Akuma, Bison.
Jury.
Basically, the game becomes completely unfun. Every single person who plays those characters plays them almost identically. They all have insanely safe hit strings, moves, patterns, and just things they can do with no risk and all reward. And essentially, you need to play the living crap out of the game to memorize the exact frame moments when you might be able to blow through something they're doing, or you have to get lucky. I mean it. Like, now the Cammies have gotten so bad, they all realize how insanely safe all of her moves are, and they're all just monstrously abusing this and
After one of my matches, the entire enemy team added me and unadded me, let me Lamau get good idiots. That used to happen to me all the time on Splatoon 2. And it got to a point where when I got 3, despite how terrible I am in 3, well, I'm bad in all Splatoon games, I never had that happen to me. I only ever had it happen to me in 2. It got me thinking, wow, did Nintendo just make it so you couldn't do that anymore? But if you just had that happen to you just now, seems like I just had it happen. I have not had it happen to me in 3 yet.
getting away with ridiculous bad gameplay, but it's okay in Street Fighter 6. It's insane.
Yeah, like you get the friend request received, you go check the friend request, it's not there.
It's funny,
No, I know.
Chun-Li's, another Blanca.
And that shit was so common in
mid-tier
2.
stuff. It was super fun. Everyone's having a good
I've
time.
talked about it
So
before.
that's the problem with the game, is the top tiers are too dominant with easy mode gameplay. Too many idiots just play it nonstop and memorize these simpleton patterns. And unless you pick a top tier, or you have played the game so much to memorize this insanely obscure frame when you can blow through or whatever, it's just not fun to play anymore. So I played tonight, and the funny part is, at first I started off bad, then I started winning, then it was kind of 50-50. By the end of the night, like, I was on a tear. Like, I actually had a good streak of wins at the end. And then we ran out of time, and I was like, well, what are you gonna do? But overall, people are like, you should play the Marvel Collection next. Like, people actually are telling me they're enjoying watching me play the Marvel Collection way more than Street Fighter 6 because it seems to be a better game competitively. And I'm
No,
like,
they're not. That's
no
what you
shit.
wanna do.
Yeah, the
So
classic
you're
Marvel games are
convincing
better than
yourself
Street
that other
Fighter
people
6.
said
Yeah,
that.
Marvel 2 is much better of a fighting game than Street Fighter 6 is at this point. Street Fighter 6 has become broken, while, you know, the old games are classics, right? So
classic.
The next time that I play fighting games, it will be the Marvel Collection, and then we'll probably alternate. Here's the thing, I still do have fun playing with certain characters. Like, if I play with Dalzim or Honda, I seem to like the game, and here's why. Dalzim keeps the top tiers away. If I play well with Dalzim, usually I can keep them zoned, and then they're not abusive, you know? With Honda, you do have the opportunity to take advantage of a dumb pattern player by doing things like his EX headbutt, or, you know, trapping them down with certain moves. He doesn't have a great anti-air, but he has some tools to get out of the situations, and he can kind of bully himself through the crap, while these other characters I'm using just don't have the opportunity. You know, like Blanca, oh lord. Blanca, I hate to say, I just don't think I think he's like maybe mid-tier now, because now everyone knows how to get around his stuff. Multiple times tonight, an enemy was just right here in front of me, and I did EX Blanca ball up, and it literally passed through them, allowing them to land and punish. And this happens with Chun-Li, this happens with Cammy, this happens with multiple characters who have these jump hitboxes that Blanca just can't hit. So they just abuse that and jump non-stop. You can't hit it. It's like, this is ludicrous. So yeah, next time around when I do play Street Fighter 6, it'll be Honda, but I will be playing the Marvel Collection next, coming up on...
His family does not hate him. His family loves him. He has a very loved and fulfilling family with his wife there and cat and parents he never talks to.
I think it was like supposed to be like Tuesday night. That's what I'm going to be doing. I
want to rescue Judgy. Judgy Jamsies is what we call the Pac-Man ghost to the left there. Judgy. I want to rescue Judgy and give it a good home.
By the way, we did hit the support goal tonight as well. So it was excellent. You know, we were hitting the goals both streams. We were having good gameplay. The only bummer was I don't know what's going to happen with Indy. I hope that we can continue with Indiana
Big
Jones.
ups on the 15
right?
splats.
Now remember everyone, I'm not here tomorrow. I'm off from streaming. When I return on Sunday, it'll be a chill podcast to get everyone caught back up on what we did. And then it's going to be more Stalker 2 as a major stream. This will be very interesting because last time with Stalker 2, we had this plot line where basically this...
Yeah, Phil didn't even play all the games on that Pac-Man collection. I played all of them and then loved every one of them.
wishing contraption has changed reality, and we're wondering, are we in a dream? Are we not? Is what we're doing actually truthful? Because all hell is kind of broken loose, and everyone's like trying to kill each other and stuff, which is wild. So I'm not sure what's going to happen moving forward with the game. We are heading to a brand new part of the map we haven't been to before, so there very strongly could be changes and everything to the game now that we're heading to the second half of the plot. So we'll have to see, but that'll be fun. And then Sunday night will be Microsoft Flight Simulator, which we haven't done in ages. It's been
God,
weeks
he's
now.
still
So
playing
a nice
that
chill
shit?
flight sim stream where people will be able to contribute and pick, basically buy their tickets to fly somewhere with all of us as we relax and chill and interact. That'll be a really good one. But don't worry, this coming week we'll have more Indiana Jones, more Dark Souls with mods as I'm getting further in and the game's getting better.
This is the longest 12
more,
minutes of my
fighting games.
life.
Call of Duty's coming back. There will be episode 2 of Smart Guys, The Revival on Tuesday morning. Lots of good stuff coming up, okay? Good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, everyone. What a great streaming day. What a great streaming week. This was a great week. You guys supported me in droves this week. I really appreciate everyone who supported all my content this week. Thank you so very much. I cannot wait to come back on Sunday, but in the meantime, be safe, have a fun Saturday, and I will see you then. Peace out, everybody.
Oh, that was such a... Jamsies, girl, we love you, but that was the most ill-timed raid ever. I wish I had raided you instead. You raided in the worst possible time. That's it. That's it. No more. I feel bad that I even watched that. That was 12 minutes of nothing.
I had a bug in Indiana Jones and I couldn't proceed. Ah!
I actually want to say it was less disgusting when we were listening to the internet drama. Welcome to the vortex. Yeah. All right, well, what am I looking at? This isn't even accurate. What time is it? 2:30? All of this is from today. This shit says 16:30. I don't know if I trust in it. I'll give you guys one more to thank for the raid. Yeah, all daily raps are useless. It's literally content made for his trolls. Makes zero sense. Make it make sense? You can't make it make sense. It's impossible to make it make sense. Back to the suffering, baby. Now she gets to see how trash I play in real time. I'm so excited. Comeback? Yeah, look, I'm not the biggest fan. What's the Jamsies demanded map? What map are we demanding back? What map do we need back? Like, I'm bad, but I'm usually not this bad. I think it is of the... It comes down to the maps for this rotation. Ravlik capital favorite map. No putts! Come on! That ain't me. I'm seething, but I ain't seething that much.
Do my help! God damn it! I squashed every motherfucker!
I wonder what happened. Look, he's not streaming anymore. Like, did he die? Did the food finally get to him? Rats are watching you play. Yeah, they're watching expert level gameplay right here. Yeah, but did he die? He doesn't stream anymore. We never got the opportunity to drop by and say hello. Yeah, I follow him still. He doesn't boot up. Sometimes he would just randomly boot up at like 6 in the morning. I think his last stream was months ago. He's waiting for Splatoon 4. If he doesn't come back for Splatoon 4, he's dead. thing I'm getting carried by the teammates. They're in danger. No! Nutter butter cookie milkshake? Oh, I could go for some Nutter Butters right now. I remember when I tried to... So, I had a little thing where I eat the Shamrock Shake every single year on the stream. But one year, I tried to get it. They were sold out. So, out of defiance, oppositional defiance, I attempted to make my own Shamrock Shake. And I almost choked on the mints because they were too big. Thank God I didn't choke. The drink itself, the concoction itself was pretty good. But the mints were too big. I almost died.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Thank you, Knock, for the lurk.
That's not true.
Man, Ralph is gonna wake up tomorrow, and you know what? I bet he's gonna wake up, and he'll be in a better mood than he was today. He won't want to burn it all down, right? Surely, right? Correct? Vanilla milkshake with mints. I tried to get as close as I could to replicating the delicious delight of the Shamrock Shake. This was 2025. This was 3 years ago? Yeah, because wasn't it year one Dingus? Let's say it was. So the archive of it doesn't exist anymore. Started Undertale. I saw that. That was one of these earlier this week. I think that was while I was playing Banjo. Yeah, I played Banjo for almost fucking 10 hours. Amazing game. Yeah, but I haven't played Undertale before. I obviously know about it. You were jamming out. She was jamming out to Undertale. Jammers was jamming out. Alright, I'm stalling. What do I gotta do? No, I've not touched... What's the name of this mode? Table Turf. I've not touched Table Turf even once. It's probably an alright mode. Alright, what's that final tally? 20 to 33? Very inaccurate, but we'll go ahead and go with it. What are the people drawing? Oh my god, it's Mr. Quabs! Hello, I like money. And this was drawn by Bark Shucker. I'll give you a fresh. Join Team Presence, and yours will be part of Big Man's Closet. Who's this character? They look familiar, but not. Team Present? I've seen this character around. Looks kind of like Brian. But if like Brian was more smug than he already is. Oh, this is nice. Oh my god. It's Shadow Guy from Other Game. That's the chill guy? I don't know this Zoomer shit. Which is weird because I am one. I'm level 568. Why? Oh, it's Pokemon. Oh, it's supposed to be like you gained experience points. That's nice. Grandpa Dinger over here. I'm a boomer in a zoomer's body. Oh, that's nice. Look, it's a little... that's a nice little picture. Let's say, ah yes, life, love, and happiness. I want to experience it all. Ah yes, with
Get that ass big.
Big ups guy with two names. We can't... Come on, the stream's almost over. We can't kick out guy with two names. Well, I'm sorry, guy with two names. Oh, here's the Team Rocket one I was talking about earlier. LTG wanted to fight Turkey Tom. Yeah, because he put out the LTG documentary. I saw its thumbnail. I didn't watch it. The money can't buy an experience, and a good gift can be an experience. Wait, no, hold up. This is some shit that Jamsies would like on like Twitter or Facebook. The money can't buy an experience, and a good gift can be an experience. She would heart that like 10 times over, and she would be like, oh my god, real crying emoji. Garfield, look! Garfield! Garf for Team Money! And he's on my team!
It's a fucking stream sniper.
Oh, it's Tom Nook. Squid bag me? No, I found out today that counts as grape, so I will not do that. Wait, where did the drawings go? Oh, these people are people I played with. Gift us the power of white ink. Someone gotta keep an eye on you. Oh, that's it. That's all we got for drawings. Okay, at the pledge box. Where the heck did they put this shit? Is it not? Oh, it's not available here, is it? Yeah, because I'm in the wrong hub. The white ink's too powerful, sadly. It's been ages since I was in this hub. Yeah, Coggers was talking about that the other day. I couldn't believe it, dude. Oh my god, it's the lady. And it's me! And some people I don't know. I guess they get to be on the float. Alright, is this the first picture of the year? I'm not good at taking pictures. Oh my god, you can even do it in portrait mode. Let's tilt it to be annoying. Gotta set the scene too. Oh, we got a lot of poses. We gotta do Split Sisters. Like, come on. We'll go with 3. Wait, Shiver has to be in the right position. No! Okay, maybe if I go upward. We can't hide her. We're just gonna spam the album. Alright, that's fine. I love how much Splatoon gives the players to connect and vibe with each other, but y'all really a bunch of toxic assholes. It's always been like that since Splatoon 1. Everyone is very, very lucky and fortunate that this game does not have voice chat. There it is. That is the FrostyFest. We had some fun. Been a while since I played the game. And by a while, I mean like 1 month. It was pretty fun going back to it. Big ups, everyone, for making it to the end. Very impromptu, but I think I'll call it here. Let's see. We could raid someone that's live, but I could also look for someone on the same team in the category, and we can go stalk them. And you guys can individually go to whatever stream you want. Dare I even look at who's live right now? We need we need a money. We need someone on Team Money. We need a money person. Yes, fellow money players. And they gotta have a VTuber. And they gotta not be cringe. Oh, there's so many Japanese people streaming. I can filter those out. Yeah, money or die. Oh, this person's doing a salmon run. Why don't you people say what team you're on in the title? I don't know who you're representing. I know, it's a tall order, but we'll meet it. Let me give it a refresh here. I don't know, no one's jumping out to me. Wait a minute, what about this person? I gotta vet these guys in real time. They may be weird. Okay, this person looks like they're Team Money. I will consider this individual. Who else do I have? What are my options? I need to see what my stacked deck is looking like. This person's playing for all teams, but they're not playing for our team at the moment. And this person is on Team President. Okay, I think I know who it is. This person seems to be playing with friends, but they're on Team Money. Therefore, they're good by us. Go ahead and go raid them. Now, I don't know if I can necessarily co-sign what this person does or says on the stream, because I don't know them. They're just on the same team as us. But other than that, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you very much, everyone, for showing up and showing out. We're gonna be live again. We, the Royal We, live again later today. It's gonna be a PC game, but it'll probably be a short stream. Because it's gonna be anime night. The weeb shit's gonna be off the chart, buddy. Go ahead and cut that. I'm sorry, Shiver. We had to cut you off there. All right, Pablo, the music. Thanks for stopping by. Finally, a stream that ends before 3 in the morning. We will be rating the Splatoon streamer on Team Money, whom I have just discovered. And you can help me in wishing them a good evening. Or a good night. It's nighttime. But thank you all to all the dingers, dongers, and swollen __ ones who somehow made it to the end of the stream. Like Diddy Duke and Pam, Carl, Jamsies, Nadal _cog, JC, guy with 2 names who we briefly timed out because of the redeem, Parma, Flippy 4-man, Goki, Elijah Berry, Iced Coffee, all of the lurkers, anyone who came in from the raid, and everybody else in between. Go ahead and pull this up here. What did we learn? What did we learn today? Did we learn anything? Was any of it worth it in the end? Did it even matter to begin with? Did it even matter at all? Thank you to DJ Filthy Rich. A re-up. Year 1. 35 months in a row. 35 months total. What a king. GMZ's the rate with a party of 13. The merchandise with the follow. And alright, that's it. Alright, this person is being rated. How long have they been live? Only 2 hours. They seem to be talking with friends. Now, again, I can't necessarily co-sign the things that they're gonna be discussing on the stream. Maybe they're cool. Maybe they're cocked. We'll find out. Yeah, bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Now, I totally did not gravitate toward this guy because of his name. But his name is, well, I'll just type it out. This is, we're going to this person. Nintendo 64. I don't know what the pun is there, but it's an N64 pun. And they're on Team Money. This makes them good people in my book. And we need a non-sector related raid message, and I think I got one. Nintendo 64? If I ever get banned, that's my new LARPer name in Phil's chat. Alright, go copy that. And let's be nice. Let's go show up over there. Let's turn out. You at least copy the raid message and post it once. And you can stick around or you can go anywhere else. Chalupa's live. Tevin is live on BRB. GPM is live. Megamax live. Damn. Megamac ain't been live. And I always feel like when Megamac goes live, it's been weeks since he was last live. And Conky is live. You can go wherever you want. We'll be back tomorrow, as in later today. We're gonna do Insane Aquarium. It's a PC game. I played it before on a marathon. A marathon. It's a game that came with my laptop in 2008. It's pretty fun. It's for the extra life goal. Bye-bye! Take it easy.